Chapter 1 The Second Young Master of the Spirit Hall, Kenya City. Douluo Continent, Wuhan City. On the third floor of the library in the Wuhan Hall, a blond man lay on the desk, closed his eyes and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have dreamed of something happy. Bib Dong Tang Yue Hoa Yin Sai. At this time, a slight sound of footsteps sounded, and a scent of wind was carried in the air. I really don't understand why the great worshipper asked me to take care of the second young master. An ethereal female voice rang. She was wearing blue clothes, her skin was as fat as cream, her legs were long, and a trace of snow whiteness could be seen on her chest. With a graceful figure, he slowly walked towards the sleeping man. The person who came, named Ling Yuan, was a level 88 level strong attack female soul control. It is rare for a woman to have such cultivation in Douluo continent if she is less than 40 years old. It's only time to break through Douluo's title question. As the law enforcement elder of the Wuhan Hall, she doesn't understand the arrangements of the great worship. She walked to the desk, picked up a book curiously, turned a few pages, and her face turned red instantly. The illustrations in the book are actually the kind of content that is ashamed to speak. This made her a woman who focused on her cultivation and could not accept it. 2. The second young master is so inappropriate. The second young master is Qian Daoliu's second son, named Kachin. She was stunned when she read the title of the book. Biography of Douluo Silver Bottle. Author, Xian Future. Ling Yuan glanced at other books again, and the titles were also messy. Douluo Chunkaiu, Douluo, my grades in Advanced Soul Master Academy are not ideal, Douluo Boy Hunting Story. Needless to say, these books are definitely not serious. Ha! Yume, why can't I get up when I fall asleep? The man woke up, but when he saw the woman in front of him, he felt familiar and unfamiliar. He was uncertain, are you Elder Ling Yuan? Ling Yuan has met the second young master. Ling Yuan didn't expect that the other party knew him, and was a little surprised. This second young master does not seem to be deaf and only read the books of sages like the rumors. Elder Ling Yuan, what's the matter with you coming to me? Second young master, because His Highness the Pope is about to hold a ceremony to accept disciples, all the maids are called to help. Ling Yuan first explained the situation, then said with a little dissatisfaction. The great investor, considering your safety, I sent me to take care of your daily life for the time being. Qian Yuan was stunned. His cheap dad was so generous. It's so willing to send a Conrad to take care of him. If the old men of the Golden Crocodile know, they will still have to go out to hide for a while. Oh, I have been reading books for 30 years, why can't my martial soul still awaken? Qian Yuan sighed, and his eyes showed helplessness. He was originally a college student with clear eyes, but because he stayed up late to chase Douluo animation, he sighed that Bib Dong had a miserable end and fell asleep unknowingly. When I woke up again, I found myself becoming a baby. There are heirs in the Qian family. Tang Chen, my descendants will definitely be better than you. This was the first sentence he heard after he spoke out, and he instantly realized that his father was Qian Daoliu. The soul too starts with a good start. Qian Daoliu also named his two sons. The eldest son Kungsunji, and the second son Kunyuchin. One is pioneering and enterprising, the other is more capable. Brothers work together to create the immortality of the martial soul palace. However, there are unexpected situations in the sky, and Kunyuchin cannot cultivate soul power. Kungsunji is very talented and has been praised by the worship hall. It seems that Qian Sunji inherited Qian Daoliu's cultivation talent. And Kunyuchin is more like a cursed child. When he was 6 years old, his martial soul awakened, and the two brothers also surprised the worshippers. Kungsunji has innate soul power, and a martial soul 6-winged angel. Kunyuchin's soul power is 0, martial soul is a ragged book. 30 years have passed, Kungsunji is already a level 89 Contra, and Kenya City is still level 0. Qian Yuan looked back on the past, but he really couldn't understand when he could awaken his martial soul. When the martial soul awakened, a consciousness told me that I could become stronger by reading. I have been reading for 30 years. I can write the books in the Wuhan Hall even if I close my eyes. But there is no change at all, it's a mess. The books on his case are all written in combination with mainland stories and book content from his previous lives, and are very classic. When he saw Ling Yuan's face turn slightly red, he understood that she was peeking. He hurriedly changed the topic. When will the elder brother's apprentice ceremony begin? What is the apprentice's name? Ling Yuan said, His Highness the Pope will start the ceremony of taking disciples in 3 days. The child is named Bib Dong, twin martial souls. Bib Dong. Then, the tragedy only happened 10 years later, and there is still a chance to change her destiny. Qian Yuchen thought Bib Dong was such a tragic woman, and he really wanted to kill the dog author. When he was a child, the evil soul master slaughtered the village. After meeting Xiao Gang in the Wuhan Hall, he was disbanded. His teacher used dirty methods to keep her in the Wuhan Hall. Finally turned black and then was beaten to death by the protagonist group. It hurts so much. It's time for me to go out for a walk. Qian Yuchen stood up and stretched, his whole body looked as gentle as jade. In terms of appearance, it is just a little worse than the handsome guys. Qian Yuchen suddenly asked, Elder Ling Yuan, I remember your martial soul is the fire spirit Yuan, right? Ling Yuan nodded, yes. Fire attribute, strong attack beast martial soul, fire spirit kite. Qian Yuchen muttered, and then asked. Is the soul ring configuration a bird fire attribute soul ring? Second young master, the fire attribute bird soul ring is rare. I am the 6th, 7th, and 8th soul ring. This configuration is the rest of the soul rings are fire attribute beast soul rings. As soon as Ling Yuan said this, she saw a hint of regret on Qian Yuchen's face. If your martial soul configuration is the standard I mentioned, maybe you will break history and become the youngest titled Douluo. What? Ling Yuan felt that the second young master was a little exaggerated. He had some talent, so he was not so powerful. Second young master, I'm not as powerful as you said. His Highness the Pope is already at level 89, and it is only a matter of time before he breaks through the title Douluo. He is the pride of heaven. Qian Yuchen was stunned. He knew what his brother was. Looking at Gao and Guangzheng, it is not the case. Qian Daoliu took the two brothers to undergo the test of the angel god, and even Kyungsunji could not pass the test of the first level of the illusion. Otherwise, 30 years have passed, and level 89 Conra will still be. If the owner of the six-winged angel martial soul is not firm or has a bad mind, the power and cultivation progress of the martial soul will be greatly reduced. The world's #1 martial soul is not a false reputation. Haoshan hammer, it only rose decades ago. It can only be said that Tang Chen's evil spirit brought the Haoshan hammer to a height that does not belong to it. The extreme soul skill like the great Zamuro hammer is indeed so terrifying. But the six-winged angel is a god-given martial soul and protected by the gods. As long as it is not a person with evil thoughts, it is easy to break through Douluo before the age of 40. Elder Ling Yuan, do you feel that your soul power has been much slower after level 80? It should have taken a lot of time to practice to level 88, right? Ling Yuan was shocked when facing Qian Yuchen's words. How did the second young master know that his cultivation speed has slowed down? Is he secretly paying attention to himself? Second young master, I. Before Ling Yuan finished speaking, she was interrupted by Qian Yuchen. Elder Ling Yuan, and do you feel that people sometimes feel anxious? Even if the soul healer diagnoses you, he will not notice any abnormalities. Ling Yuan is not calm now. How can the second young master, a person who likes to study, know his privacy? Could it be that he can really see the problem with his cultivation? But why did he walk towards the gate? Ling Yuan wanted to see the strange second young master and what else she wanted to say. Perhaps, it can really help you improve your cultivation progress and break through the titled Douluo as soon as possible. Qian Yuchen walked to the gate and spoke. Elder Ling Yuan, a woman has a yin constitution, but your martial soul is fire attribute, which is yang. As your cultivation level grows and your yin and yang become unbalanced, your cultivation level will naturally slow down. If you want to solve this problem, find a man you like, and the combination of yin and yang can solve it. After saying that, before Ling Yuan could react, he quickly walked downstairs. Ling Yuan was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she realized her reaction. What is the combination of yin and yang? He is teasing himself. No wonder I read these inappropriate books, lustful people. She flashed a hint of shame and anger and hurriedly chased Qian Yuchen. Second young master, you are a disciple, don't run away. Chapter 2 Kyungsunji, I also wanted to be a good brother. When Ling Yuan chased Qian Yuchen, she found Pope Kyungsunji standing in front of him. Ling Yuan stepped forward and said respectfully, I have seen the Pope's crown. Well, don't be too polite. Qian Sunji responded lightly and looked at his younger brother. Second brother, you have been in the library for the past 30 years, so patient. Brother, I have found a good seedling. The essay collection ceremony will begin soon, you can get the scene. Qian Yuchen had long disregarded his sarcasm for his elder brother. These words are far less lethal than the pua of my girlfriend in her previous life. Brother, this is a good thing. Of course I will get it. You have been stuck at level 89 for 2.5 years. Maybe you can break through to the titled Douluo after taking the disciple. He looked happy and sincerely congratulated Kyungsunji on receiving a good disciple. Ling Yuan looked at their kind-hearted appearance and was somewhat suspicious of the rumors outside. The two sons of the Great Venerable are incompatible. Who made the rumor? Kyun-Yuchen, it's me. Qian Sunji was unhappy. After his second brother was studying, he spoke more and more powerfully. However, after all, it is just a waste who cannot cultivate martial souls. Just understand. As the second young master of the Spirit Hall, you must not gain the reputation of the Spirit Hall on any occasion. After throwing this sentence, Qian Sunji left here. As the highly anticipated Pope, he will not waste too much time on the side of the waste. Qian Yuchen shook his head, his elder brother was too eager for quick success and instant benefits. His talent even surpassed his father. He was already a level 59 Soul King at the age of 20. What a pity, 16 years have passed and I am stuck at level 89. However, this speed still made the old guys in the worship hall place high hopes for him. Otherwise, if you don't have the realm of titled Douluo, how could you hold the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall? Brother, the gears of fate are starting to rotate. Qian Yuchen sighed in his heart and turned to look at Ling Yuan. Elder Ling Yuan, there is actually another way to solve your martial soul problem. The combination of Yin and Yang is the best and simplest method. Heaven and earth are natural, and Yin and Yang complement each other, this is the principle of the way of heaven. If you can find ice-attributed soul bones and make up 6 pieces, you can also solve this problem. It's a pity that ice-attributed soul bones are too rare. When Ling Yuan heard his words, she ignored the first solution and still thought the second method was reliable. She didn't believe it when the Yin and Yang were combined. This was obviously a frivolous word to tease her. Second young master, I remember the soul bone with ice attribute. She said she understood. Seeing Ling Yuan say this, Qian Yuchen didn't say anything anymore. If he talked too much, the other party might think he was greedy for her body. But to be honest, her figure is indeed very good. Well, come with me. Qian Yuchen took Ling Yuan and left the library. Uncle the Pope, the great worship is delivered by the message, and you will go to the worship hall. The guards watched Qian Sunji come back and reported immediately. I see. Kyungsunji glanced at the huge statue of the angel god and headed towards the worship hall. He came to the worship hall and looked at Qian Daoliu sitting in the middle. Father, I'm here. Hurry up and go to the library to see the imperial city again. Qian Daoliu opened his eyes and looked at his eldest son. Father, I did visit my second brother, he is still the same as before. Qian Sunji did not hide it, tell the truth. Well. Qian Daoliu sighed. His second son's mind and nature are far superior to ordinary people in all aspects, but it's a pity that he cannot cultivate his soul power. The eldest son Kyungsunji is outstanding in talent and ambitious, but unfortunately his character is not up to standard. This generation cannot count on the inheritance of the angel god. I have seen that child Bib Dong, and he is the best candidate for the position of saint. The second twin martial soul on the continent is still the innate full soul power, which is worthy of the full cultivation of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu was still very pleased. This time he went out to wipe out the evil soul master and brought back an unexpected joy. Father, I will cultivate her. The rare twin martial souls. The martial Spirit Hall will not let such geniuses fall out. A hint of pride flashed in Kyungsunji's eyes. This would be the beginning of his heavy mark in the history of the Spirit Hall. The youngest pope in the history of the Wuhun Palace and the fastest breaking through Douluo's title. Thinking about it makes people feel moved. He hides well, but how could he not be able to see it when 1,000 people are old and mature? The eldest son, who has high hopes, has become obsessed with it and it is difficult to turn back. Qian Daoliu put away the smile on his face and asked, You arranged the people around Yuchen, right? Yes, my mates are all carefully arranged by me, and all the conditions are top-notch. Although the second brother cannot practice, he can continue his descendants for the 1,000 family, and he may be able to give birth to a genius junior. Kyungsunji said. Do you think what you are doing is very hidden, and your good brother is a fool? Those women have very good appearance conditions, but why didn't he touch any of them? Suji, you disappointed me so much. Yuchen is your biological brother. Qian Daoliu's face changed and he directly scolded Qian Sunji. Even if he can't practice, you can't cut off his hope of continuing his descendants. Is this something that a brother can do? Qian Sunji didn't expect that his father would discover this matter so secretly. Sure enough, he no longer hides himself. He showed a look of madness with his blonde hair and blue eyes. Qian Daoliu looked very strange. You don't know anything, father, I really want to make progress. Since birth, my mother, elders all my eyes were focused on my second brother. I am like a forgotten child. To be honest, I'm really jealous of him. Since I was 3 years old, I secretly swear in my heart that I must surpass him and get everyone's recognition. Qian Daoliu didn't expect that his eldest son would become jealous of his younger brother because of this. But you. Before he could finish speaking, Qian Sunji interrupted him directly. What do you want to say? I am the elder brother, should I take good care of my younger brother? I want to be a good brother too. But he stole all my childhood, and I was born a moment earlier than him. At that time, I was also a child. He has priority for everything, my brother can only choose what he has left. The more I recalled the past, the more intense the jealousy in Kyung Sunji's heart became. If it weren't for the 6-year-old martial soul awakening, he was a useless martial soul. Do you think I would be like this today? To be honest, I really thank God for returning everything I lost. I have successfully awakened the 6-winged angel, but I am still innately full of soul power. Your eyes have finally gathered on me. It turns out that the feeling of being favored by others is so addictive. The second brother is a waste. If you put it in the history of the Wuhan Hall, it would be a shame. Same, it's also a shame to my 1,000 families. The 6-winged angel's inheritance family has released a waste. If the news spreads, I'm afraid the entire continent will laugh at the martial soul hall. So, even if I bear the infamy, I will wash away this shame for the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu stood up instantly, exuded a powerful momentum, came to Qian Sunji, and raised his right hand. You rebellious son, he is your brother, and you can do it. No matter how useless he is still my son of Qian Daoliu. How can he arrange him? That's my business. I understand now, why you can't get the recognition of the idol. You, a person with a dark mind, cannot get the recognition of light. I will be open-minded and honest all my life, how could I have a rebellious man like you? Qian Sunji was not afraid at all, and his eyes were fixed on his father. So what if I can't get recognition? It is the highly anticipated Pope of the Spirit Hall. Above tens of thousands of people, the martial Spirit Hall will be in my hands and become even more brilliant. As the two of them confronted each other, a strong figure walked in. The great worshipper, what's going on? Is there any invasion of foreign enemies? When the visitor approached, he was an old man with a powerful aura, with a golden robe and silver embroidered outfit and white hair. It is the second worship of the Wuhan Hall, the golden crocodile Douluo. The king of martial soul golden crocodile, the peak attacking class of Douluo with a title. Qian Daoliu put away his momentum and returned to his position without seeing any expression. It's nothing, just test Sunji's strength. He has been stuck at level 89 for 2.5 years. I just tried it and it may soon break through to level 90. Hearing Qian Daoliu say this, the golden crocodile Douluo looked at Qian Sunji with relief. Okay, you deserve to be the best pope in the martial spirit hall in 1,000 years. When you break through level 90, I will personally hunt a suitable soul beast for you. Qian Sunji looked at the golden crocodile Douluo respectfully. Xiang Ji thanked the two offerings. He looked at Qian Daoliu again and said, Father, there is still something waiting for me to deal with in the Pope Palace, I'll leave first. Qian Daoliu nodded and left the worship hall. Taking him out of his mouth, the golden crocodile Douluo looked at Qian Daoliu seriously, and said in confusion. Great worship, you just showed murderous aura to Sunji. Why is this? Qian Daoliu shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that Yuchen cannot practice, otherwise he would be the most suitable candidate for the Pope. Chapter 3, Shocking Ling Yuan, the Core Competition Theory. Ling Yuan was puzzled as she watched the second young master take him away from the Wuhan Hall and come to a remote courtyard. What did this second young master bring himself to such a remote place for doing? Could it be A look of vigilance arose in her heart. If the other party has any inappropriate thoughts about him, then teach him a lesson. So what about the second young master? You still have to accept punishment for making mistakes. Qian Yuchen didn't know what Ling Yuan was thinking about, so he brought her here to let her see some of the achievements she had studied for many years. Soon, they walked to a yard. Qian Yuchen said to the gate, the odd changes and even changes will not change, and the symbols will look at the quadrant. Ling Yuan looked at him in confusion. What kind of weird password is this? The gate of the courtyard opened and a woman in blue casual clothes walked out. She said respectfully to Qian Yuchen, "Young master, you are here." Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "Well, thank you Union for your hard work. Are the children obedient, right?" Shui Union smiled and said, "It's very obedient, and it's normal to practice." Ling Yuan looked at Shui Union's gentle face, and her slender waist was as white as peaches. She was even more vigilant towards Qian Yuchen. "What are you doing with such a great beauty hiding here?" Qian Yuchen took Ling Yuan in and Shui Union closed the yard gate. When Qian Yuchen walked in, the voice of a child came from inside. "The teacher is here, come out and greet you." Soon, the 4 children came out. 2 men and 2 women looked at Qian Yuchen with joy on their faces. "Teacher, come on. Teacher, we miss you so much. When will we hunt soul beasts? I'm so bored. I want to eat the meal cooked by the teacher." Hearing the children's words, Qian Yuchen smiled. "This time the teacher is here, I will take a look. Have you listened to Sister Union? Well, we are all obedient and good kids." After the 4 children finished speaking, they looked at Ling Yuan curiously. They looked at Qian Yuchen, "Who is this beautiful sister?" Shui Union looked at the children with a smile and said, "Before you meet others, you must introduce yourself first. My name is Wang Lei, I am 8 years old this year. My soul, Power Hammer, level 18 strong attack soul master. My name is Shui Qing'er, I am 9 years old this year. My martial soul, Ice Grass, a 21st level soul master. My name is Mu Lan, I am 10 years old this year. My martial soul, Thunder Blade, level 25 great soul master. My name is Shui Weiwei, I am 8 years old this year. My martial soul, Xianjiang Hua, level 17 auxiliary soul master." Ling Yuan looked at the children's introduction and said that this talent is too high, right? She looked at Shui Union and asked, "Is these children awakening martial souls awakening innate soul power?" "No." Shui Union shook her head. When they awakened, they were all children whose soul power was not more than level 3, that is, the abandoned martial souls in the standards of the martial soul hall. Too unbelievable. Ling Yuan looked at the 4 children in shock. The innate soul power was no more than level 3, and he could reach this level in less than 5 years. "Children, show your soul rings and let this sister see." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, the 4 children showed off various soul rings. Wang Lei, Huang, 800 years. Shui Qing'er, yellow, 700 years, purple, 3000 years. Mu Lan, Zi, 1500 years, Zi, 3500 years. Shui Weiwei, Huang, 900 years. How is it possible? The configuration of the first soul ring will not exceed 500 years, and the configuration of the second soul ring will not exceed 1000 years. Their configuration. Ling Yuan was surprised he couldn't speak. The strength of these 4 children has surpassed the children of the junior soul master students of the Wuhun Palace. The young master said that there is a close connection between the martial soul and the soul ring. Different martial souls, match the right soul ring, can perform miraculous effects. The content recorded in the book is too sketchy and can easily mislead people. Shui Union explained. Yeah, Sister Union is right. The teacher's theory of martial soul is so amazing. My first soul ring is the 800-year-old golden swallowing rat. Absorb the soul ring, there is no discomfort. Wang Lei, as the number 1 fan of Qian Yuchen, looked at him with stars in his eyes. Subsequently, the other 3 children also told Ling Yuan about their soul ring year, and she felt that she didn't have enough cognition. Shui Union looked at her with a smile and introduced herself. Shui Yun Shuang, martial soul, the rushing ice bird. Level 78 level strong attack soul saint. She showed off her soul ring, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Ling Yuan looked at the other party's martial soul configuration. This configuration was so scary. The 5 black soul rings have basically been more than 20,000 years in color. She looked at Jian Yuchen with a somewhat anxious tone. Second young master, is her configuration also the solution you gave? Jian Yuchen nodded, yes, according to the core competition theory of martial souls I have studied, Yunyan's martial soul configuration is already in perfect state. When fighting at the same level, her strength directly crushes the opponent. She can retreat calmly if she is below level 85. However, he concealed the fact that Shui Yunyan had soul bones. Soul bones are too rare to be told to others easily. Ling Yuan believed it now, and what the second young master said to him before was true. That combination of yin and yang can really solve her cultivation dilemma. The soul ring configurations are all fire attribute bird soul rings, and they may really be in the title Douluo realm. It turned out that the second young master told the truth from beginning to end, and he just didn't believe it. Sure enough, the children who worshipped are not mediocre people. Second young master, this matter is very important. Do you know about the worship hall and the Pope hall? Ling Yuan thinks this matter is crucial and must be kept secret. Tell them what to do. The theory has not been completed yet. If you report it in a hurry, it would be bad. Qin Yuchen immediately dispelled Ling Yuan's idea. Let his old father and good brother know that he will have no peace. He looked at Ling Yuan with sincere eyes. Elder Ling Yuan, you don't want me to be punished by the endowment hall and the Pope hall for handing over the incomplete theories, right? That's natural. I will keep this matter for the second young master. Ling Yuan nodded without hesitation. In her eyes, the second young master believed in her so much, so he naturally wanted to help the other party. When my theory is improved, I will personally hand it over to the Great Worship, which can be regarded as making some insignificant contributions to the Wuhan Hall. I have cultivated my soul palace for so many years, and that's all I can do. I feel guilty. Jian Yuchen put on another look of the martial soul palace's grace is endless, which moved Ling Yuan very much. It turned out that the second young master had been silently enduring sarcasm and working hard in secret to repay the martial soul palace. It's so great. The great worshipper arranged for her to protect the second young master, and she must complete this important task. Second young master, don't worry, leave your safety to me. No matter what happens, Ling Yuan will always protect you. Looking at Ling Yuan's firm look, Jian Yuchen knew that his plan would be able to be carried out smoothly. He looked at the direction of Wuhan City, his heart full of confidence. Father, I will prove myself. My good brother, you have to sit firmly in the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 4 Encounter. Ling Yuan and Qin Yuchen returned to the Wuhan Hall and met a girl on the way to the library. The girl's long lavender hair, which sets off her beautiful face and innocent and clear eyes, was curiously looking at the surrounding buildings. The lilac long skirt moves with the wind, and inadvertently reveals the white and energetic knees. The teacher is right. The Wuhan Hall is the most sacred and desirable place on the continent. I will start a new life here in the future. Bib Dong, you can't let down the teacher's trust. She gently encouraged herself, and then looked up and found a strange and beautiful big sister and her teacher here. Teacher. She smiled sweetly. Jian Yuchen shook his head and said, Girl, you recognized the wrong person. I am not your teacher. Ah. Bib Dong didn't expect that he had recognized the wrong person. But this man is so similar to his teacher. After she looked carefully, she really realized something was wrong. The person in front of me is not so luxurious in clothes, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. And my teacher feels strange that people dare not get close to him. Bib Dong said in a hurry, I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person. It's okay, you should be the child brought back by the eldest brother from outside. Bar? Jian Yuchen smiled faintly and said that it was nothing. Bib Dong looked at the other party in confusion, his elder brother? Ling Yuan took a step forward and introduced, this is the second son of Qin Yuchen. Your teacher, Pope Kyungsun, is his biological elder brother. After saying that, she introduced herself, I am Ling Yuan, the 8th elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Bib Dong immediately made a polite move, Bib Dong has met the second young master and elder Ling Yuan. No need to be polite. Jian Yuchen smiled slightly, as gentle as jade. The tension in Bib Dong's heart gradually disappeared. This is the library in the Wuhan Hall. I usually read books here without any trouble. If you encounter any problems in the book, you can ask me. After Jian Yuchen finished speaking, he took Ling Yuan away. This made Bib Dong, who was about to say something, dispelled his thoughts and watched the two leave with a strong curiosity in their eyes. After a while, a maid found Bib Dong and took her to her residence. After returning to the library, Ling Yuan couldn't wait to ask. Second young master, that is His Highness the Pope's apprentice. Why do I see her deadly aura? The dead aura in her mouth was a strange aura that only a person who was about to die or someone killed by an evil soul master. Half a month ago, the Wuhun Palace sent 2 ghosts and ghosts to a border area to investigate the affairs of the evil soul master. Bib Dong should have brought it back after they solved this matter. Qian Yuchen expressed his guess. However, the dead aura on Bib Dong's body was not the reason Ling Yuan guessed. But it was carried by her own martial soul. The rare top-level beast martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. People who awaken this kind of martial soul are usually regarded as ominous people. The evil soul master likes this kind of martial soul. The village where Bib Dong is located is probably gone. A major prerequisite for awakening the Death Spider Emperor is that living people need to sacrifice. This is recorded in the books of the Wuhan Hall, and he has long understood it. Qian Yuchen probably has some sympathy for Bib Dong in the original drama. The price of awakening the top martial soul is to sacrifice to your loved ones. If Yuan and the others had not arrived in time, she might have become a walking corpse long ago. Thinking of the plot in the secret room again, he cursed wildly in his heart. TMD Kyung Sunji, you are really not a person. You are a beast. Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen's face and said in confusion. Second young master, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Qian Yuchen, who came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I just thought of the evil spirit master who did so many evil things. It's a pity that I can't practice, otherwise I will definitely hit them hard. Second young master, you don't need to do these fighting and killing things yourself. Your current mission is to complete the core theory of martial souls as soon as possible. Ling Yuan will not let him, an ordinary person with no power, fight. Once he goes to the great worship, he will not be able to accept the blame. Well, I know this, you can help me, and I can also accurately supplement and improve the data part behind it. That way, you will have a contribution when the theory is completed. Qian Yuchen's words made Ling Yuan look forward to it instantly. It was a great honor for her to participate in this great theoretical research. Second young master, he is so nice. At this time, a gust of wind blew and the door of the library opened. A majestic voice came, Ling Yuan, you go back first, I have something to say to him. Ling Yuan immediately stood up and said respectfully, abide by the order of the great offering. She lit up a purple soul ring and disappeared into the library. Qian Yuchen sighed and looked up and saw a middle-aged big brother who was more handsome than him appear in front of him. He said angrily, I said Lao Deng, you are not in the worship hall to keep the inheritance. What are you here to do? Qian Daoliu looked at him as big or small, scolded, you are in your 30s. When can you change your habit of speaking? He said this on the surface and felt quite helpful. After all, he could not feel any barriers when he was with his second son. Tisk, the arrogant old man. Qian Yuchen said contemptuously. Your martial soul has not changed at all. Qian Daoliu still gave a familiar greeting. Yes, 30 years have passed since the awakening of the martial soul, and this broken book is still in rags. Qian Yuchen answered the other party lightly and also asked his own questions. I'm very surprised that people like me who cannot practice have their appearances that have not changed for so many years. Qian Daoliu is also very strange. Logically speaking, his second son cannot cultivate soul power, and his physical functions should degenerate after he is 35 years old. He is still 25 years old and has a very good health in all aspects. Maybe, this is the angel god protecting you. Qian Daoliu can only attribute this to the protection of the angel god. However, it is not common for him to come here. Yuchen, your elder brother has been the Pope for so long, what do you think? How do you look at it? I'll sit and watch it. He did a pretty good job. The Wuhun Palace is thriving under his leadership, even better than what you did in the past. Of course Qian Yuchen knew what his old father meant, but how could he tell the truth? That is the eldest brother of his mother. Be a younger Brotharies, you must not say bad things about him in front of your father in private. Qian Daoliu saw his second son perfunctorily treating him, sat down and sighed. It's a pity that you can't cultivate your soul power, otherwise the most appropriate way to pass the position of the Pope to you. Qian Yuchen looked at him incredibly, Lao Deng, why do you want to harm me? Douluo's version of the prince is sick, should you encourage me? He hurriedly said, Father, stop saying this in the future. I'm afraid that my elder brother will misunderstand after hearing it. When Qian Daoliu heard him say this, he recalled Qian Sunji's previous words. His second son seemed to know nothing, but in fact he knew everything. No wonder I have been in this boring library for 30 years. It not only eliminates the public's sight, but also makes his Pope's elder brother feel at ease. My son Yuchen has the wisdom and style of my face. He was very satisfied with this. Qian Daoliu took out a box and said, This is a storage soul guide with a space of 100 cubic meters. Let's take the disciple ceremony to that child. As a father, how could he embarrass his son on important occasions? Qian Sunji had a broken face before, and he understood that this ceremony of taking disciples might target the second child. So, this gift was prepared. 100 cubic meters, such a storage soul guide is rare. Does it have a name? Qian Yuchen was surprised that his old father was too generous. Of course, I was also very touched. Lao Deng is still trustworthy at critical moments. If you don't have a name, think of one yourself. Remember, I haven't been here today. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking, the person disappeared. After a while, Ling Yuan walked in and asked. Great worship. Qian Yuchen looked at her in confusion and said. What a great offering. Isn't it just you and me here? The other party instantly understood and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 I and the second young master are here. Chapter 5, The Entrance Examination Ceremony. The Wuhan Hall became lively today, with many strange faces. These people either come from sects or from two empires. They have a common purpose, congratulate the Pope of the Wuhan Palace for finding a good disciple. In the magnificent hall of the Martial Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji was wearing the exclusive costume of the Pope and sat directly above. On the left is Ju Douluo Yu Pass, and down are the 4 cardinals. On the right is Ghost Douluo Ghost, and 4 cardinals are beside him. This type of celebration ceremony is enough to show that Kyung Sunji attaches great importance to this essay collection ceremony. Kyung Sunji's eyes flashed with his eyes, and he looked at the people of various forces that had arrived without leaving any trace. Ah! Surrender. This attitude is what he wants to see. This feeling is really wonderful. He glanced at it briefly and there were still a few key forces left. The people from the previous 3 sects have not arrived yet, except for the Haoshan sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect have arrived. People from the next 4 sects came to Wuhan City early, and the gifts they brought were also very generous. Emperor Swimming of the Tiandu Empire sent the Prime Minister to come with his mission, which was huge and invisibly increased the prestige of the Wuhan Hall. Emperor Dai Yuntian of the Xingluo Empire sent the Shi group on the way and has not yet arrived at the Wuhan City. However, there is still some time before the ceremony begins, so don't worry. The best battle soul hammer, the majestic Haoshan sect. Sooner or later, Haoshan sect will also surrender to the rule of the Wuhan Palace. After dissipating his thoughts, Qian Sunji stood up and looked at the direction of the door. I just don't know when his useless brother will come to the scene. If he has self-knowledge, he should not appear in such an important occasion. The Spirit Hall, I can't afford to lose this person. Bib Dong changed into gorgeous clothes. She was still very nervous when she encountered such a big scene for the first time. His Highness, don't be nervous. After the Pope's call begins, you can walk across the red carpet and come to him. Don't care about those outsiders' gazes, just think they are wooden people. A woman wearing blue maid decoration next to Bib Dong reminded softly. Bib Dong nodded, Sister Yume, I understand. She is still a little uncomfortable with the identity of the saint. Don't, Your Highness. You can't call me that in the future. Otherwise, let His Highness know that I will punish me for being esteemed. Yume said hurriedly. Speaking of this, she thought to herself, second young master, Yume wants to go back. She didn't know why the Pope asked her to leave the second son for the time being, but she missed her very much these days. Being with the second young master gives people a very comfortable and relaxed feeling. I won't know how to do it in the future. Bib Dong, who was ignorant of the world, hurriedly expressed that he understood. Yume takes care of her daily life, but she doesn't want the other party to be punished for herself. Bib Dong is also looking forward to what life will be like after becoming a saint. She needs to practice hard and become stronger. Only in this way can she eliminate more evil soul masters and avenge her relatives and villagers. It is never allowed to let the evil soul master harm the civilians again. Gradually, Bib Dong's heart became very calm, eyes become more firm. Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen and didn't understand why he wasn't setting off yet. It was less than an hour before the Pope's ceremony to accept disciples. He could still read books calmly and nod when he saw the wonderful places. Second young master, the Pope's crown, why don't we go there now? Qian Yuchen stopped the movement in his hand, looked up at her, and said. Look, I'm anxious. Maybe, he doesn't want me to go. Ah! Ling Yuan looked at him in confusion. Why did the Pope invite him but didn't want him to go? Today's Wuhan city is so lively. A grand scene like this was when my good brother took office as the Pope last time. My elder brother values the honor of the martial spirit hall. If I go like this, you should know what he will feel. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and continued to read the books. But I will definitely go, the protagonist always appears at critical moments. If I guess correctly, the people from Haoshan sect have not arrived yet, so what are we anxious about? Ling Yuan felt that the Wuhan city had many powerful auras, including blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, diamond mammoth, 7 treasure glazed tower. Only the domineering aura that belongs to Haoshan hammer, she didn't feel it at the moment. However, how did the second young master know so clearly? Okay, then I'll stay outside the door. If the second young master has anything to do, just call Ling Yuan at any time. After saying that, she retreated. Reading a book? That's impossible to read a book. The dense text makes my head hurt. Seeing Ling Yuan like this, Qian Yuchen shook his head slightly and continued to read his book. Haoshan sect, congratulations to the Pope on his happy disciple. Outside the Pope's hall, a long and powerful voice came. Everyone in the hall stopped talking and looked out the door. The people from Haoshan sect are here. Before seeing the person, I heard the voice first. Haoshan sect is worthy of being able to compete with the Wuhun Palace. When the visitor walked into the Pope's hall, the hammer sign on his chest proved their identity. Haoshan sect. The Pope's crown is full of affairs, and we and 4 others are specially sent to bring gifts to congratulate you. The person who spoke was the current elder of Haoshan sect. Cultivation level 95 Super Douluo, with the title of Qing Shan. The remaining 3 people are all at level 92.93.91. Haoshan sect dispatched 4 powerful Douluo men with titles to come to congratulate them. This kind of strength made other sects very afraid, and the Huawei Haoshan sect is indeed powerful. The Prime Minister of the Tiandu Empire was already planning how to persuade the Emperor to get along with the Haoshan sect when he went back. The cabinet ministers of the Xingluo Empire also thought so. Emperor Xingluo must be willing to have such a powerful help. Qian Sunji did not expect that Haoshan sect could send 4 titled Douluo. This kind of strength has seriously threatened the spirit hall. He looked at the other party quietly, then smiled and said, I thanked Haoshan sect for my disciples for congratulations. You all come from afar and sit down as soon as possible. After the people from Haoshan sect sat down, all the people from all sides arrived. They were all curious about what kind of powerful talents the Pope's apprentice had. Kyung Sunji stood up and said, You are here from afar. Today, the martial soul palace is full of glory. Ji is extremely frightened. Thank you for your arrival. I now announce that the ceremony of taking disciples has officially begun. After the words came, magnificent music began to sound in the hall. The maids appeared one after another, and now they were on both sides of the red carpet. Then, Bib Dong walked in slowly under the leadership of a female titled Douluo. She was in high spirits and attended, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. This girl. My martial soul actually trembles. The top-level beast martial soul is absolutely impossible to be wrong. Mr. Pope is so lucky. This apprentice is titled Douluo. The people in the hall looked at Bib Dong and were very surprised. In the eyes of everyone, this child has an ordinary origin, but his noble and elegant temperament cannot be concealed. The luxurious clothing is like it is tailor-made for her. A trace of light flashed in those titled Douluo's eyes. The breath of top-level beast martial soul. Although unfamiliar, this familiar feeling is not wrong. They all looked at Qian Sunji, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Qian Sunji naturally noticed everyone's eyes, and the surface was still dull. Bib Dong, pay homage to the teacher. Walking to the end of the red carpet, Bib Dong bowed his knees and saluted. No need to be polite. Kyung Sunji got up, walked slowly to her, with a look of joy on his face. He put a silver crown on Bib Dong's head and said in a serious tone. Bib Dong, today's Japanese seat will accept you as your disciple. From now on, you will not only be my disciple, but also a member of the Spirit Hall. I hope you will abide by the rules of the martial Spirit Hall, practice diligently, live up to your own talents and efforts, bloom your own style in the Soul Master world, and add glory to the glory of the martial Spirit Hall. Bib Dong's lips moved slightly, and her bright eyes and smiled and her teeth made a firm sound. Disciples will definitely live up to the teacher's expectations, remember the teacher's teachings, and practice hard. Cultivate yourself with a correct heart, be determined, eliminate demons and protect the way, and promote the reputation of the martial Spirit Hall. After the words came, a voice came from outside the hall. Second young master, I wish the Pope the best disciples to be happy and come and congratulate you. Qian Sunji's face changed, and the anger in his heart began to accumulate. Save. That waste brother is here to disturb his good things? Chapter 6 Bib Dong, second uncle is extraordinary. 3 days have passed since the ceremony of taking disciples. In order to thank his second brother for earning enough face for the Wuhun Palace on such an important occasion, he added 5 maids with good looks and figures to the other party's residence, and asked them to take good care of each other in every detail. Kachin naturally had no objection and felt accustomed to this. If your brother cares about him so much, then accept it. However, Yuan did not come back and was called by the other party to take care of Bib Dong. This made him feel a little regretful. At that time, he took out 100 cubic cube of storage soul guide, and the people on and off the stage were shocked. Even the 7 treasures glazed peace sect, which is rich enough to rival the country, does not currently have such a large space storage soul guide. King Sunji's eyes were flashing with a strong fire of jealousy, and he wanted to tear him apart. There is nothing else, this thing must be given to the other party by his father Qian Douluo. Qian Sunji knew everything about Kachin. How can a person who doesn't even have a 10 cubic storage soul guide take out a 100 cubic storage soul guide? Fortunately, he prepared more fully, otherwise the value of the gift might have been compared by his younger brother. The arrival of these maids did not affect Kachin's life. It is still 3 o'clock every day, reading, eating, and resting. This kind of lifestyle is really too stable. The maids were so steady that they felt that the Pope had issued the wrong order. What is strange about such a boring living habit? Now, after having breakfast in Kachin, he got up and went to the library. After the maid came here with him, she returned the same way. The bookstore in the Wuhan Hall is not allowed to enter. On the way, the maid passed the news to King Sunji. Content: after breakfast, go to the library. After Kachin came to the library, he found that there was one more person inside. With a fixed eye, Bib Dong was holding a basic soul beast illustration book. In addition, there is a book about the age of the soul ring absorption of this soul master. My soul power is now at level 10, so I need to find a suitable soul ring. The teacher threw this question to me, and I have to give him a satisfactory answer. Bib Dong's self-talk reached Kachin's ears. I'm sure you're yourselves, my good brother. He walked to Bib Dong and said softly, the choice of the soul ring age needs to be based on the physical fitness of the soul master. The general soul master age is generally around 430 years. The choice of soul beasts, the soul ring of soul beasts of the same type of attributes as beast martial souls can maximize the power of martial souls, and even allow the martial soul to undergo a second transformation. Ah! Is this true? Bib Dong turned around and found that Kachin was standing beside him for some reason. Uncle Tu, when did you come? I just arrived. Are you ready to learn about the soul beasts and age-limited soul rings that match your martial soul? Well, I'm going to learn about it first. The teacher said that I will take me to hunt a suitable soul ring in 3 days. Bib Dong did not talk about the matter of King Sunji testing herself, but she had already known the words Kachin just now. The other party said at the end of the ceremony of taking disciples. He called him uncle, but the other party thought he was too old, so he asked her to call him uncle. Kachin smiled and said, you turn to page 122 of the book. That kind of martial soul should be very suitable for your martial soul. Bib Dong's general secret turned the picture book to the page he said, and a picture of a spider appeared, with a text introduction next to it. Soul beast name, Death Demon Spider. Habitat, located in the dark swamp of the Nether Valley in the deepest part of the Nether Forest, the area is no longer visible to the sun and is shrouded in poisonous mist. It is one of the most mysterious and dangerous areas on the continent. Appearance characteristics: the death demon spider is huge, several times higher than an ordinary spider, and is covered with black carapaces. Its eyes are flashing with a faint green light, like two deep dark pupils. 8 long legs are as sharp as blades, covered with highly poisonous black and purple fuzz. The most eye-catching thing is the huge poison sac on its back, which contains terrifying toxins that are enough to make the title Douluo turn into color. The 100,000 year level has its own death domain. Special abilities: poisonous fog, shadow hiding, poisonous spider silk, mental attack. Death spider. Is this soul beast the most suitable for me? Bib Dong looked at Kachin in confusion. This soul beast looked ugly and scary. Is it really the most suitable for her? Kachin nodded and said, Donger, raise your right hand and show me your martial soul. Bib Dong raised his right hand and showed off his martial soul. A mini spider appeared in her right hand. Look, does your martial soul look very similar to this spider? Kachin said. Bib Dong looked at the patterns on the book carefully and found that his martial soul was really very similar to this soul beast. The difference is that the abdomen of your martial soul spider has 3 golden patterns. She said, it's really similar, but the pattern on my martial soul is different from it. Because of your martial soul, for more novels, 155,425, join, https://discord.gg/xcast. It is the legendary Death Spider King. The special soul beast of Death Demon Spider can only appear in millions of years a Spider Emperor of the 100,000 year level. The strength of the Spider Emperor is even stronger than that of the 100,000 year old soul beast of the Titan Giant Ape. Kachin said slowly. What? The Death Spider Emperor is even more powerful than the Titan Giant Ape. Bib Dong looked at him in shock. However, those who understand the soul beast of Titan Giant Ape are one of the taboos in the Star Do Great Forest. When an ordinary titled Douluo meets it, he will die without life. The Death Spider Emperor is stronger than its strength, which is incredible. There is another point. The monsters like the Death Demon Spider have very high wisdom. At the 10,000 years of age, their wisdom is no worse than that of adults. According to records, the Death Demon Spider, a 70,000-80,000 year old, has the ability to communicate with humans. Kachin also mentioned another unpopular knowledge point. Generally speaking, unless a high-wise soul beast is mutated, it is only possible to gain the ability to communicate with people at the 100,000 year level. Isn't my martial soul very suitable for this kind of soul beast? Although Bib Dong had grudges in his heart, he still accepted this choice of soul ring. She asked, if I continue to absorb the soul ring of this soul beast, can the martial soul transform into a transformation? If the Death Demon Spider is possessed by the martial soul, she will become very ferocious. This made her a girl who loved beauty a little difficult to accept. This is uncertain, after all, this is my newly developed theory. There is basically no record of the transformation and evolution of martial souls in the mainland history, and there are only 7 treasures glazed towers, and there have been auxiliary soul controls that have reached the level of Contra. Kachin shook his head slightly. He didn't know about this kind of thing without experimentation. At present, there is only the experiment of attribute soul ring and absorption limit, and it is going well. The 4 little ones, their current growth has reached his expected vision. Bib Dong temporarily gave up this idea and continued to ask, Uncle Second, how do you distinguish the age of that kind of soul beast? The Death Demon Spider, every 100 years, there are patterns on the front pair of spider legs, 10 on the left and right, 100 years are white, 1,000 years are purple, and 1,000 years are painted black. Every time a thread appears, it represents the specific year. Kachin answered this question. How to choose the age of the first soul ring? Has it absorbed for 400 years? Bib Dong was very curious about the age of the first soul ring he could absorb, and couldn't wait to ask. This requires testing your physical fitness. If you run around Wuhan City with a weight of 10 kilograms, it feels very relaxed. 500 years is not a problem. It is not a problem to persist in running 3 laps without falling, 1,500 years for 1,005 laps without falling, 2,500 years for 2,500 years for persist in running 5 laps without falling. There is no need to run away from the rest. This is the limit that the Soul Master's first soul ring can withstand. The first condition is that the soul ring configuration is yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The second condition is that the soul ring configuration is purple, purple, black, 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 red. Once the third condition is reached, the limit of the second soul ring can be absorbed for 6,000 years, the third soul ring can be absorbed for 8,000 years, and the fourth soul ring can be absorbed for 10,000 years. Qian Yuchen explained the method to roughly detect the physical fitness of the soul master and the corresponding absorption period achieved. Bib Dong said in surprise, "Uncle Tu, where do you come from these theories?" This remark made her feel shocked and looked at him incredibly. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "Of course it was summarized from the book." Bib Dong still doesn't believe it. There are at least 100,000 books in this library. It takes a long time to summarize this knowledge. Moreover, can there really be a soul master reach the third soul ring configuration? This theory subverted the basic knowledge of soul masters she learned. If what this second uncle said is true, then he is a great person. Alone, create a new theoretical training system for martial souls. But the teacher said that when she asked her to get closer to her second uncle, the other party knew nothing about martial soul cultivation and could not guide herself. This conversation made her feel that this second uncle still had a bit of mystery. Maybe the teacher really doesn't know his younger brother. Chapter 7 Kyungsunji's Concerns. After getting knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings in Kunya City, Bib Dong left. Soon, she came to the Pope's hall and met Qian Sunji. As soon as they met, she couldn't wait to say, "Teacher, I have found the choice of the soul beast." Kyungsunji looked at her little eyes that were eager to praise and smiled, "Donger, you have already known what kind of soul beast you are suitable for less than half a day after you have gone to the library." Bib Dong said seriously, "Teacher, my martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, so it is better to choose a spider-like martial soul." Qian Sunji showed a look of relief. His disciple is very conscious. In such a short time, I knew the basic principles of martial soul adaptation. That's right, for beast martial souls, the soul rings produced by soul beasts of the same type are relatively easy to absorb, and can last about 100 years longer than ordinary years. You chose the spider soul ring, this is correct. White-faced demon spider in the Star Do Great Forest and the crypt demon spider in the Sunset Forest, which one do you choose? I will let the two elders of Yuan Ghost and Gui take you to hunt down the right soul ring. Bib Dong was still very happy to hear what Chihiroji agreed with. But regarding the choice of spider soul rings, the two that the teacher said were not her favorite. "Teacher, I saw a soul beast called the Death Demon Spider in the book. Is it the most suitable choice for my soul beast?" Qian Sunji was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of the soul beast like the Death Demon Spider. Since there are records in the Wuhan Hall Library, there is definitely no problem. However, for safety reasons, he had to understand clearly before someone took Bib East to hunt. Death Demon Spider, this martial soul seems to be a rare species, and the teacher rarely hears this name. The worshippers in the worship hall have rich experience and should know detailed information. How about you wait until the teacher confirms it and then make action arrangements? Kyungsunji looked at Bib Dong and said. "Well, thank you teacher." Bib Dong smiled happily. "Since you have completed the test of being a teacher, please continue to learn the knowledge of martial souls with Elder Yuan." After Qian Sunji finished speaking, he continued to deal with the matter. The disciple takes his leave. Bib saluted East and left the Pope's hall. After Bib Dong left, Kyungsunji stood up and went to the worship hall. When Kyungsunji came to the worship hall, he happened to meet the two worshipping golden crocodile Douluo who came out of it. "I have seen two worshippers." He saluted. The golden crocodile Douluo nodded, "Well, Your Highness, you don't have to be polite. The second offering, you are well informed and knowledgeable about the mainland. I would like to ask for some questions about Sunji. I will delay your time, please see." Qian Sunji explained his purpose, just to ask for some advice. "Your Highness, the Pope asks whatever he wants, I will speak out." After the golden crocodile Douluo finished speaking, he was also curious about what he wanted to ask. "Second worship, do you understand the soul beast like the death demon spider?" As soon as Qian Sunji said this, the golden crocodile Douluo's face became serious. "His Highness the Pope, this kind of soul beast is a very rare spider-like soul beast on the continent. The danger is much higher than that of the human-faced demon spider and the crypt demon spider." After saying that, he asked, "You don't want to hunt this kind of soul beast, right?" Kyungsunji said, "Well, I have this plan, I want to know the situation first." This kind of soul beast has a high wisdom at the 1000-year level. It can fight against the low-level titled Douluo at the 10,000-year level. It can resist the 95-level titled Douluo at the 50,000-year level without death. Its habitat is in the Nether Valley in the Nether Forest known as the Forbidden Zone of Life. I accidentally broke in that year and took a lot of effort to leave. The golden crocodile Douluo once again told the information he learned, and then solemnly said, "His Highness, if you are not prepared enough, I suggest you not to enter there rashly, as the risk factor is too high. If you really want to go, bring 4 titled Douluo with you. You must ensure your own safety." After hearing these words, Qian Sunji's face became serious. I didn't expect that this death spider would be so terrifying. Nether Forest is one of the taboo areas on the mainland. Just like the inner circle of the Star Do Big Forest, you cannot easily step on it without the strength of the Super Douluo. Thank you, I will consider this matter carefully. Your Highness the Pope is polite. My advice is not necessary, and there is no need to go to that dangerous place. After the golden crocodile Douluo said that, he left. After King Sunji watched him leave, he glanced at the worship hall and returned to the Pope Hall. Back at the Pope's palace, he began to think about whether to go to the Nether Forest. From the perspective of future cultivation, Bib Dong's Death Spider King is worthy of great investment. It's only a matter of time before the rare top-level beast martial soul becomes the titled Douluo. 4 titled Douluo can hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts in this kind of formation. But the greater the risk, the greater the gain, and he was not sure about it for a while. My disciple, I have also asked questions for me, the teacher. King Sunji shook his head and continued to handle official duties. This matter needs to be carefully considered. Kyunyu City is in the library, looking at the location of the Pope's Hall. He was very curious whether his elder brother would take this risk for Bib Dong. Nether Forest. The extreme north. The inner circle of the Star Do Great Forest. City of Killing. Sea God Island. These 5 places are called the 5 Forbidden Zones in Douluo continent. Only the knowledgeable title Douluo knows the danger level of these places. The extreme north and the inner circle of the Star Do Forest were specially passed on to the world by the Spirit Hall. The purpose is to let those weak soul masters not easily ruin their lives. In the other 3 places, 90% of soul masters basically don't know about this. Apart from the Wuhan Hall, only the 3 sects learned a few words. According to the information he learned, there are very few people in the Wuhan Hall who know the location of the Netherworld Forest. Dad is 1,000 ways to flow. The second worships the golden crocodile Douluo. Kyunyuchin, who likes to read. Besides, no one knows. Even the contemporary Pope Chihiroji probably has never heard of this name. At the same time, Kyunyuchin, I am very curious about what changes will happen to Bib Dong's Death Spider Emperor absorb the entire series of Death Demon Spider Soul Rings. The martial soul undergoes transformation and undergoes some kind of mutation or evolution. Bib Dong releases his martial soul and his lower body will turn into a spider, which looks very terrifying. After becoming a god, her symptoms disappeared. If the martial soul transforms, one is that the martial soul possesses it, and the previous spider-patterned armor will be attached to the body. The other is that the martial soul becomes empty and leaves the body and launches an attack according to one's own will. Similar to the Spider-Woman and Thunder Academy in the original play, their bodies will not change much when they summon the martial souls. Bib Dong should be the one who yearns for such a transformation. As for Luo Sanbao, the concretization of martial soul is a failed mutation and is not included in this list. Kyunyuchin withdrew his gaze, looked down at the content of the first chapter of the establishment of the Wuhan Palace, and murmured. Bib Dong, your gear of fate will begin to reverse. The god who is high and above wants to change the pattern of the continent for thousands of years and chooses a person from another world to do all this. Your tragedy will not happen for the second time. Chapter 8, The martial soul is moving abnormally, but the best is coming. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully the young man in poverty. Go and create a new world with the greatest knowledge in the world. Qian Yuchin, who was sleeping, had sweaty bruises on his forehead and suddenly woke up with his eyes open. What's the sound? It's 30 years since Hedong and 30 years after Hexi. This is Douluo world, not Dopo next door, and I don't have the fun in the Taiwan channel, right? He lost his sleepiness, so he got up and walked out the window. A bright moon hung in the sky, covering the martial soul city at night with a layer of silver veil. Kyunyuchin once looked up at the moon like this, hoping that there was a kind of God on it that could notice himself. Even if it is at the cost of blindness, at least one can cultivate soul power. With the foresight of the plot, it is not impossible to become a god. Later, he built a simple astronomical telescope and after observation, he was disappointed. The moon in this world is exactly the same as what I saw in my previous life, and there is no so-called God. Retracting his thoughts, he raised his right hand again and showed off his martial soul. In an instant, he widened his eyes. The ragged book that was picked up like a pile of garbage actually changed. The book is completely renewed, with golden sun and moon patterns on the edge of the book cover, 2 six-winged angels standing opposite each other on the front, and some kind of holy light magic array on the back. The message of the martial soul also came into his mind, the Bible. Good guy, is this name serious? Qian Yuchen was stunned. No, what I said in my dream just now is true. It's really 30 years, Hebe and Hexi. He is now 36 years old, and 30 years have passed since his martial soul awakening. This is 2-6. Now you have become normal. My good brother knows, I may not see the sun tomorrow. You don't come early or late, you're really hurting me. Qian Yuchen was not only unhappy, but also knew clearly how big the difficulties he would face. Once Qian Sunji knew that he could cultivate his soul power, he would not let him go. My good brother doesn't want his position as a pope to be threatened. The people who were loyal to King Sunji in the Wuhun Palace definitely did not want the position of pope to be replaced. By then, he will be in a state of being surrounded by enemies. It seemed that he had noticed Qian Yuchen's thoughts, and the Bible faded away and turned into its previous ragged appearance. Oh, that's right. In my elder brother's eyes, I am still the useless brother, so he will naturally not be wary of me. The despicable development is the right solution. This hidden method is the most suitable for him. It's not good to fight, kill, and practice is the bottom line. He asked curiously when he thought of the words in his dream before. Since you have great knowledge in the world, you can answer whether Bib Dong's Death Spider Emperor can complete the transformation by absorbing the Death Demon Spider Soul Ring. When the book is opened, a picture with the title Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul Transformation appears. After a woman received the sacrifice of the Death Demon Spider and successfully absorbed the 7th Soul Ring, the spider form on her lower body disappeared, her legs were exposed, and her jade feet were slightly slight. Her body was wrapped in dark purple armor, with red gems on the armor on her chest, and 8 sharp spider legs extended from the back of the armor. Her slender legs were also covered with combat boots transformed into armor. Qian Yuchen didn't expect that this book would really respond to him. That woman was Bib Dong who grew up. If he remembered correctly, Bib Dong became the soul saint at about 19 years old. This kind of talent is not as good as Haoshan Douluo, who is known as the youngest in the original drama. The picture disappeared, and Qian Yuchen felt no discomfort. The knowledge attached to this kind of book does not consume any additional consumption. He asked in a silence, are there any design drawings for the Type 38 rifle? The pages of the book were turned, and a detailed design drawing of the Type 38 rifle appeared. This is okay. Qian Yuchen looked at the book incredibly detailed pattern. Are there any design drawings for Barrett's sniper rifle? It is impossible for such a killer weapon to have it, right? When he was confused, the book flipped again and the design drawings of the Barrett sniper rifle appeared. Book, don't say it, I really have it. Qian Yuchen became excited in an instant and asked about a lot of design drawings. What kind of compassionate Gatlin, saves the suffering and the suffering maxim? Without exception, there are all. Even laser weapons can be displayed. What's outrageous? M4A1 Thor, there are also weapons like this. Destroy Barrett, AWM Tianlong yes. The flames divide the wave-devouring ruler, the thunder half-moon slash, the great desolation heavenly finger, the demon swallowing heaven there is. See God trident, Rakshasa demon scythe, angel holy sword, Shura demon sword there is. Dugu 9 swords, 9 yang divine power, Tathagata divine palm, Taixuan sutra, Bing xin ju there are. The people in Qian Yuchen who asked the last question were numb, but there were still some. He probably understood that the phrase knowledge in the world refers to the knowledge in the world he had seen. I guess he asked how to transform into the giant of light, and books could also give him the answer. I want to do these messy things. I am a soulless genius now. Try practicing soul power first. Qian Yuchen calmed down his excited mood and thoughts, and returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. Book, can I practice the 9 yang divine art? If it can be passed on to memory, it will be able to practice directly. He stretched out his right hand and murmured to it. Unexpectedly, the pages of the book were turned, and all the cultivation contents of the 9 Yang divine art appeared, turning into a ball of light and flew into his eyebrows. Qian Yuchen felt a little swelling and pain in his brain, and then the practice of the 9 Yang divine art came to his mind. In the original play, Tang San can practice Shen Gong and practice his soul power as internal force. Then he can also practice the 9 Yang divine art. As for what it means to get into a devil and open up the acupoints of the whole body, it does not exist. The cultivation method given to him by Shu is the most perfect, just make a breakthrough step by step. Qian Yuchen closed his eyes and began to practice the 9 Yang divine art. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had already appeared. I have practiced for 4 hours and have already broken through to the first level. Qian Yuchen felt the energy in his body, which was a wonderful feeling that he had never had before. Not only did he not feel tired, but he also felt refreshed. It's just that my body is a little sticky. He walked to the bathroom, closed the door, and a humming sound came from inside. When he walked out of the door, he found that Ling Yuan had been waiting for him for a long time. The maid has been called back by his elder brother, and he is now alone. Ling Yuan, a law enforcement elder, can't really treat her as a maid. But he knew that the other party was always paying attention to the situation here. Qian Yuchen smiled and greeted, Elder Ling Yuan, it's so early, did you eat it? Well, this is for you. Ling Yuan finished speaking, and took out the lunch box from the storage soul guide on her waist and handed it to him. Tisk, good thing. Crystal tooth pork buns and inukia soup were tasted half a month ago. Elder Ling Yuan, thank you so much. Come and sit down. Qian Yuchen called the other party to sit on the stone bench under the big tree in the yard and started eating. After Ling Yuan sat down, she smiled as she looked at him eating voraciously. Then I felt his aura and actually emitted the aura of soul power. She looked at Qian Yuchen in surprise and asked, Second young master, have you practiced your soul power after getting up so late? Qian Yuchen took a bite of the bun and said vaguely, Yes, I woke up this morning and found out that I was able to practice suddenly. Ling Yuan showed a look of joy. It's great that the second young master can practice. If the great worshipper knew this news, he would definitely be very excited. Qian Yuchen saw her face change and guessed what she was thinking. He finished eating the buns in his hand and said seriously, Please keep it a secret for me. I don't want to tell anyone about this. Especially in the Pope's palace. Ling Yuan was puzzled, Second young master, if the Grand Priest knows this, you will definitely be very happy. The Pope can conceal it, so there is no need for the Grand Priest. No, my father can't let him know. You know me before the time is ripe. Qian Yuchen said again. Do you have a crystal ball that detects soul power? I want to detect the soul power level. Some. Ling Yuan took out a blue crystal ball from the storage soul guide and placed it on the table. This crystal ball can detect soul power levels of level 0 to 10. Qian Yuchen put his hand on it, and the crystal ball was instantly filled with blue light. Level 10. Ling Yuan was shocked. The talents of these two young masters are so perverted. In just a short time, it reached level 10 of soul power, and the speed was so terrifying. After 30 years of waiting, the hardships finally come. She couldn't wait to ask, Second young master, are you going to think about what type of soul ring to absorb? Soul ring? I have to think about this. Qian Yuchen shook his head and said, a martial soul like a book is not an existence of the 4 major martial soul types. The choice of soul beasts requires caution. That's right, but I think you are a child of a great worshipper. It should be no problem to choose a soul beast with light attribute. Ling Yuan expressed his opinion. The 6-winged angel clan is the spokesperson of the angel god on the mainland. Light attribute the soul ring is the most suitable for them. Of course Qian Yuchen understood this truth, but choosing a soul beast of light attribute is the top priority. If you piece together, you can't exert the true strength of the martial soul. Chapter 9 Compound Bow Armor Breaking Arrow. Qian Yuchen came to the library again. He rarely did not read books, but laid a piece of paper on the desk. Ling Yuan also walked in at this time. The things in her hand were high-precision measurement tools, careful drawing pens, pencils, and colored pigment plates. These products come from Zhengzhen City, and similar tools are no worse than those of Blue Star's pens. Second young master, everything you want is ready. She placed the thing lightly on the shelf on the right side of Kachin and looked at him curiously. These two young masters are not reading books today, are they going to practice painting? It's better to think more about choosing the right soul beast as a waste of time. Kachin didn't say anything. After glanced at Ling Yuan, he picked up the paintbrush. When he picked up the pen, he became extremely focused, which made Ling Yuan stunned for a moment. Second young master, I have a special charm, A woman like her who practices all day long and does not pay attention to men and women is instantly attracted by the other party. I can only say that men are really handsome when focusing on something. What's more, a handsome middle-aged man like Kachin with a good appearance. Kachin did not pay attention to the changes in Ling Yuan, but focused on outlining it on the paper. With just a few strokes, a structural diagram of a portrait of a woman was constructed. Then, he began to add details, hairstyle, facial features, limbs, clothing. In 20 minutes, he drew a sketch portrait of a woman. After finishing the painting, he looked at Ling Yuan and said, "Elder Ling Yuan, see how I painted this painting." Ling Yuan walked to him curiously and looked at the portrait. Is this me?" She didn't expect that the character she drew was actually herself. However, this way of painting is really unique, it is a way of painting that has never been seen before. The characters on paper are lifelike, so magical. Second young master, your painting skills are even more powerful than those of the imperial painters of the two empires. She couldn't help but praise. Kachin smiled and said, "It's just a trick. I haven't started writing for a long time. I never thought I've yet to retreat." He said again, "You can take this painting and treat it as a souvenir. This portrait is just used to practice. If your painting skills have not regressed, you can start drawing design." Ling Yuan picked up the portrait and put it into his storage soul guide. Kachin laid a piece of paper again and picked up the measuring ruler and circle painter from the shelf. The rough form he drew was a bow, but it looked different from the bow used in the army. There are also wheel-like things at both ends of this bow. Ling Yuan looked at this initial structure and felt even more confused. Is this a bow? Why is it different from what you see? The fifth offering of Elder Guangling, his bow and arrow are also different from this shape. There are also those soul masters of bow and arrow martial souls I have seen. They are either reversal or complex. I have never seen such a wheeled person before. The thing Kachin painted is a compound bow. This kind of thing is a big killer in the era of cold weapons. Of course, there is also a more powerful killing weapon, the composite crossbow. Of course, this weapon must be developed after the composite bow is developed. Releasing this weapon at once can easily lead to brain-enhancing behaviors for others. For more novels, 67391, join, https://discord.gg/xcastch. The ordinary ranged attack weapons in the Douluo world are recurved bows, crossbows, and javelins. Every time the soul beast launches a beast-tide attack on the human city, the first two waves of battle were low-level soul beasts that were killed in less than 200 years. The purpose is to consume the number of human bows and arrows, and then the third attack is easy to get close to the city. The purpose achieved between the two is very interesting. If one side of the human side does not send soul masters above the soul lord, the soul beasts will not send soul beasts over 1,000 years to participate in the battle. Therefore, this is undoubtedly very painful for those civilians. The nobles of the two empires will definitely not care about the lives of ordinary people. As long as their rule is stable, there will be no loss to sacrifice some civilians. Anyway, it is polygamy, and if you have more children, you will compensate for 2 golden soul coins every month, so they are not worried about population issues. In addition, the Empire will also award medals of honor for soldiers who have been killed in the battle against the Beast Tide. Those who have awakened their martial souls can enter the Junior Soul Master Academy, and the tuition fee is reduced by 2/3. Under this policy, the population of the two empires will be kept in a very sufficient state. But no one knows the pain of losing a loved one, and sadness will only fall on ordinary families. Resist the beast tide, and ordinary people will die for a lifetime if they go. The Wuhan Hall also has its own defensive army, which was also formed by civilians from all over the world. He is not the so-called Virgin Mary, but he just wants these ordinary families to reduce some of their sadness. Others' weapons do not need to be transmitted. Once the human weapon state is too strong, the soul beast will suffer great damage. Before the artificial soul ring is studied, a balance must be maintained between humans and soul masters. And no one knows whether the gods in the upper realm will interfere with this development. The hidden weapons recorded in the Xiantianbao record all belong to the category of cold weapons. The civilization situation in Douluo continent is of course not to worry about it. It is not ruled out that the selfishness of the gods in the divine world is, after all, the original drama has evolved into a battle between faith, and the battle between the two gods is a dark place. Kachin wanted this weapon to spread from the spirit hall and make its reputation reach a new level. Every year, it helps soul masters from all over the mainland to awaken their martial souls. As long as they have been certified by the Martial Soul Hall, the Soul Sect can also receive soul coins subsidies before, which makes the Martial Soul Hall have a very good reputation among civilian soul masters. The two empires and other sects also have their own systems, but that is only for their own people. The awakening of civilian martial souls has nothing to do with them. The Martial Spirit Hall will promote this weapon, which will gain more support from civilians. Even the two empires cannot gain such a heart. This may allow the Wuhun Palace to recruit more potential talents and make the inheritance lasting forever. As the people want, Kachin wants to see how those guys plan to overthrow the Wuhun Hall in the future. In 15 minutes, he drew the complete shape of the composite bow. It is definitely not possible to have a bow or an arrow. He continued to draw matching arrows. Armor-breaking arrow. Compound bow. After he finished drawing, Ling Yuan couldn't help asking, "Second young master, what kind of bow is this you are drawing?" "This is called a compound bow. Even people with little strength can pull it away. 50 meters distance, basically the same as the ones." Kachin put down his pen and said slowly. "Compound bow?" This name made Ling Yuan feel very unfamiliar with him. He never said this bow shape. Can a person with little strength pull it apart? Is it caused by the wheels at both ends? Although she didn't understand why she could perform this effect, it must have a lot to do with the extra 2 wheels. Yes, this is a gear that can increase the convenience of archery and reduce the effort consumed when drawing the bow. After Kachin finished speaking, he briefly talked to her about the principles and structure of the composite bow. Ling Yuan looked at the drawing and didn't expect that this weapon was so powerful. If ordinary people use this weapon to equip this kind of weapon, they can probably shoot and kill the Great Soul Master. If you find your weaknesses in a century, ordinary people should be able to easily shoot and kill with this armor-breaking arrow. Ling Yuan looked at him and asked, "Second young master, if this kind of arrow can carry soul power, wouldn't it be more powerful? If a soul master is below the level of the soul sect, then this weapon should not be a problem to deal with soul beasts within 1,000 years. The arrows attach to soul power, and the armor-breaking effect should be better, and the penetration power will be stronger. But the specific effect must be known only after the finished product is made." Kachin didn't know what would happen if the compound bow matched with the soul master. After all, he designed it from the perspective of ordinary people. Attaching soul power is equivalent to enchanting the arrow, and the power must be tested until the finished product. Ling Yuan asked again, "Second young master, you only have pictures. Do you have any specific parts? Look, are you anxious? I haven't drawn it yet. I'll design its specific parts now." After Kachin finished speaking, he took out a new piece of paper and began to design specific parts of the composite bow. Ling Yuan saw him so seriously, so she stood in the distance and watched him quietly create. An hour later, Kachin twisted his sore neck and rubbed his eyes. Looking at the parts on the drawings, he took a deep breath. "It's done, and next I'll look for craftsmen to create parts." He was very satisfied with the design this time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was done in one go. Ling Yuan asked, "Second young master, then take this thing to the great worship now." Kachin shook his head, "No, assemble the finished product and bring it to my father for a look. A picture cannot explain anything, only the finished product can convince others." Chapter 10: The Shock of Parts Drawings. After the design of the composite bow parts, Kachin brought Ling Yuan to the craftsman's department of the Wuhun Hall. However, for safety reasons, he split all the parts drawings. Build in batches and finally assemble. As for what is not the right size, it doesn't exist. Holding the drawings is just a copy and creating them directly. The craftsman's department of the Wuhun Hall is composed of a family of craftsmen with inherited traditions. The Blacksmith Association in Zhengzhen City is also between the same. The craftsman department of the Wuhun Hall is composed of 4 inherited families: iron, plating, hammer and forging. The Iron Clan masters exquisite smelting technology. The plated family is good at designing and manufacturing large-scale weapons of destruction. The hammer family is good at designing and manufacturing various skills and weapons. The forging family is good at forging techniques and can perfectly remove impurities from materials. There is competition and cooperation between them, and a lot of weapons and equipment have been designed for the martial spirit hall. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan came to the craftsman department and found the workplace of the members of the Mason clan. I have seen the second young master, but I wonder what the second young master is doing here. The person who came here was the responsible manager and had a very respectful attitude. I designed some parts in my spare time, and I want you to help you create them. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Second young master, please come with me. The director took him into a quiet room. After greeting Qian Yuchen to sit down, the director asked respectfully, I wonder what the second young master has designed. Can you please check it out below? Of course. Qian Yuchen took out a piece of the parts drawing and handed it to the other party. The director took it and looked at it, his eyes widened in an instant. This is a brand new way to draw parts, and the accuracy is much better than what they use now. If we use this method to design weapons, the Hammer clan can design more exquisite parts. It will be easier for the head of the family to be promoted to a magic craftsman. Second young master, drawings. The director handed the drawings to Qian Yuchen with excitement. Second young master, please wait a moment, and then go and call the young master here. He is not sure about this matter, he has to let the person who is involved. Qian Yuchen nodded, well, you go. He thought the other party called the young master of the Qi clan just for Qian Daoliu's sake. In fact, the director also has experience in parts design. Qian Yuchen's drawings have shown him a brand new way of drawing. For such a major matter, I can only tell the young master first. The director came to the forging hall, and after passing through it, he arrived at the design room and found the person he was looking for. He saw the middle-aged man who was watching the drawings and hurriedly said, Young master, good news, the patriarch may have a chance to reach the level of a magic craftsman. This middle-aged man is the young master of the clan of the Mag, Liu Hejin. It's too difficult for my father to break through to the magic craftsman. Unless he finds a new design direction, it's really difficult to break through. Liu Hejin sighed and did not take the other party's words as a comforting word. No, I dare not deceive the young master. The director told him in detail about the drawings taken out by Qian Yuchen. The new drawing method can design more precise parts. Liu Hejin was uneasy and immediately put down the drawings in his hand. Go and take me over. He was very curious about what the design drawings in Qian Yuchen's hand looked like. Could this mysterious second young master be very talented in forging? Just 5 minutes before and after, Qian Yuchen saw someone coming. I have met the second young master, but I don't know what parts the second young master needs to design. I will complete it as fast as possible. Liu Hejin really wants to meet the other party's drawings. If they are true, then he will do it himself. Young master Liu, you are polite. You can look at the design drawings first, and it's not too late to make a decision. Qian Yuchen took out the drawing he had shown to the director before and handed it to the other party. When Liu Hejin looked at it, the three-dimensional parts seemed to be placed in the drawings. The three-dimensional empty diagram is clearly structured, and the four angles of front, back, up and down perfectly present the whole picture of the parts. He couldn't help but praise, it's really a second young master's design that is simply ingenious. Using this drawing method, his father, who had long been in a bottleneck, really has the hope of reaching the level of a magic craftsman. A God-given opportunity. He calmed down and said, this part is simple to construct and can be completed in half an hour. I wonder how much the second young master wants to design. This is just one of the drawings, I have 6 left. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he handed over several other drawings to Liu Hejin. Liu Hejin watched one by one and found that the design things were simple to construct and 7 parts took only 3 hours to complete. He said, Second young master, it's not difficult to create this kind of material, but there is something you have to discuss with you. What's the matter? Tell me. Qian Yuchen said. The design method of your drawing is very novel. I hope the second young master can teach this design method to the Magnet clan. Liu he was giving a big gift to Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen instantly understood the other party's meaning, but the identity of the other party's young patriarch was not enough to negotiate with him. If you remember correctly, the patriarch of the Mason clan is in seclusion, preparing to attack the magic craftsman. And his new design method may be helpful to him. This is a very important thing and needs to come in person by Clan Liu. It's really unintentional to plant willows and willows. He thought for a while and said, you can't make the decision on this matter yet, let old Master Lu come and discuss it. Lu Hejin nodded, second young master, I personally design your parts, and I will tell him about my father's side. I haven't seen him for a long time. The things he created are very practical and brings a lot of convenience to thousands of households. I still miss him a little. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. My father is old and is conducting new design research, so it is naturally rare to see people. Lu Hejin also responded with a smile. Things were almost done, Qian Yuchen got up and prepared to leave. He looked at Lu Hejin, young master Lu, please ask you about designing parts. I'll come here in the evening. Lu Hejin said respectfully, second young master, walk slowly. After Qian Yuchen left here, he immediately loaded the drawings into the storage soul guide and headed towards the family. The station left. Father, you have hope of breaking through to the magic craftsman. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan were walking on the way back, and Ling Yuan said in confusion. Second young master, why did you only give half of the parts? What are you going to do with the remaining parts? Qian Yuchen heard her ask and smiled and said, give half of it, so we have room for choice. This kind of simple parts can also be designed by a plating family. What is precious about the drawings is the way to design parts. Ling Yuan now understood that the second young master was preparing to let the clan of the mallet be used by him. Then she was puzzled. But the power that a group of craftsmen can exert is limited, right? Why not recruit Douluo for titles? The strength of the titled Douluo is much stronger than that of the craftsman. Looking at Ling Yuan's half-knowing look, Qian Yuchen didn't say much. The Hammer family can design precise parts, which is exactly what he needs. He believed that those few drawings would shock the other party. There are still many precision auxiliary tools that he hasn't taken out yet. If you want the other party to use it for him, of course you have to show your greatest sincerity. He is not Tang San. He can tightly cover the building with one drawing, and finally let the other party throw himself into the furnace to eliminate the sharpness of the deep sea and silver. Qian Yuchen looked back at the workplace of the Magnet clan and continued to head towards the library. At the same time, the Hammer clan also began to explode. The old face of the patriarch Luti became rosy and his whole body became excited. This is the design drawing I dream of. The opportunity to break through to the magic craftsman is there. The second young master, you are truly a talented person in the casting process. Chapter 11 Following the Magnet Clan. The Martial Soul City Ram Clan's clan. The moment Luti knew that this was the new design method he had always dreamed of. With this drawing method, he can design more exquisite parts and reach the realm of a divine craftsman in his ancestors. He looked at his son Lu Hejin and confirmed again, Zheng was this drawing really drawn by the second young master? Father, this drawing was handed over to me by the second young master himself. He also said that if you want to understand this design method, you have to talk to him in person. He was looking at his father and said seriously. It seems that this second young master has been in the library for many years and has had an epiphany. If this is the case, then the guys in Zhengzhen City may not be able to sleep. He still knows some things that Luti is a few years older than Qian Daoliu. For example, the second young master cannot cultivate soul power. He guessed that Qian Yuchen's drawings this time were learned from the tens of thousands of books in the Wuhan Hall. After 30 years of enlightenment, it is likely that there are still secrets they don't know. When will he go to the craftsman department? Evening. Okay, I'll go with you now. I'll design the parts on this drawing myself. After saying that, Luti was about to set off. Since the other party has given time, just go to the appointment. Afterwards, the two left their family base and went to the craftsman's department of the Wuhan Hall. After Luti came to the craftsman department, he immediately asked not to spread the news about himself. He took the drawings and entered his own exclusive design room and soon entered the working state. On the side of Qian Yuchen, he was calmly looking through his books and occasionally looking up at the window. Time flies very fast, and the sunset is half hanging in the sky. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan came to the workplace of the craftsman tribe, and this time he asked Ling Yuan to accompany him. The director was waiting here early, just waiting for his arrival. Second young master, Elder Ling Yuan. All the parts you need have been built, and the clan leader is here. The director said respectfully. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, please lead the way. Please follow me. The director took the two to Luti's design room. 3 minutes later, the director came to the door of the design room. Second young master, it's not convenient for me to go in, please. Qian Yuchen nodded and reached out to knock on the door 3 times. Please come in. An old and thick voice came from the other side of the door. He unscrewed the door handle and walked in, and Ling Yuan followed behind him. As soon as he entered the door, he saw an old man with white hair and slightly curly hairline, holding a design drawing and reluctant to let go. When the old man saw Qian Yuchen coming in, he put down the design drawing in his hand. I, Luti, have met the second young master, Elder Ling Yuan. Captain Lu is polite. I'll disturb you rashly, please forgive me. Qian Yuchen's words surprised Luti a little. The second young master was joking. The parts you designed made me feel inferior to you. And on this drawing, I saw hope for further development. You sit down first, I will take out the designed parts now. Qian Yuchen sat on the chair on the right, while Ling Yuan stood quietly on the side. This is the part I designed based on the drawings, and the second young master personally took a look. Luti took out the box beside him, walked to him, and placed it on the table beside him. Qian Yuchen took the box and opened it, and neatly arranged parts came into view. He took out the gears and looked at them carefully. There was really nothing to say about the workmanship. Captain Lu's skills are indeed amazing, is worthy of being a famous forging master in the mainland. Hearing the other party's praise, Luti shook his head and said, I'm old, I'm just a little bit of heat. Of course, he was still very proud of his design. It was a proud thing that the parts he designed were recognized and praised. Qian Yuchen asked curiously, Captain Lu, how did you make this precise polishing? The second young master must have heard that the awakened martial soul of the Mallet clan is a sharp gold file. This kind of martial soul is born to design precision parts. It can make the owner's hands and eyes have high stability and coordination. After absorbing the soul ring, it can also change its shape. So, it's very easy to design delicate parts. But it requires a lot of experience in processing various materials. Luti introduced his martial soul with a smile. This reminded Qian Yuchen of a word, the innate fitter holy body. He praised, it is worthy of being the inherited craftsman family, and the martial soul is indeed magical. Second young master, I came this time because I hope you can teach this method of mapping to the clan of the Mall. Of course, I am willing to show my greatest sincerity in exchange. Luti suddenly became serious and his tone was very respectful. Qian Yuchen did not give a positive answer, but asked. Captain Lu, did you find anything when you designed this part of me? Luti nodded and said, Second young master, you seem to have only half of the parts, and the things you make up should be similar to bows and crossbows. However, I am stupid and cannot infer a complete graphic design. This part is indeed only half, and the assembled things are indeed similar to crossbows, but they are a brand new type. Once it is designed, it will greatly improve human defense against soul beasts. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he looked at the other person with a smile. I have to say that Lu Titan does have some things, and basically guessed the use of the design. Luti was stunned. The second young master designed this thing to allow humans to resist the invasion of soul beasts? If it is true, it is a good thing that benefits mankind. My way of making parts drawings can be called a subversion of traditional methods and opening up a new era. Captain Lu, you should know the weight of it. And it also contains a brand new way of development of craftsmen, which is even enough to change the pattern of the mainland in the future. Qian Yuchen looked at the other party's eyes and smiled, and a strong sense of confidence emanated from him. Luti was too familiar with this scene. It was this ultimate confidence that the great worship of Qian Daoliu raised the prestige of the Wuhun Hall to a new level. And he himself is respected by the Soul Master realm, invincible in the sky. However, he was more interested in the brand new way of craftsman's development. If you can get it first, the Hammer clan is likely to become the greatest craftsman inheritance family in the mainland. He said uncertainly, Second young master, aren't your words groundless? Of course not. In our lives, there are many things that are not visible to the naked eye. Wound suppuration, meat rot, fruit hair growth and other phenomena are all caused by invisible things. But through some technology, you can see them clearly. Even the stars hanging in the sky at night, by creating corresponding tools, we can still peek at one or two of them. These are not something that a simple magnifying glass can do. It requires more precise drawings to design more precise instruments. When Qian Yuchen said these words, Luti was deeply shocked. A brand new technological direction seems to really exist. Just thinking about it makes people feel very excited. This is a great opportunity, you cannot miss it, you must seize it. Without saying a word, he knelt on one knee, bent down and bowed, and saluted with his hands together. Luti, the leader of the 15th generation of the Magnet clan, swears here. The heaven and earth testify, my clan is my clan. I wish to follow the second prince's clan for generations, obey his orders, and charge forward. If there is any violation, God will punish you from the earth and you will not be able to have a good end. After he finished speaking, the voice came to mind from all the clan members of the Magnet tribe. Lu Hejin looked incredibly in the direction of his father, and he actually made a martial soul oath. Second young master, what magic does the second son have that deserve allegiance to the whole clan? However, once the clan leader's martial soul is established, the clans should follow him. Qian Yuchen stood up, helped Luti up, and said, Captain Lu, I promise you won't regret your choice today. The clan of the Mallet will transcend history and become the greatest family of craftsmen on the continent. Second young master, I believe you. Now I can let me see the remaining drawings. Luti stood up, his expression a little urgent. Ling Yuan on the side was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Qian Yuchen used a drawing to exchange for the loyalty of the entire Mason clan. It's such an eye-opener. Of course. Qian Yuchen handed the remaining parts drawings to the other party, as well as the finished design drawings. He is still very relieved about his own people. Luti took it and looked at it, and was instantly attracted by this exquisite bow. From an experience point of view, this bow, the power and portability are far superior to other bows. Epic-making design. Second young master, please wait for a moment. I will do the rest of the parts now. I'm still looking forward to the power of this new bow. Luti returned to his seat, took out the fine iron, and prepared to create the remaining parts. Then thank you for your hard work in Clan Lu. Qian Yuchen is also looking forward to what kind of power the formed bow will burst out. Luti, who entered his working state, showed his strength as a wave of forging masters. Summon the martial soul, hold the file in your right hand, and quickly turn the metal material into the shape you want. In just 20 minutes, he had completed the parts of the remaining drawings. The second young master, the parts on the drawings are all made according to the design requirements. Luti turned around and looked at Qian Yuchen, looking a little tired. Qian Yuchen showed excitement and immediately stood up. Okay, I'll assemble it now. Chapter 12 The finished product of the composite bow, the shock of Guangling. Qian Yuchen rarely came to the worship hall just to meet his father. Of course, the main purpose is to tell him about the compound bow. This place left behind memories of his childhood, but after becoming sensible, he didn't want to come. As soon as I stepped into the worship hall, I met someone who would unexpectedly appear. 5 offerings, Guangling Douluo. I have seen the 5 worshippers. He said respectfully. In terms of etiquette, Qian Yuchen still did it well. Guangling was also surprised. What did this junior who could not cultivate soul power do if he was not brought to the library in the library? Yuchen, you are. Come to see my father, tell him something important. Since that's the case, let's go and meet the great worship together. Guangling was a little curious about what he wanted to say. When the two of them arrived at the worship hall, they saw 3 more people in the hall. Golden Crocodile, Qianjun, and Subduing Demons. When the 3 of them saw Guangling and Qian Yuchen coming in, they all looked at them. Qian Yuchen saw the 3 of them and saluted. I have seen 2 offerings, 6 offerings, and 7 offerings. Yet. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded. Second young master. The 2 brothers Qianjun's demon subduing brothers still have a good impression of him. After all, when the enthroned went out, Qian Yuchen entrusted them to the 2 brothers. It's just that I have regrets that the second young master cannot cultivate his soul power, which is regrettable. Guangling nodded to the 3 of them and walked to the Golden Crocodile Douluo. Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Yuchen and asked, Yuchen, what's the matter with you coming to the worship hall? Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Daoliu and said, in his spare time, he developed a bow that can increase the chance of killing ordinary soul beasts when the beast tide comes. As soon as these words came out, Guangling, who is the master of archery, asked, Second young master, can I let you see it? Qian Yuchen took out the finished compound bow and 5 armor-breaking arrows from his storage soul guide. After appearing, Guangling looked at this novel bow and felt that it was not simple. 5 offerings, let me demonstrate first, and you can try again. After saying that, Chen took a bow and shot an arrow, aiming at a tree outside the hall. The distance is about 50 meters. Whoosh! When I released the arrow, I could only hear a sound of breaking through the air. The arrows directly penetrated into the tree trunk 2/3. Guangling was shocked to see Qianyuchen's unfamiliar archery movements and the power it caused. People in his family shot arrows into the tree trunk 50 meters, which required at least 2.5 years to practice. The quality of bows and arrows must also be excellent to achieve this effect. Moreover, Qianyuchen pulls the bow and arrow, which makes him feel relaxed, and his backhand positioning is very stable. Although the golden crocodile Douluo and the others do not know how to bow an arrow, the power they cause cannot be underestimated. It was a tin birch tree, with its bark and trunks very hard, and it was difficult for ordinary bows and arrows to cause such damage at a distance of 50 meters. 5 worshippers, you can try it too. Qianyuchen handed the compound bow and armor-breaking arrow to Guangling Douluo. Guangling took it, and after careful and extensive, he discovered the mystery. The gears at both ends of this bow will bring different effects after pulling. Second young master, your bow is really exquisite. After he praised him, he pulled his bow and arrow and finished it in one go. Qianyuchen only saw a black line flying out, and he heard the sound of explosion. His eyes shifted to the tree where he was shooting his archery, and his arrow was divided into 2. The tree trunk was still shot through. It is worthy of being the master of archery. Guangling's move really shocked him. 5 worships good archery. Guangling shook his head and smiled, and returned the bow and arrow to him. The new bow of the second young master is really easy to use, and the archery speed is faster. Compared with other bow types, it requires more skill, otherwise it will destroy the wheels on both sides and reduce the service life. But this design is really ingenious. Ordinary people can become excellent archers after a short period of training. This is a rare divine weapon for soldiers who resist the beast tide. Guangling told him about his user experience and praised him by the way. I have to say that he did have some things, and he suddenly pointed out several key places. Qianyuchen held the bow in his hand and said, Father, my original intention of designing this bow is to allow civilian soldiers to increase their chances of surviving when resisting the beast tide. Every time the beast tide comes, I don't know how many families will suffered a heavy blow. Thinking of this, although I can't practice, I also want to do something. This bow was created after watching many books and making thousands of design improvements. When the golden crocodile Douluo heard these words, he nodded secretly. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. This junior never forgot what he once said. Unfortunately, I cannot practice, otherwise the position of the Pope will be his. Qianjun subdued the demons and the two were very pleased. The child never gave up and was trying hard to prove himself. Just like after he knew that he could not practice soul power, he did not look down, but instead was full of fighting spirit. I can't practice soul power, it doesn't mean I can't do anything for the spirit hall. Isn't it true that there is no way out of heaven? As long as you want to walk, the road is at your feet. 2 uncles, please be optimistic. I will find my own way in these tens of thousands of books. At that time, the 2 brothers were shocked. It is hard to imagine that this is what a 9-year-old child said in the library. The Qianjun demon-subduing brothers looked at each other, and a look of happiness appeared in their eyes. Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction, and the child really found a new path. He looked at Qianyuchen and asked, Do you have any plans for the arrangement of the bow? Let the Pope's palace be announced in the name of the Temple of Ends. I'm ready for the design drawings, and you know that I like quietness. I still need to trouble my father. Qianyuchen expressed his plans. As soon as he said that, Qian Daoliu naturally understood what he was thinking, and he did not want people to know that he was the designer. This is a wise choice. If Zhang Yang goes out, it will cause a lot of trouble. Especially Kyungsunji, once you know about this, it will be amazing. Brothers fight, this is something he doesn't want to see. Qianyuchen must have considered this and did not want to make things difficult for him, so he said this. Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed through his heart. The 4 people, Golden Crocodile, Guangling, Qianjun and Demon Subduing, were stunned. He didn't want such a great honor. If the world knew that this was designed by him, it would be able to eliminate the negative impact in the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu looked at the expressions of the 4 worshippers and knew the reason why they were stunned. Okay, I will hand it over to the Pope's hall in the name of the worship hall. Everyone, Please keep this matter secret. When others ask, they say I have no objection. Hearing his words, the golden crocodile Douluo and the others expressed their understanding. Abide by the orders of the great offering. Qian Yuchen took out the design drawings of the compound bow and armor-breaking arrow and handed them to Qian Daoliu. Father, I'll trouble you. This is a good thing to enhance the prestige of the spirit hall, and it's not a problem. This is another manifestation in the eyes of the four people, Golden Crocodile, Guangling, Qianjun and Demon Subduing. After the matter, I will leave with my clothes and hide my merits and fame. Guangling Douluo hurriedly said, Great worship, if the first batch of finished products are made, please give priority to the Ice Arrow family. The Ice Arrow family is his clan and the core force of the Bow Arrow force in Wuhan City. When resisting the beast tide, their sacrifices were also the greatest. With this new type of bow and arrow, the population problems of the Ice Arrow family can be alleviated. Qian Daoliu nodded, I have never forgotten your family's contribution to the Spirit Hall, just wait with peace of mind. Guangling represents the Ice Arrow family here. Thank you for your great offering. Guangling Douluo was about to kneel down and thank him. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Qian Daoliu waved his hand, and Guangling did not kneel down. Qian Yuchen said, 5 offerings are for the benefit of mankind. The Ice Arrow clan has paid so much for the Spirit Hall, so it is appropriate to give priority to the use. Guangling was naturally very happy to see him say this. Ha ha ha, I thank the second young master for thanking you. You can visit the Ice Arrow clan in your spare time. Golden Crocodile Douluo was surprised that he did this. Not many people could visit his Ice Arrow clan. Thank you, the 5 worshippers, for invitations, but there are still important things for the time being, and I'm afraid I can't go there in a short time. Qian Yuchen smiled and refused. After saying that, he looked at Qian Daoliu. Father, the matter has been told, so I will step down first. Qian Daoliu nodded and said, well, we are ready to discuss things too. He called the Golden Crocodile and the others over, but something was wrong. If it weren't for Qian Yuchen's incident, they would have started long ago. Then, Qian Yuchen left the worship hall. Chapter 13 Bib Dong, set out, Nether Forest. King Sunji still made a decision and asked the 4-titled Douluo to lead Bib Dong to the Netherworld Forest. Although the risk factor is large, the returns are very good. During this period, he read the information and understood that the beast's martial soul can absorb the same type of soul beasts to maximize the power of the martial soul. Just like the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which absorbs thunder-attributed dragon soul beasts, its own martial soul power will be enhanced. If you absorb other types of soul beasts, you will not achieve this effect. His angel martial soul and the soul rings absorbed are all light attributes, which has a high bonus to the martial soul. The best configuration of plant-based martial souls like Yuan is, of course, plant-based soul beasts, but they can also absorb other types of soul rings to make up for the shortcomings of the martial soul hall. This kind of existence is only a few. After all, Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum is considered a top-level plant-based martial soul. Bib Dong's Death Spider King is a rare top-level beast martial soul and deserves great training. He immediately ordered, come, go, and notify the 4 elders, Jew, Ghost, Leopard and Bear, to come to the Pope's palace. I have important matters to discuss. A person came in outside the hall and said respectfully, effect the Pope's order. The man left and went to pass the message. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at the Pope's hall. They looked at Qian Sunji and said respectfully, I have met the Pope. King Sunji stood up and got to the point. I'm asking you to come this time to help Donger hunt the soul ring that suits her. Ju Douluo was puzzled and asked, Pope, if it is the first soul ring, there is no need to dispatch 4-titled Douluo. An ordinary soul hunting group is enough. No, the place I went this time is quite special. Donger's martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor, and the soul beast suitable for her is in the Nether Forest. Qian Sunji looked at the 4 people seriously and said, Nether Forest, this place sounds very strange. The 4 of them now understood why the Pope asked them to come. Ghost Leopard Douluo asked, I wonder what kind of soul beast his Holy Queen needs. Death Demon Spider. Qian Sunji said in a deep voice. Donger has learned the specific information, and you 4 will take her there. This is also a small observation for her. You can report the specific situation when you come back. One thing must be remembered, something is wrong, take her back immediately and don't fall in love with the fight. He reminded again. The four of them stood up and said, I understand. After talking about the matter, Kyung Sunji asked the four of them to find Bib Dong and set out for the Netherworld Forest. Kyun Yuchen was studying and designing a composite crossbow in the library, and suddenly the door opened. Ling Yuan hurriedly walked in and said, the second young master, four titled Douluo elders, took His Highness the Saint to leave the spirit hall. He asked, four titled Douluo? Which four are they? Ling Yuan replied, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, Demon Bear Douluo. The four of them. Jian Yuchen thought about it and understood what was going on. My elder brother still figured it out. He sent four titled Douluo, and must have gone to the Netherworld Forest. This time I will help Bib Dong hunt her soul beast, Death Spider Emperor. Listening to his words, Ling Yuan Douluo was puzzled. If there is no map in that place, it will not be easy to find. Where did His Highness come from the map? The Palace of Enjoyment. Kyunyu City is very sure that it is a map provided by the people in the worship hall. Otherwise, Chihiroji would not have sent anyone. He won't take risks if he is unsure of things. Ling Yuan asked curiously. The four titled Douluo were dispatched at once. Is the Netherworld so terrifying? That's right, if you enter the level 88 Contra and have not reached the habitat of the Death Demon Spider, you may not be able to come back. Jian Yuchen said in a serious tone. Unless it is his father's extreme level in the world, it is difficult for ordinary titled Douluo to escape unscathed. Even if it is the second offering of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. This matter is not our focus, we will know when they come back. After saying this, he was about to continue drawing the drawings of the composite crossbow. This weapon can accurately kill within 150 meters. The composite bow can be made first, and the composite crossbow will be made first for yourself. As an ordinary person, he must have a suitable self-defense weapon. There are four little ones who have to go out for actual combat and need a portable weapon. Actually, he wants to build a desert eagle the most. The violent aesthetics generated by the impact is the romance of men. Then I'll step down first and call me if I have something to do. Ling Yuan looked at the complicated parts on the paper and retreated directly. She was not interested in such boring things. She walked out of the library, closed the door gently, sat down on a chair under the shade of the tree, and looked at the library quietly. Bib Dong was still a little excited. After all, I was about to absorb the first soul ring. And the place we are going to be is the habitat of the Death Spider. Nether Forest. She looked at Yuan and asked, Elder Ju, what is the teacher's itinerary? Yuan smiled and said, Saint, the Pope said that you will arrange it yourself, and the four of us will cooperate with you with all our strength. Bib Dong fell into thinking after hearing what he said. This must be the test given by my teacher. Why do you always like to give yourself questions? Bib Dong has done his homework these days and has an understanding of hunting soul beasts. The Netherworld Forest is far away from the martial Soul City. First, rush your way and then find a place to rest for a night. Be in front of the Netherworld Forest, find out the information nearby, and then enter. She expressed her thoughts and looked at the four titled Douluo. Yuan nodded and said, Saint, then as you say. Ghosts, and leopards and demon bears are also dark nodded. It is not easy for the saint to understand these things at a young age. The demon bear looked at Bib Dong and compared his grandson who had just awakened his martial soul. My grandson is simply incompetent and he always wants to eat and play. When you go back, you need to educate yourself. An excellent soul master must start with the doll. As a saint, I can consider so much at such a young age. I am far inferior to you when I am at your age. The demon bear laughed, his strong muscles were driven, and his whole body looked like a small hill. Ghost didn't say anything and looked at him incredible. I thought to myself, how can you, a silly guy, praise others? Ghost Leopard Douluo also glanced at the demon bear. This guy praised people rarely, it was a rare scene. Yuan did not pay attention to the changes in their expressions, but instead reminded. We act as low-key as possible. Now we have changed our clothes and don't have unnecessary trouble. Do you understand? This mission is very important, and the Pope attaches great importance to it. The ghost and the other two nodded and became alert again. Bib Dong looked at Yuan with a slight understanding and said to himself, this elder Jew looks very soft, but he didn't expect his heart to be so delicate. Sure enough, the second uncle is right, he should not behave like a person. Then let's hurry up and strive to reach the next town before dark. Four elders, what do you think? Hearing Bib Dong's words, the 4 people in Yuan said in unison. Effect your order. Then, the 5 people accelerated their travel speed. Chapter 14. The result of the soul hunting shocked Kachin. Kachin was in the library, holding a newly created composite crossbow in his hand. He really couldn't put it down and raised it and aimed left and right, like a child who got a novel toy. Protagonist, who isn't a 12*36-month-old baby. This composite crossbow is also equipped with a scope to adjust the focal length. After he explained the principle of the concave mirror to LUTI, he made the other party interested in studying it. In one day, he created 50 different models of high-definition concave and convex mirrors. After some arrangement and combination, he created a lookout glass and a microscope. It is truly terrifying to be the master of forging. LUTI did not forget Kachin's advice and made a scope with adjustable focal length. After assembling the composite crossbow, he handed it to the other party directly. He was not interested in weapons, but only in designing weapon parts. And these magical lenses made him discover a lot of wonderful things. After playing with the compound crossbow, Kachin put it away. He looked out the window and murmured, I wonder if Bib Dong's trip went smoothly this time. The death demon spider race is very difficult. But when I thought of Gui Mei and Yu Guan going, I felt that it was nothing. Their martial soul fusion technique, the Lianji static realm, is also a very bug-like existence. The two 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the original play were both controlled by the 2 of their martial soul fusion skills. What do you think so much? Read books. Reviewing the past and learning the new can be a teacher. Kachin calmed down and began to sit on the desk and picked up a book and read it. Douluo Spring and Autumn. Just after he turned 2 pages, his face suddenly turned slightly red. At this time, there were rapid footsteps outside the door. He hurriedly put down the book and his face returned to normal. Second young master. The 4 elders of Yuan are back. Before you see the person, you will hear the sound. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, she appeared not far from Kunyu City. In order to tell him the news as soon as possible, she was very fast. This made her a little panting, and the snow-white mountain peaks were undulating, and she felt that the fabric could not hold on. Kachin quickly glanced without leaving any trace and said, What are you anxious about? Second young master, all 4 of them were injured and looked a little tired. The saint seems to be nothing, and there is no change compared to before leaving. Ling Yuan said what he saw. They will definitely report to the Pope's palace for this soul hunting operation. These are not things we should consider, just wait quietly. After Kachin finished speaking, he picked up a copy of Continental Geography and started reading it. Bib Dong was not injured, he must have met something. If he was not mistaken, she would definitely come to the library to find her. Bib Dong and Yuan looked at Wuhan City, and their tense expressions finally relaxed. For Yuan, this ordinary soul hunting operation is as difficult as hunting a 50,000-year soul beast. This place in Netherworld Forest is really something that ordinary people can enter. Poisonous miasma is densely populated with poisons everywhere. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by the sudden appearance of poisons. If he was given another chance, he would never agree to find this place. It's not a place for people to stay. Kachin had already sent someone to wait for them. After seeing the 5 people, the man said respectfully. Elder Ju, Lord Pope is waiting for you in the Pope's hall. I understand, let's go here. Yuan replied, with a strong feminine aura in his tone. 20 minutes later, the 5 people arrived at the Pope's hall. Kachin looked at the 5 people who returned safely, and his worries completely disappeared. He stood up and looked at the 4 titled Douluo of Yuan and the others, 4 elders, thank you for your hard work this time. Yuan and the other 4 responded, you are kind to you, Pope, we should do the mission. The martial soul palace still needs your strength. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Kachin smiled and looked at Bib Dong. Donger, show the gains of this time to the teacher. Okay, teacher. Bib Dong nodded and took a step back. She stretched out her right hand and a dark purple spider appeared in the palm of her hand. At the same time, a purple soul ring lit up on her body. That's right, the purple 1000-year soul ring. The first soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor is the 1000 years of soul ring. Kachin immediately laughed proudly, ha ha ha, I am worthy of being a disciple of this Pope, and it is indeed very similar to an ordinary person. The first soul ring of 1000 years is also a unique existence when looking at the entire Soul Master world. He is worthy of being his apprentice, and he is better than his own. Bib Dong drifted his thoughts back and talked to Kachin for 2 days. Based on the test method given by the other party, she ran around Wuhan City with a weight of 10 kilograms. In the end, after she finished 3 laps, she felt the limit and could not continue the 4th lap. After 3 circles, the first soul ring can be absorbed for 1,500 years. She chose to believe Kachin's words and absorb the first soul ring for 1,500 years. Kachin asked about his experience of hunting souls, and Yuan began to slowly tell him. After entering the netherworld forest, Yuan asked Bib Dong how many years he had chosen to have soul ring. She said directly, 1,500 years. At that time, the 4 people in Yuan were shocked very much. The first soul ring chose the 1,000-year soul ring. Are young people now so crazy? The 4 of them looked at each other and asked each other, are you already lagging behind the times? Bib Dong's tone when he said this was very firm, which made Yuan and the others not easy to persuade him. If there is a problem with the soul absorption ring, they will just take action to stop it in time. Based on the soul beast identification information given by Bib Dong, they found a suitable death spider. There is a purple spot on the left leg and 5 white spots on the right leg, just 1,500 years old. Gui Mei took action quickly and beat him up with only 1 breath. Bib Dong immediately ended the opponent. A purple soul ring appeared, and Bib Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul to prepare to absorb the soul ring. No way, the soul ring was directly attached to Bib Dong and completed the soul ring absorption very easily. This scene is a scene that the 4-titled Douluo had never seen before. The soul ring seemed to be impatient to be absorbed by her. Bib Dong, whose soul ring has been absorbed, directly broke through to level 15 soul power. Having the first soul skill, Death Poison Mist. Death Spider Emperor's first soul skill Death Poison Mist. Type, Mental Control and Poison Array Skills. Effect, purple poisons are spreading, within the poisonous fog, the target consciousness is dispersed, the soul power is exhausted, and the vitality is gradually lost. After becoming the titled Douluo, people can even be turned into dead bones. However, Bib Dong concealed something, and she also obtained a soul bone with external attachment. Death Demon Spider attaches soul bone outside the right palm, Death Claw. This matter was unknown to Yuan. After hunting the soul beast, I felt a powerful aura coming to my face. A huge death spider came nearby and attacked them. Based on preliminary judgment, the level of this death spider is more than 70,000 years. Its strength is not inferior to the titled Douluo. The 4 of them retreated while fighting and wanted to evacuate here, but 5,000-year-old death spiders surrounded them. At the critical moment, Bib Dong suddenly showed the Death Spider Emperor, and the group of Death Demon Spiders immediately stopped chasing and turned around and left. This made the 4 of them confused. Seeing that the danger was eliminated, they took Bib Dong back to the Spirit Hall immediately. Kachin was shocked after hearing what he said. It is really rare that Bib Dong's martial soul can intimidate the Death Demon Spider that has been forever. So far, all he has seen is the 7-killing sword martial soul. After it appears, other sword-like martial souls will tremble and surrender. Once the 7 kills were released, thousands of swords surrendered. The fact that her first soul ring cannot be allowed to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring will spread, as it will cause her a lot of unnecessary trouble. He looked at Bib Dong and said earnestly, "Donger, put away the martial soul ring. If you do not need to, don't show your soul ring." Bib Dong put away his martial soul and the soul ring disappeared. Kachin looked at Yuan and the other 4 and said seriously, "For the Donger soul ring, for the future of the Spirit Hall, the 4 elders must strictly keep the secret. This is a big deal about the Wuhun Palace. I don't want anything wrong. I understand, I will keep the secret and ensure the safety of the saint." The 4 of Yuan knelt on one knee, expressing their determination. It was the Wuhun Palace that made them successful, so they naturally would not do anything to eat and turn the table up. The 4 of them had long entrusted everything to the Wuhun Hall and swear to live and die with it. After fully understanding this matter, Kachin took them to dinner. This time the result was very satisfying. Of course, I will not treat those who have made meritorious deeds. As the Pope, Chihiroji still has basic insights. The glory of the Spirit Hall was jointly forged by these titled Douluo and the Pope Hall. If Bib Dong is trained well, his position as Pope will be more stable. Chapter 15 Bib Dong tells about the gains. After a day off, Bib Dong came to the library. After all, although Yuan explained a lot of knowledge to her, she had to consolidate it herself after digesting it. For example, a math teacher talks about a knowledge point, and students always have to do a few questions after class to understand this knowledge point. She also told Jian Sunji about this matter. The other party had no doubts, but just asked her to go back early. Bib Dong opened the door of the library, walked around the first floor for a while, then came to the second floor, and finally arrived at the third floor. Sure enough, the knowledgeable second uncle was still reading a book. She quickly stepped forward and said politely, "Second uncle." Hearing this, Jian Yuchen looked up at her and smiled and said, "How is it? I haven't seen each other these days. Have you gone to get the first soul ring?" Bib Dong smiled and said, "Uncle second guessed so accurately. I have obtained the first soul ring. What is your soul ring age?" Jian Yuchen was a little curious. 600 years? 800 years? Or 900 years? After all, he still knew the configuration of Bib Dong's first martial soul in the original drama. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Bib Dong looked at his expectant eyes and showed his soul ring. Purple. 1000-year soul ring. Jian Yuchen looked at Bib Dong in surprise. This first soul is the 1000-year soul ring, and that's amazing behind it. He asked, "How many years is your soul ring?" Bib Dong put away his soul ring and said, 1500 years. With such accuracy, Jian Yuchen understood that she was using her own detection method. Is there anything wrong with absorbing the 1000 years of soul ring for the first time? No, after I hunted, the Death Spider Emperor was revealed, and the soul ring was easily absorbed by me. After hearing what Bib Dong said, Jian Yuchen remembered a word. Martial soul and soul circle affinity. The Death Spider Emperor is the emperor among the Death Demon Spider. He has a high affinity for the soul rings produced by the same clan. When absorbed, he will not be resisted by the spiritual power of the soul beast, and may even occur in other unexpected situations. This is how Bib Dong's situation this time should be reflected. Suddenly, he found something was wrong with Bib Dong's right hand, and the dark purple patterns appeared and disappeared. Poisoned? He looked at her with a serious look and asked, "What's going on with your right hand? Are you poisoned?" Bib Dong didn't expect that the second uncle had such careful observation ability, so he raised his right hand. Brush! A sharp claw wrapped her right palm, and the dark light of the 5 claws gave people a feeling of being very dangerous. Soul bones attached to the outside. Donger, you are really lucky. This thing is something that many people dream of. Jian Yuchen was amazed at her luck, and she got all the rare things like soul bones outside. He immediately reminded, "Don't reveal your soul bones easily, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble." Bib Dong nodded, "Second uncle, I understand. I will tell you about this matter, and I hope you keep it a secret." Jian Yuchen looked at her right hand. This kind of palm soul bone, and the soul bone illustration of the martial soul palace, has never been recorded. The only record is the dark gold terrifying clawed bear living in the Star Do forest. The dark gold terror claw bear, which is ordinary to 10,000 years, has a chance of palm soul bones appearing when killing. The dark gold terror claw bear that is more than 50,000 years old will definitely be accompanied by a palm soul bone after being killed. He asked curiously, "What are your soul bones?" "There are toxins from the death spider on the sharp claws. If they don't detoxify after being stuck, it will be fatal. One other ability is that the palm of your palm can launch highly venomous spider silk, which has a paralysis and death effect. I call it, Death Claw." Bib Dong introduced. Death Claws. Jian Yuchen thinks this name is quite accurate. It is a perfect combination of control attack toxins and is a perfect soul bone. Wait a minute, I'll record it. After he finished speaking, he picked up the pen and paper and started drawing quickly. 10 minutes later, he drew the pattern of the soul bone. "Okay, you can put it away." Hearing this, Bib Dong put away his soul bones and returned to his right hand. She looked at Jian Yuchen and tried to ask again. "Uncle second, I want to ask you again, can the Death Spider Emperor absorb the entire Death Demon Spider soul ring be transformed?" Jian Yuchen did not answer, but got up and stretched, walked to the bookshelf on the left, and took out a piece of paper. He returned to the document and handed the paper to Bib Dong. "Open and take a look, the answer is above." Bib Dong took it in confusion, and looked around and couldn't move his eyes away. Her face showed shock and joy, and her hands were trembling. This what does the Death Spider Emperor look after his transformation? Yes, after you absorb the 7th Death Demon Spider Soul Ring, the martial soul will undergo transformation. Qian Yuchen's tone was full of affirmation, unlike the previous ones. Bib Dong didn't expect that he would give his own answer so soon, but what was the reason? She merged the martial soul, and the lower part of her body was in the shape of the martial soul, which was not what she wanted to see. On this drawing, there are 2 martial soul individuals. One is the appearance of her Death Spider King merging. The other is in the form of a human, with dark purple armor on its body, and 4 spider spears are symmetrically distributed from left to right behind. The appearance of that person is very consistent with her psychological expectations. It's strange. I read the information a few days ago and had a dream of a woman who couldn't see her appearance clearly. Her martial soul was also the Death Spider Emperor. She showed out 6 soul rings, and after absorbing the 7th soul ring, the martial soul changed. It looked like it was drawn on paper. This is the first time in 30 years that I have had such a dream. What's strange is that after waking up, I still clearly remember her martial souls merged and transformed. Qian Yuchen fabricated and told her about the scene he saw through his martial soul. Bib Dong also knows that after dreaming, he will forget important things in his dreams. Something like him that remembers important things may really be a prophecy. Because before her village was destroyed, she had a nightmare, in which a group of men in black massacred the village, and then. The memory after waking up is very clear, and what happened later also confirms the true situation of the dream. I will work hard to practice and strive to reach level 70 as soon as possible. Since Bib Dong knew the result of his martial soul transformation, his heart was full of motivation. Qian Yuchen looked at the firm gaze on her tender face and was very satisfied. This kind of mind has far left his peers behind. However, he still saw the flame of hatred in her eyes. The evil soul master killed her closest person, and this hatred cannot be touched. It will become an opportunity for her to practice the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. In addition to cultivating soul power, the devouring Spider Emperor also needs the devouring soul master to assist in practicing. Bib Dong, who has not become evil, is still a kind-hearted person, so naturally he will not do anything to hurt ordinary soul masters. Evil soul master, that's different. He was very curious about when Bib Dong's 2nd martial soul would awaken. Chapter 16, Hunting Souls, Light and Tomorrow Horse. Qinyu City left Wuhan City, and Ling Yuan was also accompanying him. When leaving for registration, his reason was, hunting crystal tooth piglets to improve food. The guards of Wuhan City naturally let go directly, after all, he is very familiar with the people here. Qian Yuchen has left Wuhan City for so many years, so this is the reason for registration. Qian Sunji didn't want to believe it at first, so he sent someone to follow him secretly. He never thought that Qian Yuchen hired a soul hunting team, but it was really just to hunt crystal tooth pig. And I got a good harvest. I divided it into 3 parts each time, 1 for the worship hall, 1 for the Pope hall, and 1 for the food for myself. In order to find out whether he was conspiring with something, King Sunji sent people to follow him for 5 years. As a result, there was still no change, so he no longer cared about what his younger brother did when he left Wuhan City. Even if there are occasional random checks, it is still no different. It's really a waste of doing nothing except satisfying your appetite. Qinyu City successfully left Wuhan City and headed towards the nearest Star Do forest. On the way, Ling Yuan said in confusion, "Second young master, if you come out so blatantly, will your highness the Pope be suspicious?" "That's natural. The purpose of our trip is mainly to hunt crystal tooth piglets. For the distribution of the Pope's palace, it's better to do it yourself. Besides, for more than 10 years, I have only done this one thing," Qian Yuchen said with a smile. As for telling Ling Yuan this morning that he was going to hunt soul beasts and get the first soul ring, that wasn't it a good thing to hunt crystal tooth pig. It's reasonable and there's no problem. Ling Yuan understood that the second young master had arranged it many years ago, and today it finally worked. Such a calculation is really terrifying. She asked curiously, "Second young master, what kind of soul beast are you going to choose?" In Ling Yuan's opinion, Qinyu City has a rich variety of knowledge reserves, and he must have considered which soul beast to choose as his soul ring. "That's natural. My family is the same lineage, and I am the guardian of the mainland. I am naturally a soul beast with the attribute of light." Kachin knew the type of soul beast that suited him by asking about his martial soul. The result was a little different from what he expected. He analyzed through knowledge that Light Ping bird was suitable for him, and the answer given by Wuhun was Light Ping Tianma. After reading the information, I learned that Guangming Tianma has the ability to evolve bloodline, and the upper limit is higher than that of the light feather bird. The Guangming Tianma, whose bloodline evolved, is called the Holy Light Tianma, and is an attribute that is not recorded in the continent, the Holy Spirit attribute. 100,000 years of Guangming Tianma has the chance to awaken the ability to control time and space. The Holy Spirit Tianma, 100,000 years old, can travel through time and space at will, traveling everywhere, without a trace, which is very rare. Traveling time and space is only for Douluo continent. Ling Yuan knew very little about this soul beast and said in confusion, "Is it the kind of horse that is snow white all over, with one horns and wings, able to fly in the sky?" "What you are talking about is a white-winged unicorn. The hair color of Guangming Tianma is slightly golden in the sun, and its wings can be retracted and released freely." Qian Yuchen explained. The Stardew Forest is not very far from Wuhan City, it takes only half a day to go arrive. The sunset hangs in the sky, and it will be dark in about 30 minutes. Ling Yuan asked, "Second young master, let's find a place to rest for one night before going there." "No, we have to speed up. Guangming Tianma's living habits are different from ordinary soul beasts. They appear at night. They like to eat leaves containing the power of stars on the tops of the moonlight tree. Every time it appears is less than half a quarter of an hour, we have to hurry up and be there." Kunyu City knew that time was tight and the task was heavy. Moonlight trees were outside the mixed circle of the Stardew Great Forest, and there were many soul beasts living nearby. However, before setting off, Wuhan gave the best route to advance. At this current speed, you can reach your destination in 2 hours. But the stars and forest after dark is very dangerous. The human-faced demon spider likes to come out to find food at night. However, after rushing for so long, Ling Yuan also felt a little tired. Seeing her situation, Qian Yuchen took out a bottle of water from his storage soul guide and handed it to her. "What kind of drink is this?" Ling Yuan took it curiously. "You can tell if you try it." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took out another bottle and started drinking it on his own. Ling Yuan opened the bottle cap, took a sip, and her eyes lit up, and she started drinking quickly. "It's made of peach juice, I like drinking this the most." "Thank you, the second son." After she finished drinking, she felt much more comfortable. This was still cold, which calmed her hot heart. Qian Yuchen said, "Well, take a rest first and then continue on the road." After resting for 5 minutes, the two continued to rush. Whoosh! An arrow shot out and killed the mandala snake who wanted to attack. "Second young master, your crossbow shape is very strange, but you shoot so accurately. A distance of 500 meters can easily kill the 200-year-old mandala snake." Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen, a little surprised. "That's right, an ordinary person with no power, must have a suitable weapon." Qian Yuchen looked at the mandala snake who was killed by himself through the sight of the composite crossbow, and was still very satisfied with its power. Along the way, there were countless soul beasts that were killed by him. But he was not interested in these things, so he left Ling Yuan after the killing. The corpses of those soul beasts were naturally swallowed by other soul beasts, which is a hard-won gift. After passing through the woods, the scene in front of you changed. Rows of moonlight trees move with the wind, and the stars on the leaves form a beautiful scenery. I didn't expect that there would be such a scene inside the Stardew Forest. Ling Yuan looked at the scenery in front of her and was deeply attracted in an instant. "We find a place to hide it. According to the information I have learned, the Guangming Tianma will appear when the moonlight is at its peak. The years that distinguish them are their horseshoes. 100 years are grey, 1,000 years are brown, 1,000 years are black, and 100,000 years are gold. At that time, you will help me and kill the brown Guangming Tianma." Qian Yuchen spoke, interrupting the Ling Chuan who was enjoying the night view. "Second young master, have you taken some risk by absorbing your first soul ring for thousands of years?" Ling Yuan dissuaded, "You can't show off your strength in this matter. If there is a problem, it will be very difficult to deal with." Qian Yuchen felt that it was nothing. According to the instructions of his martial soul, the 1,000 years of light sky horse is the best choice and there will be no danger. Goldfinger said that there is no danger, so what else are you worried about? I have my own arrangements. 30 years of unhappiness will disappear tonight. His eyes became extremely firm as he looked at the moon in the sky. As time goes by, the moonlight in the sky becomes stronger and stronger, and the dark night sky is also illuminated. Countless fireflies flew out of the bushes and were flying in the air wantonly. Suddenly, Jian Yuchen felt a fluctuation in his martial soul, and it was giving it a reminder. He said in a deep voice, "Come on, Elder Ling Yuan, be prepared." Ling Yuan hurriedly looked at the moonlight forest, and the sound of rapid flight also came. In her eyes, a group of holy, agile and flying unicorn horses appeared in the moon, coming towards the moonlight woods. Soon, they stopped at the top of the moonlight tree, slowly landed at some heights, and began to eat the leaves of the moonlight tree. Jian Yuchen looked at these groups of Guangming Tianma and immediately searched for his target. After a quick scan, he focused his eyes on a Guangming Tianma who was lower in size and was eating leaves with big mouthfuls. Its hooves are brown and have a pair of unique golden patterns on its wings. He looked at Ling Yuan, pointed to the target he wanted and said, "Elder Ling Yuan, that's the one." Ling Yuan looked at her eyes and saw that the brown horse hooves were of the right age. "Second young master, I'll catch it now." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned into the pupils of some kind of bird. Martial soul possessed. Whoosh! Ling Yuan disappeared, and her sweet voice came from the air, "The third soul skill, Naruto instantly." As the picture changed, she came to the Guangming Tianma that Kachin City needed, less than 3 seconds. Before the Guangming Tianma could react, she activated her soul skill again. The fourth soul skill, the fire cage. A cage made of fire feathers is instantly trapped after living in Guangming Tianma. The other Guangming Tianma were frightened by this sudden change. Even if the bright horse that exists for thousands of years still runs away. Ling Yuan returned to Kachin City and smiled and said, "Second young master, fortunately, the Guangming Tianma you need has been captured. Thank you for your hard work." Jian Yuchen looked at this Guangming Tianma curiously after saying that. There was a little panic in my eyes, as if I knew that I had lived for a while. "Ma I know you can understand what I say." "If you can understand, you nod your head." Although Guangming Tianma couldn't speak, he did understand Jian Yuchen's words and nodded 3 times. Ling Yuan widened her eyes. "Does this soul beast actually have this kind of spirituality? If you don't want to be killed by me and have no hope of survival, just make a sacrifice. If I become a god in the future, you still have hope of resurrection." Kachin Yuchen is not the Holy Mother, but wants to verify whether the soul beast will attach to the soul ring. When he obtained the second soul ring, he was hunting to see what the difference is between the 2 soul rings. Guangming Tianma was stunned and asked himself to sacrifice. This clan is a unique existence among soul beasts, and those who have been in excess of 100 years can offer sacrifices. Unlike other soul beasts, they can only sacrifice after practicing for 10,000 years. And in its memory, there is indeed hope for resurrection after the sacrifice. This is more likely to survive than if the other party kills himself directly. Guangming Tianma's body was shining with light, and he was ready to start offering sacrifices. Ling Yuan removed the fire cage and was not worried that the soul beast would run away. Once the sacrifice began, it could not be stopped. Jian Yuchen stretched out his right hand and showed off his martial soul, the Bible. Guangming Tianma felt the powerful power of light, and had a premonition in his heart that he would become his soul ring and he would survive in another way. Buzz! Its power was heading towards Kachin City, and a purple soul ring gradually took shape. "It's now." Kachin Yuchen used the 9 Yang divine arts and began to absorb the soul ring. 10 minutes later, he completed the absorption of the soul ring. The martial soul was revealed, and a purple soul ring surrounded him. His soul power level has reached level 16. He also obtained his first soul skill, the Holy Light. Holy Light. Release a brilliant sacred light, causing damage to the enemies ahead, and with a dispersion effect, which can remove all the gain status on the enemy. Enhance your soul power, attack power, speed, and defense 5 times. Enhance teammates twice their soul power, attack, speed, and defense. The 3 effects can only be matched in pairs, and there is no limit after the title Douluo. Jian Yuchen only wants to say 2 words, invincible. The first soul skill is to achieve the effects of the 4 soul skill effects of the 7 treasure glazed tower. It's simply invincible. After his martial soul absorbed the soul ring, the Bible automatically opened and the light horse appeared in front of him. And he was very close to him and took the initiative to gently rub his head against his chest. Jian Yuchen wiped it, and the touch was real and there was temperature. Ling Yuan was even more surprised and couldn't speak. This soul beast was not offering sacrifices, so why was it still alive? Then, Guangming Tianma signaled Kunyuchen to sit on its back and take him on the way. Without saying a word, Kunyuchen sat on its back. The exhausted salary of the elbow was alpha cowardly and ran away and flew into the sky. Kunyuchen felt the breeze at night and the feeling of freedom soaring in the sky, and showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. From this moment on, he is no longer the waste who cannot practice, and has truly embarked on the journey of soul master cultivation. Good horse, thank you. Hiss. Feeling Guangming Tianma's response, he smiled even happier. Ling Yuan was looking at him below. She understood that this was not only the second young master flew into the sky, but also the manifestation of him breaking free from the shackles. The second young master who was useless in his mouth has disappeared from now on. Although he was 36 years old, Kunyuchen still made a second voice. Eagles strike the sky, fish swim in the shallow bottom, and all kinds of frost sky compete for freedom. Soul Master Realm, Kunyu City, are here. Chapter 17 Time Flies. Time flies very quickly. Qian Yuchen still looks elegant and easygoing, and he looks younger than before. It's incredible that a person is 42 years old, and he is still a young man around 25 years old. Kunyuchen's soul power cultivation has reached level 53. The 9 Yang divine art successfully broke through the 5th level and was invincible with all poisons. Soul ring configuration, purple, black, black. Ling Yuan has broken through to level 90, and the 9th soul ring was chosen by Qian Yuchen for her. 100,000-year-old bird soul beast, the fiery fire cage. In order to win over her, Qian Sunji asked Gaimei and Yue Guang to help her hunt souls. The soul hunting action was very smooth. Under the control of Lianji's static domain, even a 100,000-year-old soul beast could not do anything. It's still in the case of sneak attacks, so there is no chance to escape. After absorbing the soul ring of 100,000 years, Ling Yuan's level suddenly reached level 94. At the same time, he also obtained a 100,000-year soul bone, the wings of the fiery Kenkire. Use the soul bone skill and your own speed can be increased 10 times, and can also stack soul skills for use. Yueguan and Guimei were amazed repeatedly, envious of Ling Yuan's luck. After returning to the Martial Soul Palace, she underwent Martial Soul certification. Name, Ling Yuan. Martial Soul, Fire Spirit Kit. Level 94 Strong Attack System Title Sealed Douluo. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, purple, black, red. Title, Ling Yuan Douluo. She was also promoted from the Law Enforcement Hall to the Elders Hall. At the age of 41, he broke through to the titled Douluo, and was still a woman, so he can be regarded as a legendary figure. Ling Yuan rejected Qian Sunji's generous gift, but her attitude was as cold as before. However, she said that she always remembers the cultivation of the Wuhun Hall and will do her best when she needs to take action. Seeing that Ling Yuan's attitude was firm and taking into account her father's side, Qian Sunji did not disturb her anymore. In 7 years, Bib Dong's soul power cultivation has reached level 55. Soul ring configuration, purple, black. The absorbed soul ring is still the death demon spider. 3 black soul rings were sacrificed by the death demon spider, and they also obtained 3 soul bones. 3 10,000-year-old soul bones on the left leg, and right arm. Kunyuchen has only obtained 2 pieces now. He was a little envious of Bib Dong's luck. As for Kyung Sunji, he is still stuck at level 89 and has not been promoted to the titled Douluo. There is nothing else in the other changes in the Martial Soul Hall. Qian Daoliu left Wuhan City once, and after returning, he announced his retirement. He will devote himself to practicing in the worship hall, without any major issues of life and death, and will no longer interfere in the management of the Martial Soul Hall. At the same time, there is no special matter in the Pope's Hall, and no trouble to the elders of the worship hall. Tang Chen from Haoshan sect was also retired with him. When Kunyuchen heard the news, he understood that Tang Chen was preparing to find the inheritance of the gods. Qian Daoliu was dedicated to practicing, so he should be mentally prepared to accept his identity as the spokesperson of the angel god. Once accepted, his mission will not end until the next angel god heir appears. Just like Posezi, she is guarding the island of Sea God, waiting for the arrival of the right inheritor. Of course, this also indicates that Jian Daoliu completely chose to give up Bo Sai Sai. The two of them share the same mission and are destined to be unable to be together. Bo Saixi's favorable feelings for Tang Chen also made him feel disheartened. Young genius brothers appeared in Haoshan sect, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Under 30 years old, he has reached the level of Soul Emperor. For a moment, the major forces were shocked. The new generation of Haoshan sect will have a grand occasion of a double Douluo. Kachin is still in the library and is writing exercises. The truei of the ice. After Ling Yuan broke through to the titled Douluo, her temper became irritable. Emotionally, it is easy to become impulsive. This was obviously a conflict between the martial soul and her body, which caused an abnormality in her body. Let her practice the ice truei in order to neutralize the fire in her body. She has now absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone with fire attribute. The soul bone improvement solution before curiosity is no longer feasible. He hadn't noticed it before, until he found out that she suddenly fainted some time ago. After some examination, he realized that there were serious problems in her body. Although cultivating the ice truei will temporarily reduce her practical ability, it is still more than enough to improve the excess of yang energy. 1 hour later, he completed the writing of Hanbing truei. Kachin called out the door, "Elder Ling Yuan, come in." The door of the library opened, and Ling Yuan, wearing flame-colored clothes, walked in. "Second young master, what's the matter with me?" Her tone was a little weak, her face was a little pale, as if her injuries had not healed. This is a method of cultivation that can give your soul power ice attributes, which should improve your current situation. But if you want to completely eradicate your sequelae, you still have to harmonize yin and yang. Qian Yuchen handed Hanbing's true energy to her, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. When Hanbing's true qi is cultivated to the maximum level, at most, her martial soul and body will not conflict, and the sequelae will not be obvious. Ling Yuan showed joy, and the second young master said that he had found a new solution for himself, which really made him find. She took over the practice of Hanbing's true qi and quickly browsed it. "Second young master, Ling Yuan has thanked me here." She gave a big gift to Kachin. "What are you doing? Get up quickly. They are all people with the title Douluo. Why are you doing this with me?" Qian Yuchen hurriedly used his soul power to prevent her from kneeling down. "Besides, when I get the soul ring, you have all made great efforts. A method of cultivation is nothing." Ling Yuan was very moved when she heard him say this. Compared to the superficial sincerity of Pope Kyungsunji, she still likes to be with the second son. "You are very weak now, hurry up and try practicing. If you have any questions, just ask me," Qian Yuchen said again. Ling Yuan nodded and began to watch Hanbing's introductory practice of true qi seriously. Then, she sat down cross-legged as required and entered the state of cultivation. 5 minutes passed, and Qian Yuchen felt the temperature drop. The source is the soul power fluctuation emitted by Ling Yuan, who is cultivating the ice true qi. At this time, Ling Yuan also felt a little comfortable. Before, her body was like being in a stove, which made her feel very uncomfortable. After practicing for a while, she felt a little cold and wandering in her meridians. Efficient. She was delighted and continued to practice. She had just recorded all the methods of cultivation, so she continued to practice according to the above requirements. As the exercises continued to operate, Ling Yuan finally felt the long-lost comfort. In Qian Yuchen's eyes, the ice aura emitted by Ling Yuan's body became stronger, but her face gradually turned from pale to rosy. However, he was also amazed at the other party's cultivation talent. In just 5 minutes, he directly understood the method of cultivation. An hour later, Ling Yuan felt the limit and opened her eyes. In front of me was a small barrier composed of soul power, covered with ice fog. "Second young master, what are you doing?" she said in confusion. "If that's not the case, the ice aura you emit will freeze here," Qian Yuchen explained, and at the same time, the soul power barrier was removed. "This is his second soul skill, the Holy Light Realm. How do you feel?" he asked. "The long-lost feeling of comfort, the heat on your body has subsided a lot." Ling Yuan's feelings were expressed, her eyes full of gratitude for Qian Yuchen. "That's good. If you practice, you should go to the mimic cultivation ground with more water elements. If you practice there, your progress will be faster." Qian Yuchen gave his own advice. In the mimic cultivation field, you don't have to worry about being disturbed, it is very suitable for her cultivation. Ling Yuan nodded, I understand. She asked again, second young master, don't you go to Sister Yunyan's place? Qian Yuchen smiled and quickly packed up the things on the desk. Let's go and see Yunyan, there are 4 children. Chapter 18 Return to the courtyard. Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan left Wuhun City and came to the courtyard they were familiar with before. Feeling the familiar breath of water and clouds, he hurriedly opened the door. When he saw Qian Yuchen, he smiled happily. Young master, Sister Ling Yuan, come in quickly. Shui Yunyan is still the same as before, and there has not been much change. If you have to say it, the peaches are almost ripe and have not been picked on the tree. After hearing the 2 of them into the house, the 4 children also walked out of the house. Teacher. Auntie Ling Yuan. The 4 children Wang Lei, Shui Qing'er, Mu Lan, and Shui Weiwei are already half an adult. Children in the Douluo world generally develop earlier. 7 years have passed, and Mu Lan is the one with the highest talent, now he is the level 48 strong attack soul sect. The second is Shui Qing'er, the level 44 control system soul sect. The second is Shui Weiwei, the 38th level auxiliary soul sect. Finally, Wang Lei, a level 37 strong attack soul master. You 4 are now from the soul governor soul sect, but you must not slack your the soul fighting arena, you can't let go of the actual combat every month, do you understand? Qian Yuchen must be stricter with them at this critical moment of their growth. After they arrived at the Soul King and had basic self-protection ability, they would let them verify their thoughts and broaden their horizons. Over the years, he has taught them a lot of knowledge. There is no problem in theory, but the time for practice has not yet come. When the 4 of them heard Qian Yuchen's advice, they understood in their hearts that the teacher was doing it for their own good. We understand, teacher. Qian Yuchen nodded and smiled, I'll cook myself later to see which one is better, my cooking skills are better than Aunt Yunyan's. How about it? Okay, I like the dishes made by the teacher the most. Me too. Me too. Same for me. The 4 children smiled and were looking forward to the dishes made by Qian Yuchen. Shui Yunyan pretended to be angry and said, oh, then I won't cook today. My cooking skills are not as good as those of the young master in your mouth. Ling Yuan couldn't help laughing when she looked at her like this. She joked, Sister Yunyan, when did you learn this? Shui Yunyan looked at her in confusion, meaning, why did she ask this? Isn't this born with it? Ling Yuan really can't learn this thing. Because of the martial soul, her personality is that straightforward and windy. Qian Yuchen naturally heard Shui Yunyan's words, but he didn't expect that such a woman from the south of the mainland would look so cute. He criticized, Yunyan, please stop doing this in front of the children, don't lead Qing'er and Weiwei. Humph. Shui Yunyan gave him a blank look and pulled Ling Yuan into the house to speak. 4 children? Qian Yuchen shook his head, why is he so big, he still looks like a child. Okay, you guys go buy vegetables, we'll have a big meal at noon. Qian Yuchen took out 40 golden soul coins from the storage soul guide, and each of the 4 divided 10 of them and asked them to go out to buy groceries. The yard was now clean, and he lay down on the rocking chair in the yard. Smelling the familiar fragrance on it, I temporarily closed my eyes and rested. Water Clue Dian took Ling Yuan to his room. She had long seen that Ling Yuan was in a bad state, and after she sat down, she asked. Sister Ling Yuan, what's wrong with your body? Why do I feel a sense of emptiness? Ling Yuan sighed when she heard this. When I first met the second young master, he pointed out my problem, but unfortunately I didn't listen. After breaking through to the titled Douluo, the conflict between the martial soul and the body became more and more frequent, and I fainted for no reason several times. Shui Yunyan looked at her incredibly, no, why am I not doing anything? The second young master once said that a woman's constitution is yin, and my martial soul, fire spirit kit, will lead to an imbalance in the yin and yang of the body when my level is high. If the absorbed soul ring is a fire-attributed bird soul ring, it may not be so serious. Unfortunately, my 3rd, 4th, and 5th third soul rings are all produced by other types of fire-attributed soul beasts. I would have met the second young master earlier, and I wouldn't have taken so many detours. Of course, I think it's my luck to meet the second young master. Ling Yuan said, the depression on her face disappeared. She stretched out her right hand and a cold soul power condensed from it. This your fire-attributed soul power, how can you practice ice attributed soul skills? It will be very dangerous to have a conflict in soul power. Shui Yunyan frowned and dissuaded. No, you are wrong. This is the soul skill that the second young master studied in order to alleviate the conflict between my body and my martial soul, Han Bing Tru Qi. After practicing, I can neutralize the excess fire attribute soul power in my body, and I feel much better after practicing. Ling Yuan explained why she released the power of ice soul. But why don't you choose to harmonize yin and yang? I have read the young master's book, which introduces the method to solve the imbalance between yin and yang, which is to adopt the method of harmonizing yin and yang and combining yin and yang. Water and clouds can't understand. Ling Yuan's ears turned red, and even the ice soul power in her hand dissipated. I haven't met the person I like. Of course I won't choose that method easily. Looking at her little woman's expression, Shui Yunyan sighed, I'm interested in the young master. Is my sister going to become my rival in love? However, thinking of the charm exuded by Kachin, he gave up that idea. Such an excellent man will attract many opposite sexes. He was just staying in the Wuhan Hall, otherwise Ying Ying and Yun Yan would have been full of her clothes. You've fallen in love with the second young master. She said suddenly. Ah, it's impossible, how could I fall in love with him? Ling Yuan hurriedly defended. Seeing her reaction so much, Shui Yunyan knew that she was deeply involved. Her reaction was too obvious. Shui Yunyan said dissatisfiedly, Humph, I obviously came first. That winter, she fainted in Wuhan City and met Kachin City, who was about to buy this yard. After she woke up, she took care of her meticulously. After hearing that her home was gone, I gave it to her and told her, this place will be your new home in the future. From that moment on, she decided to follow him all her life, even if she was a maid. But Jian Yuchen never treated her as a maid, and took care of her like a younger sister. There is always a friendly smile on his face, so approachable. Later I asked someone to help her awaken her martial soul and obtain her soul ring. Shui Yunyan really couldn't imagine how to repay Jian Yuchen with these kindnesses. She could only protect him and prevent him from being hurt, even if she sacrificed her life. It seems good to follow him like this for a lifetime. The 4 children all had the same experience as her and were brought back by her. Jian Yuchen did not blame her, but instead said that she was a kind-hearted person, and it would be a great blessing for anyone who married her. But she had already made up her mind to marry Jian Yuchen in this life. And Ling Yuan, a person who has been with him for 7 years, was actually attracted by him. Thinking of this, some resentment arose inexplicably in Shui Yunyan's heart. What? She obviously came first. Chapter 19 Ice and Fire. Don't rush to refute me, Sister Ling Yuan, when were you attracted by him? Shui Yunyan asked directly, which made Ling Yuan a little panicked. She looked at Shui Yunyan's slightly blue pupils and saw the other person's thoughts from her eyes. Actually, I was puzzled by the arrangements of the great worship at the beginning. I am a person who is about to break through the title Douluo and perform a mission similar to a guard. When I first met, he pointed out my martial soul problem. I thought he was teasing me. He was a sensible person, but I found that I was wrong. As I contacted him more and more, I felt that he became more and more mysterious, making people unable to help but want to contact him. Second young master, he is a very kind person. Ling Yuan finished saying this and felt much more relaxed. Yunyan, you actually like the second young master too. The woman's intuition told her that this sister actually likes the second young master. I've known him for a long time, I know too. I think this idea is quite a luxury. But I still can't help but think. He treats me as his sister, but I don't want to treat him as my brother. Sister Ling Yuan, do you understand? Shui Yunyan looked at Ling Yuan with a hint of hostility. But it disappeared in a second, she sighed. A person like the young master is not something you and I can only possess. He has a magical charm, and he will always attract women's favor without knowing it. And he himself is like a wood, knowing nothing. After saying that, Ling Yuan nodded in agreement, yes, but I think the young master is avoiding something. I think he will face this matter when he breaks through the title Douluo. Shui Yunyan was stunned. She didn't know what Jian Yuchen could practice. In the past few years, Jian Yuchen has been coming to the market less than before. She thought the other party was busy with weapon design, but she didn't expect that she could practice. Sister Ling Yuan, do you think the young master can practice? What is his current realm? She asked impatiently. Only then did Ling Yuan realize that she was letting go and really wanted to slap herself twice. One morning 7 years ago, the young master looked very excited, and I felt the soul power from him. From that moment, his 30 years of waiting finally ushered in a turning point. Now, he is already a level 55 soul king. Just then, she told Shui Yunyan the news directly. She is infatuated with the second young master and should keep this secret. I just knew that there was no way out, and the young master has really ended up. Yunyan is really happy for him. The water and clouds shed tears of excitement, and I am really happy for Kunyuchen. It's just that great things are late. She knew the depression that had never been shown in front of others when she saw him sighing alone and looking up at the starry sky. Kunyuchen has always longed to become a soul master, but the joke about fate seems to be a bit big. However, the unwavering belief in his eyes was infected with water and clouds. She saw his high fighting spirit to go against the will of heaven and change his fate. Perhaps this is why he has learned a lot of knowledge for 30 years. He once said that knowledge changes destiny. Shui Yunyan wiped away the tears and said, "Sorry, Sister Ling Yuan, I'm going to make you laugh." "Sister Yunyan, you say the second young master." Ling Yuan stopped talking. "When the time comes, he will naturally understand that he has great ideals in his heart. If he doesn't want to do this, we can't force it." Shui Yunyan is still a relatively familiar person with Kunyuchen. His current focus is not on this. She asked again, "What is the configuration of the young master's soul ring?" After these words came to an end, a magical look appeared on Ling Yuan's face. The second young master's soul ring configuration can be said to be far beyond ordinary people. Except for the second soul ring, which was a light feathered bird that had been hunted for 9,000 years, the other 4 soul rings were all sacrificed by the soul beasts. And when absorbing the light feathered bird's soul ring, he was not affected by the resentment of the light feathered birds remaining on the soul ring. Not only that, when I killed the 100,000-year-old fiery Kang Yuan, and absorbed the soul ring, the resentment on the soul ring seemed to be suppressed by my martial soul. The speed of absorbing the soul ring is far beyond the speed of absorbing the 8th soul ring formed by the flames. After hearing Ling Yuan say this, Shui Yunyan thought of the process of his own cultivation. From soul master to contra, I have never encountered any resentful impact of soul beasts in the soul ring. Every time she breaks through, she gives her advice on finding the soul ring. And among the soul masters of the same level, her martial soul strength is 1 level higher than those people. She asked Jian Yuchen, and the other party said, only when the appropriate martial soul is matched with the right soul ring can the greatest power of the martial soul be exerted. The martial soul and soul ring are mutually rebellious, and there will be no accidents if you choose the right one. Her 8th soul ring is a 100,000 years soul ring. The formation was formed by hunting the rare soul beast in the extreme north, the ice crystal caterpillar king. However, her martial soul, the ice bird, was born with restraint of this soul beast and absorbed it very smoothly. In the ecology of the far north, the ice birds like to use ice crystal caterpillars as their food and are naturally restrained. Shui Yunyan now fully understood that Kunyuchen is a super martial soul theory master who has never been before and has never come. Everything about martial soul is in his control. She walked to the window, looked at Jian Yuchen lying on the rocking chair, and murmured, I think the young master's core competition theory of martial soul should have been almost perfect, right? In fact, Kunyuchen's great theory was completed 3 years ago. Theoretical book is divided into a refined edition and ordinary edition. The former is based on the 37,642 types of martial souls known to the mainland, and lists in detail how they should find a suitable soul beast and match it with a suitable soul ring. The latter was castrated and studied 5 types of martial souls, beasts, tools, auxiliary, body, and plants, and gave a rough explanation of the common 12,000 martial souls. Both books were handed over to Jian Daoliu, one he left in the worship hall, and the other he handed over to the Pope Hall. It is claimed that the Wu Soul Hall has launched a new martial soul research theory for civilian soul masters to read for free. When this news spread, the soul master realm was in an uproar, and the reputation of the Wuhun Palace was overwhelmed by two in a moment. Great empire. Countless soul masters shouted, the Pope's righteousness. The righteousness of the Spirit Hall. This also caused many soul masters who encountered difficulties in practicing to borrow books from the nearest martial soul hall. They are all certified by their own Wuhun Hall, so they are naturally qualified to see it. The harvest is naturally great. For a time, many soul masters came to surrender to the War Spirit Hall. There are about 100 people at the Soul Saint level. Of course, these news were unknown to Shui Union. She lives in simplicity and rarely understands these things. After a while, the happy voices of the children came from outside the yard. Today, the teacher cooks by himself, you can have a big meal. Hehe, I bought Tang Niu's beef leg meat, it's delicious. The yard door opened and the 4 children walked in laughter and joy. Qian Yuchen heard the sound, so he opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He looked at the children's happy and said with a smile. I'm back, then let's start cooking. What he didn't know was that Bing and Fire's sincerity had fallen on him. Chapter 20 Young Master. Another year has passed, and there are no new changes on the mainland. On this day, Bib Dong, who went to the Stardew Forest to train, brought a boy of the same age back to the Martial Soul Hall. He looked melancholy, but his eyes were full of firm belief. The two came to the Pope's hall. Bib Dong looked at Chihiroji and introduced him. Teacher, this is Xiao Gang. King Sunji heard this and set his eyes on Xiao Gang. Seeing this, Xiao Gang said respectfully, Xiao Gang, I have met the Pope. Jade surname? Isn't this surname from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? The relationship between the Wuhun Palace and the Blue Lightning Belong has always been not very good. What does it mean to bring this person back now? However, he has been the Pope for so many years and has now developed a state of calmness. Donger, you can take your friends to find a place to stay, and then come to the Pope's palace again. King Sunji said in a gentle tone, this is out of the most basic etiquette. In fact, I was thinking about whether this young man was sent by Yu Yuanzhen to approach Bib Dong. If so, don't blame him. Yes, teacher. After Bib Dong replied, he took Xiao Gang down. After leaving the Pope's hall, she looked at Xiao Gang and said, Xiao Gang, your martial soul problem will definitely be able to find a solution in the collection of the Wuhan Hall. If the teacher doesn't agree, I'll convince him. Xiao Gang nodded, thank you. After settling Xiao Gang, Bib Dong returned to the Pope's hall again. King Sunji saw that there was no one in private, his eyes became stern. Donger, that person's surname is Yu, and he is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. What would you do to take him back to the Spirit Hall? Hearing the dissatisfaction in his teacher's tone, Bib Dong was puzzled. Teacher, his martial soul has undergone a vicious mutation and has been expelled from the sect. But he did not give up and was always looking for a solution to the mutation of martial souls. Qian Sunji almost got angry and laughed. The malignant mutation of martial soul, what solution can be found? Isn't my younger brother a vicious martial soul mutation? He should have been the one who inherited the martial soul of the 6-winged angel, but he finally woke up a ragged book. After staying in the library for more than 30 years, he still found any way to solve this problem. He is from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. No matter what the reason he was expelled from the sect, it is impossible for the Spirit Hall to agree to stay such a person. You are the saint of the Spirit Hall, and you should understand this more. Bib Dong was puzzled why his teacher was so hostile to the people of the sect. Teacher, he is my friend. Now he is facing difficulties. I need help him. Don't worry, I only let him on the first floor of the library, and I won't let him contact other places. She also expressed her position firmly in her tone, which was also the first time she had the courage to fight against her teacher. King Sunji was quite pleased to see Bib Dong able to resist his orders. As a saint, you should have your own judgment and decision. Since that's the case, let's take Xiao Gang as a test for her to recognize people. Since you have your own ideas, it's not easy for you to talk more about it as a teacher. You are also very tired when you go to the Stardew Forest. Have a good rest. After saying that, he signaled Bib Dong to retreat. Bib Dong, who achieved his goal, also left the Pope's hall with joy. She immediately came to Xiao Gang's residence and told him the news. Xiao Gang, the teacher has agreed to go to the library to read the information. I believe you will definitely be able to find a solution to the martial soul. Xiao Gang's eyes lit up, this is really good news. Thank you so much. After saying that, he sincerely bowed to Bib Dong and expressed his gratitude. Bib Dong held him up and shook his head and said, Xiao Gang, you don't have to be so polite among friends. You have a good rest first, and I will take you to the library tomorrow. After talking about some precautions, she just left here. This time she went to the Stardew Forest, she was indeed a little tired. After Bib Dong left, Xiao Gang felt a sense of confidence in his heart. I can definitely solve the problem of the mutation of martial souls. Those who look down on me, wait and see. As the child of the contemporary patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, his pride is powerful. It's a pity that fate teases people, causing his martial soul to undergo vicious mutation. Now the opportunity is right in front of him, he must seize it firmly. Second young master, the saint brought a strange man of his age to Wuhan city. Ling Yuan Feng Guohuo came to the library and reported the news to Qian Yuchen. What? Qian Yuchen paused the movement in his hand. He put down his pen, looked at Ling Yuan and asked, "What's that man's name?" Ling Yuan replied, "I checked the registration book, and the name is Xiao Gang." Hearing this name, Qian Yuchen stood up and looked in the direction of the Pope's hall. "The surname Yu, Elder Ling Yuan, you should know where he comes from." Ling Yuan blurted out and said, "Except for the blue-powered Tyrannosaurus Rex family, there has been almost never been a name on the mainland." After she finished speaking, she also understood what the other party said. Second young master, the saint brought a sect into the spirit hall. The Pope would definitely not agree, right? Qian Yuchen turned around and smiled, "No, my arrogant brother will definitely agree, treat this person as Bib Dong's test." He knew clearly that Jian Sunji would definitely keep Xiao Gang, and took this opportunity to let Bib Dong see the true face of the disciples of the three sects clearly. Let her truly understand that the contradiction between the sect and the martial soul hall cannot be solved by simple interests. In the original drama, Kyung Sunji missed a step. Bib Dong is a person who is willing to do everything for his friends and relatives. She even tried to take Xiao Gang away after so many years of cultivation in the Wuhan Hall. This approach is indeed a bit ungrateful. But this does not mean that there is a problem with Kyung Sunji's cultivation method. Bib Dong rarely comes into contact with the opposite sex of the same age. Suddenly, a person who faces major difficulties and wants to change his fate, his desire to protect himself instantly bursts out. In addition, Xiao Gang browsed a lot of knowledge in the Wuhan Hall, added, deleted and modified it, and turned it into his own knowledge, attracting Bib Dong through talent. By the time Jian Sunji discovered it, it was too late, so he had to use tough measures to expel Xiao Gang. I won't go into details about the results later. In short, there must be something wrong with all this. To put it bluntly, although Bib Dong is a genius in cultivation, he is still a love brain. In the original drama, I was obsessed with Xiao Gang, a person who was unable to stand up to the mud, and Qian Yuchen felt speechless. When a person from a sect comes to the martial soul hall, it will inevitably cause a storm. As a member of the spirit hall, I will not let this happen. After saying that, a trace of aura appeared on Qian Yuchen, which made Ling Yuan feel a little danger. This is the aura of the titled Douluo. Ling Yuan looked at him in surprise. "Second young master, have you broken through the titled Douluo?" Qian Yuchen waved his hand with one hand, and a soul barrier wrapped him and Ling Yuan. He showed off his soul ring, which scared Ling Yuan. Purple, purple black, 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 red, red, red. 300,000-year soul rings. Ling Yuan knew that Qian Yuchen had not asked her to hunt soul beasts since the 6th soul ring. Unexpectedly, the second young master broke through from the soul king to the titled Douluo in 1 year. "Second young master, how much soul power is you now?" she asked curiously and surprised. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, "Level 96 titled Douluo." The level increase so quickly is the effect of the 9 Yang divine art. After reaching the 5th level of cultivation, his cultivation progress seemed to be a rocket. Ascend. In fact, the 9th level was reached in 9 months. His soul power level also successfully broke through to the titled Douluo. His soul power is automatically cultivated every day, and his strength is growing every moment. As for the 3 100,000-year soul rings, they were the soul beasts willing to sacrifice them. The 7th soul ring, the sacrifice of the 100,000-year-old Light Feather King, the soul bone, the left arm bone of the Ray Light Feather King. The 8th soul ring, the sacrifice of the Holy Light Heavenly Horse for 100,000 years, the soul bone, the Holy Light blesses the torso bone. The 9th soul ring, the sacrifice of the Holy Spirit Tianma for 100,000 years, the soul bone, the Holy Spirit prays for the skull. Their whereabouts were told by his martial soul, and they were absorbed without any effort. Except for the 2nd soul ring, among the other 8 soul rings, the souls of the soul beasts are completely left in the soul ring. By breaking through to become a god, they can be resurrected again. Retracting the soul ring and dispersing the barrier, Kachin looked in the direction of the Pope's hall again. It's time to go to the Pope's palace and remind my good brother not to be stolen by someone. Chapter 21, Persuading Kachin to achieve the goal. Ling Yuan was a little stunned when she heard Kachin's words. What? Go to the Pope's house? Are you stupid in your brain? Or are you stupid in practicing? Break through the titled Douluo and try to show your presence in front of the Pope? Kachin looked at her puzzled gaze and smiled. What, I thought I was full and went to the Pope's temple for no reason. Ling Yuan nodded, thinking that he was full. Pope Chihiroji doesn't like his younger brother very much, so why are you going to do it? But Kachin knew his brother very well, it is related to the interests of the Wuhun Palace, and the other party will definitely care about it. In his brother's eyes, he will never let anyone harm the interests of the Wuhun Palace. Even if that person is his apprentice, he will not let it go. Besides, Kachin will not let Bib Dong take the old path of the original drama. Xiao Gang is not worthy of Bib Dong. What there is no waste of martial soul, only waste of soul master, this is just his self-comfort. If the original play hadn't changed the theory plagiarism in the martial soul hall into your own, could you be awarded the title of theoretical master? The theory of martial souls is very clear in other families with inheritance, such as the Wuhun Palace, the two empires, the upper three sects and the lower four sects. But these theoretical knowledge are all for your own people to learn and use. After all, his top 10 core competitiveness of martial soul is just a plagiarism. It's so ironic that Bib Dong was attracted by such people who deceive the world and steal the reputation. The key is that he is really wrong. Xiao Gang, who has just left the Wuhan Hall, met Lu Erlong and Flander, and the three of them travelled around the mainland together. During this period, he forgot Bib Dong and fell in love with Lu Erlong. He was happy and at ease, but Bib Dong was in pain and even brought to the secret room by Chihiroji. No matter what, he would not let Bib Dong repeat the same mistake. If the ending cannot be changed, then trademark will still travel through a hammer. Kachin cleaned up the desks and took Ling Yuan away from the library. 10 minutes later, he came to the majestic Pope Hall. Go and report it, and you will say that your brother is here to see your brother. The guards naturally had seen Curiosity and immediately headed towards the interior of the Pope's hall. Soon, the guards came back and sent a message, Your Highness, the second prince, the Pope let you in, but you are only allowed to go in. Ling Yuan was about to say something, but was stopped by Kachin. I see. He looked at Ling Yuan, wait for me here, I'll go back. Ling Yuan nodded and watched Kachin slowly walk into the Pope's hall. In the Pope's hall, Chihiroji was wearing papal clothes and looked curiously at the direction of the gate. He was a little puzzled, his younger brother was not staying in the library, so why did he do in this Pope's hall? Soon, Kachin walked in, looked at Kachin, and said respectfully. Kachin, I have met the Pope. Second brother, there is no need to do this without outsiders. Just call me elder brother. Kachin slowly stood up and asked, What's wrong with you coming to the Pope's palace? Brother, I heard that Dong brought back a strange man, and it's related to the three sects. Kachin didn't say nonsense, and directly explained the purpose of the trip. This is ordinary. Although Dong is the saint of the spirit hall, he also has the right to make friends with him. As a teacher, it is naturally inconvenient for me to take care of him. Is it not for this little thing that my second brother is here? If this is the case, you don't need to worry about it, so you'd better go back. Kachin felt a little impatient in his tone and had the idea of driving people away. Kachin shook his head and said, Brother, don't you think the time when he appeared was too coincidental? As a rare genius soul master in the martial soul hall, Dong has the highest mind and wisdom. But how could she be so concerned about a person who is not even the soul lord? Don't you think this is too strange? Kachin's face became solemn when he heard him say this. This time, it was really a coincidence. Bib Dong's soul power level reached level 68, so he took the initiative to apply to go to the Stardew Forest to practice. Yuan and Ghost followed in the dark, and they were just taking action at critical moments. Thinking about it now, it was still a bit too hasty just to listen to her words. It's really strange. This has not happened to her previous experiences. How could she take him back to the spirit hall at this time? The person Dong brought back is named Xiao Gang, who is from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. So, according to your guess, there may be other reasons. Qian Sunji despised his younger brother's inability to practice in this regard, but it did not mean that he denied the other party's wisdom. Otherwise, he would have tried his best to prevent the other party from giving birth to children for so many years, but he would be afraid of giving birth to a monster and stealing his position as the Pope. The other party may have guessed his idea and cooperated with him in acting with the overall situation. The two brothers have not yet gotten married for so many years. Qian, you can release P. U Xiao Gang. I remembered that I accidentally heard someone say that a mutated defunct martial soul appeared in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the son of the patriarch Yuan Zhen. However, the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family regarded him as a shame and drove him out of the family. I think he should be the one Donger brought back this time. Qian Yuchen told him what he learned. Son of Yuan Zhen. Even if he is a useless person, he cannot enter the spirit hall like this. Qian Sunji was really angry. Isn't it a cause for trouble for himself to leave such a person in the spirit hall? Even if the other party is now a useless martial soul, he is born to stand opposite to the martial soul hall. Looking at Qian Sunji's expression, Qian Yuchen continued, if he really found a martial soul solution in the martial soul hall, he would definitely not be grateful, but would return to the sect to prove himself. In this way, as Yuan Zhen's son, he will be vigorously trained by the sect, and the Wuhun Palace will set an enemy for himself. So, I mean, brother, please try not to interfere in this matter. If Donger complains, just look for me. Hearing his last words, Qian Sunji always felt that he had no good intentions. He subconsciously refused, second brother, I am his teacher, let me consider this matter. After the words came to my mind, I felt that this was a bit too hurtful to the other party. Before he could explain, Qian Yuchen's words were expressed again. Brother, if Donger knew you were targeting Yu Xiao Gang, it would definitely affect the relationship between you master and apprentice. I have not done anything for the spirit hall over the years. It is also my honor to have such an opportunity. For the sake of the overall situation, let me go. This tone of these words was sincere, and Qian Sunji's heart was shaken in an instant. This Qian Sunji didn't know what to say for a while. If I guess correctly, Donger will definitely take him to the library. Even on the first floor, a lot of the knowledge inside is something that the outside world has never had. We must let Donger truly realize that Yu Xiaogang's thoughts when he comes to the martial soul hall are not that pure. Even if I have a conflict with the two, the disadvantages will not fall into you, brother. In Donger's eyes, you are still his good teacher. If my brother doesn't believe me, you can let Elder Yuan or Elder Ghost observe in the dark. Qian Yuchen said in a sincere tone again, and the lines were all for the other party's consideration. The matter was accomplished, and his bad reputation fell on him, and it had nothing to do with Qian Sunji's half-assent. Things didn't work, then he could just stop himself. Qian Sunji thought about it over and over again, thinking that what he said made sense. He had a quarrel with his apprentice, this was not what he wanted to see. In his imagination, Bib Dong was willing to contribute his strength to the great cause of the Wuhun Palace. Instead of being passively accepted under certain factors, it leads to a gap with the spirit hall. Since you, second brother, want to do something, if I refuse again, it will seem inhumane. I'll leave this matter to you. Be sure to let Donger see the true faces of these sects. He still agreed with Qian Yuchen's idea, but it was not harmful to him anyway. However, if you should send someone to stare, you still have to send someone to stare. After thinking about it, he decided to let the ghost stare at Qian City in the dark. Qian Yuchen smiled and said gratefully, thank you, brother, I will definitely complete this matter. Qian Sunji waved his hand, you are welcome, second brother, it's all for the spirit hall, there's no need to do this. Yes, it's all for the spirit hall. Qian Yuchen quickly changed his words, and then said again, the matter has been negotiated, so I'll take it back first. Well, then I'll trouble you second brother. Qian Xuan said with a smile. Then, Qian Yuchen left the Pope's hall with a satisfied smile. After he left, Qian Sunji put away his smile and his face became gloomy. Second brother, what do you want to do? Is there really something wrong with Donger bringing people back this time? Qian Yuchen stepped out of the Pope's hall, and the expression on his face changed back to his previous calm appearance. Brother, I won't let her have problems during Bib Dong's growth process. This is really for the spirit hall. Chapter 22 Meeting Yu Xiao Gang. After Qian Yuchen left, Qian Sunji immediately summoned Yuan and Gui Mei. After Bib Dong broke through level 40, he used the two as his guardians. See Pope. The two saluted. No need to be polite, I want to know the details of the saint in the Stardew forest. Qian Sunji directly explained the purpose of asking them to come. Yuan took a step forward and said, Sir Pope, we followed the saint into the Stardew forest, and no one was found following her. He told Qian Sunji all the things that Bib Dong encountered when he was a general. The ghost was supplementing, and he made up for the missing parts on Yuan. After listening to the explanations of the two, Qian Sunji did not find any problems. However, the more there is no problem, the more strange it seems. After Bib Dong and Xiao Gang met, the two also separated after resting at night. Yuan and Gaimei took turns guarding, and no abnormalities were found. But after waking up the next day, Bib Dong and Xiao Gang had a conversation. He decided to take him back to the Wuhun Hall. His martial soul has undergone vicious mutations, and the collection of the Wuhun Palace will definitely help him. Qian Sunji couldn't figure out the problem for a moment, so he asked Yuan to leave first. He looked at the ghost and said in a deep voice, the saint's abnormality this time, my second brother will find a way to solve it. You are staring in the secret and protecting the saint. The ghostly tone said seriously, abide by the Pope's orders. It's okay, go according to the order. After Qian Sunji finished speaking, he continued to process the official documents. The ghost withdrew from the Pope's hall and went in secluded towards Bib Dong's location. After one day, Qian Yuan felt that his soul power had increased and he was in a very happy mood. Looking at the slight light outside the window, I got up straight. After having breakfast, Tong Ling Yuan began to plan today's arrangements. After thinking about it, he decided to meet Xiao Gang. The boy master can attract Bib Dong, but his appearance and temperament should be quite good. He was really strange why Bib Dong was attracted by the other party. Elder Ling Yuan, let's go and meet the person Donger brought back. Well, I'm also very curious why the saint brought him back to the spirit hall. After saying that, Qian Yuan took Ling Yuan to Xiao Gang's residence. As for the location, just find someone. Soon, under Ling Yuan's inquiry, he learned about Xiao Gang's residence. When the two of them came to each other's residence, they heard Bib Dong's voice coming. Xiao Gang, aren't you used to getting up so early last night? In his tone, he revealed extraordinary concern. Miss Donger, I'm just a little excited. The Wuhun Hall is a sacred place that has been passed down from the continent. I'm a little excited when I came here for the first time. Xiao Gang's voice revealed a hint of melancholy. Qian Yuan and Ling Yuan looked at each other and he was ready to call. Donger, are you in there? His voice came out. Bib Dong was stunned, and then he opened the door in a hurry. She looked at the two of them in confusion. Uncle Tu, why are you here? I heard you brought a friend to the Wuhun Hall as a guest, come and have a look. Qian Yuan smiled. Bib Dong thought of his rich theoretical knowledge, and maybe he could see the problem with Xiao Gang's martial soul. Xiao Gang's voice came from behind her, Miss Donger, who is here? Bib Dong turned around and said, my teacher's younger brother, I call him second uncle. After saying that, she called Qian Yuan and Ling Yuan into the house. Xiao Gang said respectfully to the two of them, Xiao Gang, I have met two seniors. Qian Yuan looked at Xiao Gang, and he had to say that his melancholy temperament was really easy to attract the kind of care that women would be. Ling Yuan's eyes softened when she saw Xiao Gang for the first time. He can only say two words, outrageous. As soon as he moved his mind, a mental fluctuation emanated, and Ling Yuan returned to normal. At the same time, he discovered strange fluctuations in Bib Dong, but they quickly disappeared. It seems that there is really a problem. Qian Yuan said inwardly. He was sure now that Bib Dong must have encountered something mysterious in the Stardew forest. Uncle Second, Xiao Gang's martial soul has undergone a vicious mutation. Can you help me see? Bib Dong looked at him and asked. Qian Yuan nodded, looked at Xiao Gang, and asked, let me show my martial soul. Xiao Gang walked to a wide place and began to summon his martial soul. Come out, Luo Sanbao. Under his call, a purple animal appeared in front of him. It has lavender hair, two small ears drooping, big dark blue eyes, gentle eyes, four calves with short and thick legs, and a bulging top of its head, like a pig's lace. This is the vicious mutant martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Luo Sanbao. After taking a closer look at Qian Yuan, he saw a problem. I'll call you Xiao Gang. Your martial soul should be a dragon-like martial soul, which has undergone a vicious mutation. The reason is that the owner's own energy is insufficient, which makes it unable to complete the mutation process when awakened. Xiao Gang wandered around and read a lot of books, and there was also this guess. He asked, "Senior, can't my martial soul really be restored?" Qian Yuchen nodded and shook his head again. "There must be a method, but I am old and can't remember a lot of knowledge. You need to find this answer yourself." Although Xiao Gang was a little disappointed, he was a little happy. After all, someone could see what caused his martial soul. Bib Dong heard Qian Yuchen say that he was old and couldn't help but look at him. She found that although his appearance had not changed much, his blonde hair had a lot of grey hair. Yes, Uncle Er is a person who cannot cultivate soul power, and time has left traces on him after all. Your martial soul is directly removed from the body after summoning it, which is why your body cannot accommodate it, which leads to this situation. This is the self-protection consciousness of the martial soul. Although it is separated from the body, are you connected with each other, right? In addition, you ask it to assist you in the battle and need to feed it before you can fight, right? Qian Yuchen said again. "Senior, you are right. Every time I summon Luo Sanbao, I need to feed it carrots before the battle." Xiao Gang was completely convinced by him. The person in front of him was really a super theory master. At a glance, you can see the problems and key points of your martial soul. Unfortunately, he was unable to give a solution. However, since you know where the problem lies, it will be much easier to find the answer to the problem. Qian Yuchen looked at Xiao Gang's eyes and became respectful, and the expression on his face did not change much. Bib Dong asked, "Uncle Second, will Xiao Gang's situation worsen?" "It won't be worse. His situation should be the worst. Not bad." Qian Yuchen shook his head and said, "Usually, his martial soul should be a mutated dragon-like martial soul." He looked at Xiao Gang and asked, "Can you see your martial soul configuration?" Xiao Gang nodded, and 2 yellow soul rings lit up from him. The age of these 2 soul ring configurations should be 423 and 764 years in his own incomplete theory. In standard configuration, your soul power should be stuck at level 29, no matter how you practice, you can't go further. The root lies in your martial soul. The soul power you cultivate is used to supplement the deficits during evolution. As for when to stop, I don't know this. After Qian Yuchen showed his soul ring, he sensed his soul power level. Level 29 Great Soul Master. Xiao Gang sighed and said, "Thank you for solving your doubts. No wonder no matter how much I meditate and practice, my soul power can never be accumulated. Perhaps when Luo Sanbao absorbs enough soul power in the future one day, he will be able to complete his evolution." After a conversation with Qian Yuchen, Xiao Gang felt much better. "My whole body is not as melancholy as before," with a little more cheerful look. "Donger, if you have time to take your friends to the Wuhan city, I have made an appointment with someone, so I won't bother you." Seeing that the time was almost over, Qian Yuchen planned to leave. Bib Dong and Xiao Gang stood up and said, "Second uncle, Sen, walk slowly." After leaving here, Qian Yuchen's face became solemn. The matter between Bib Dong and Xiao Gang is not that simple. After the two left, ghosts appeared and quickly headed towards the Pope's palace. Chapter 23 The Truth? Sir Pope, the second son. The ghost who came to the Pope's palace told Jian Sunji in detail what he had just heard. "Well, I understand, you go down first." King Sunji signaled him to retreat, and Gui Mei left. King Sunji stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the huge statue of the angel god in the square. "Second brother, your theoretical knowledge seems to be at the top level on the mainland. It's a pity that the strength of this world is the foundation of your foothold. Your pen can't support the spirit hall." He already understood that the books Qian Douluo had previously shared with the Pope's palace were probably written by his younger brother. What is the purpose of such honors? The other party recognized that he could not practice and sincerely let his brother sit firmly on the position of Pope. Thinking of this, Jian Sunji felt that things were not that simple, but he couldn't figure it out. "Well, for the credit of your book, I won't hold you accountable even if you don't complete this matter well. Second brother, it's good to be an ordinary person. It's enough to have me in the martial spirit hall." He still felt a little softer and became a little angry. Titled Douluo, I've been stuck at level 89 for so long. When will I be able to break through? It is obvious that Douluo is just one step away from breaking through the title, but he just can't overcome this hurdle. This year, another Douluo was promoted to the title Douluo. Shi Long from the Law Enforcement Hall, the Martial Soul Snake Spear, is now a level 92 title certified Douluo and title certified Snake Spear. There are still a few people, and it seems that they have reached a critical moment for breakthrough. Their talents are worse than their own Pope, and now they are coming from behind, so they have to hurry. If I were the titled Douluo, then the position of the Pope would be even more stable. Kyung Sunji showed a look of unyielding defeat on his face, and his eyes were burning at the statue of the angel god. Kyun Yuchen returned to the library and came to his own position on the third floor. He did not let Ling Yuan follow him, and after sitting down with a serious look, he summoned the martial soul. He wanted to see what Bib Dong met in the Star Do Forest. The kind of behavior that can block one's own mental fluctuations is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. The Bible opens a page and releases Bib Dong's passing in the Star's Forest. After watching it 5 times repeatedly, Kyun Yuchen was able to confirm that something must have happened at night. Bib Dong, who woke up, changed drastically towards Yu Xiaogang's behavior and lost his previous unfamiliarity. If this is not a problem, he will be able to get diarrhea on his handstand. Later, he checked the process of Bib Dong taking a very slow speed to rest until he got up the next day, and finally found the problem. A very small mosquito bit her eyebrows. After Bib Dong subconsciously slapped it to death, his vigilant expression gradually relaxed. And his face in his sleep actually smiled. There's really a problem. A mosquito bites it. This method is really amazing. Then I want to see who is calculating others behind the scenes. Qian Yuchen snorted coldly, the light curtain of the martial soul became larger, and he walked straight in. This is a power of his martial soul, called God's perspective. By intercepting a certain time segment in the past, he can visit that scene as an outsider, and it will not have any impact on the real timeline. This is a time-space independent of his martial soul, and it will dissipate when the time comes. After Kyunyu City entered this time node, the third party's perspective entered the point where Bib Dong had not yet come to sleep. He stood quietly in the corner, quietly waiting for the arrival of mosquitoes. 5 minutes later, a small sound of mosquitoes came, and Kyun Yuchen looked out of the cave entrance. It was a mosquito covered in dark purple, with scarlet eyes. Isn't that the undead blood-sucking mosquito that has been extinct on the continent? Rakshasa purgatory disappeared in ancient times, and this kind of mosquito disappeared and disappeared. Qian Yuchen suddenly understood, Rakshasa purgatory Rakshasa. Rakshasa god. Could it be that at this period, the Rakshasa god had already begun to make arrangements? Then everything makes sense. Then the spiritual power of the Rakshasa god must be stored on this mosquito. If the gods divide a little mind power, there will be no loss, and ordinary people cannot discover this. The mosquito's purpose was very clear, and it flew straight to Bib Dong's eyebrows and then sniped it. Bib Dong felt uncomfortable and slapped it to death with a slap. After frowned, he quickly stretched out his face, with a smile on his face. In Kyun Yuchen's sight, a strange ray of thought entered Bib Dong's brain through the mosquito. In just a moment, he felt a very powerful negative energy. As a divine thing, the Bible is very sensitive to this evil power. Evil thoughts, it's really the devil of Rakshasa god. Kyun Yuchen got the answer and left. If God intervenes, things will become extraordinary. But what is the purpose of Rakshasa god doing this? Destroy Douluo continent and snatch the roots of the angel god? Or destroy the inheritance of the Shura god? Is it related to the Rakshasa god that the vicious mutation of Yu Xiaogang's martial soul also has something to do with the Rakshasa god? After all, Luo Sanbao's color is purple and his appearance is so ugly. It may be caused by the pollution of negative energy. It would be impossible for Rakshasa god to turn Bib Dong into a black body with such love bondage and complete all this with her hands. Qiandao Liuchen is the spokesperson of the angel god in the world, and is responsible for the mission of inheriting the divine position. After Kyung Sunji's death, the Wuhun Palace needs a person who stabilizes the situation. What Qian Sunji did made him feel guilty, and Bib Dong gave birth to Qian Rongxiu, the perfect inheritor of the angel god, would let her serve as the pope. Then he made a secret plan and accumulated strength, so that when the time came, he could quickly assess the forces of all parties. At that time, there will only be one belief in mainland China, that is, the Rakshasa god. Friendly reminder, the plot needs it, don't argue. In order to confirm his somewhat outrageous guess, Qian Yuchen watched the situation before Yu Xiaogang's martial soul awakened again. The night before he was about to awaken his martial soul, a very small mosquito bit his neck. Negative energy wandered in his body, polluting his soul power. But he did not feel any discomfort and normally participated in the martial soul awakening ceremony of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. When awakening the martial soul, a sudden change occurred, and the phantom of the blue light Tyrannosaurus Rex disappeared, and then a purple-skinned pig-like creature with dragon horns appeared in front of Xiao Gang. It's Luo Sanbao. Testing his soul power is only half level. After understanding these things, Qian Yuchen completely understood that this was a game between gods. The Rakshasa god thought that the plan was perfect, but he was still noticed by the Shura god and other divine realm committees. They didn't want to interfere in this matter, so they brought Tang San's soul to this world and used his hand to fight against the Rakshasa god's plan. Bib Dong was influenced by the Rakshasa god, and because of Yu Xiaogang's affairs, Qian Sunji took dirty measures to keep her, even if it was malicious. Then Kyung Sunji chased Lan Yin Emperor, A Yin offered sacrifice, and Tang Hao was promoted to Douluo. The game between the two sides officially kicked off. Tisk 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 tisk, you are worthy of being a god. The layout is so far-reaching, but it's a pity that I won't let you succeed. The rotten god world should be changed. Qian Yuchen suddenly felt very interesting. Fighting with the god seemed to be a joyful thing. So what about God? After he breaks through level 99, he will refine it immediately after he catches it. Chapter 24 Plan. After Qian Yuchen understood the general layout behind all this, a competitive heart arose in his heart. The things left by Rakshasa God to Bib Dong and Xiao Gang are of the opposite attributes. It's no wonder Bib Dong's impression of him suddenly became kind. Now that I have discovered it, of course I won't let this kind of thing repeat the same mistake. So what about God? Just do it. He calmed down and slowly closed his eyes. He needs to calm down and then carefully plan to make his own layout without being discovered by God. However, there is a prerequisite that Bib Dong needs to cooperate. She is the most critical part of this layout, and it has not yet come to Tang San's arrival in this world. In this way, we can only let Bib Dong return to normal first and cooperate with the acting. She should cooperate with your performance and attaches great importance to it. Those gods should not find any abnormalities. But Xiao Gang cannot stay in the martial soul hall. Any clan disciple, even if he is expelled from the sect, will not be able to escape the identity of clan disciples. General Duanmu said it well, one shudder. Yu Xiaogang's martial soul returned to normal and would definitely return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family as soon as possible and slap those who mocked him in the face. Including him the father Yu Yuanzhen. But in this way, with the identity of the son of the sect leader, he can still obtain a large amount of resource support from the clan. As for the martial soul hall, I'm sorry, I'm really not familiar with it. Although Bib Dong is a smart person, she has never experienced this, and she will be fooled by others. Cultivation is very important, but it is also important to know and distinguish people. Then let's start by getting to know Xiao Gang. Qian Yuchen calmed down and cleared his thoughts, then stood up and left the library. As soon as he left, Bib Dong brought Xiao Gang here. Xiao Gang, this is the library in the Wuhan Hall. I'll accompany you in later. The second floor and above are not open to the public. You must remember this. If something goes wrong, I can't plead for you. Do you understand? She told Xiao Gang in detail what to note when entering the library, and the other party was listening carefully. Miss Donger, I understand. I remember all what you said. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed. Xiao Gang said seriously. Bib Dong opened the door of the library and took him to the martial soul knowledge area on the first floor. Although it is on the first floor, the collection of books is as many as 3 floors. Xiao Gang looked at so many books and sighed in his heart that the depth of the Wuhan Palace was. The collection of books in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is only 1 layer after death. Looking at the books in front of him, his eyes were full of hope, and the solution to his martial soul was included. He must seize this hard-won opportunity. Those who mock and look down on him will one day make them regret it. There is no waste of martial soul, only waste of soul master. He will prove himself. After a fierce brainstorm, he looked at Bib Dong. Miss Donger, then I'll read these books to find a solution to the problem of martial soul. Bib Dong smiled and said, no problem, you're here to watch it seriously, I won't bother you. There is no restrictions on the first floor of the library. There is a ban on the entrance to the second floor. Without a pass token, you cannot reach the second floor. After Bib Dong left, he picked up books related to the beast martial soul and started reading. He looked at the book with a hot look. I will definitely find a solution. After Bib Dong came out of the library, he met Ling Yuan. I have met Elder Ling Yuan, she said with a respectful tone. Ling Yuan said, Saint, the second young master, please come over. Bib said with a puzzled look on the east side, then I'll trouble Elder Ling Yuan to lead the way. Soon, Ling Yuan took Bib Dong to a lakeside in the Wuhan Hall. In the pavilion not far away, Kachin was holding corn kernels and feeding carp. Ling Yuan and Bib Dong walked over, and when he heard the movement, he sprinkled all the bait in his hand. He turned around and smiled, Donger, you are here. Yes, Bib Dong nodded and asked, Second uncle, what are you asking for me? Do you still remember the incident when you met Xiao Gang in the start of Big Forest? Kachin asked. Xiao Gang. Bib Dong was stunned and then said, At first, I thought he was approaching me on purpose, but later I realized that he entered the Stardo forest alone in order to solve the problem of martial soul. I think he is a resolute and brave person, so I wanted to help him, so I decided to take him back to the spirit hall. Hearing Bib Dong's words, Kachin sighed secretly. There are so many loopholes in this statement, why do you think it is normal? Kachin waved his hand and an invisible barrier wave blocked the pavilion. At the same time, a golden light from his martial soul flew into Bib Dong's eyebrows. Second uncle, what's wrong with me? Bib Dong made a puzzled voice. Then her face changed, and she looked at Kachin and confirmed, I really brought a man named Xiao Gang back to the spirit hall. He nodded and said, yes, he is in the library now. What's going on? I planned to leave the Stardo forest the next day, so I parted ways. Bib Dong felt incredible. How could she do such a stupid thing? Isn't the teacher very angry? Second uncle, she didn't know what to say. You are not blamed for all this, behind it is a powerful existence that plays the game. And you are one of the characters they chose. Kachin said with a serious expression. What? I have inexplicably become someone else's pawn. Bib Dong was a little unbelievable, it was so fantastic. Kachin pointed to the sky and sighed, maybe only the legendary god can be so divine without knowing it. Bib Dong said curiously, God? Is it a god similar to an angel god? Yes, if you follow their plan, you will get too close to Xiao Gang, which will inevitably cause your brother's dissatisfaction. You know his temperament. He will never allow the saint of the spirit hall to be with a waste. The final result must be to expel him. If you care about the other party very much, I don't need to tell me about your choice, so it should be clear. Kachin expressed his thoughts and looked at Bib Dong seriously. Hearing this, she thought for a while. If she continued to follow this situation, she would definitely follow Xiao Gang away from the martial soul hall. The teacher's hard training and the vigorous training of the Wuhan hall will be left behind. And my teacher will definitely take tough measures to keep himself in the Wuhan hall. Even if he hates him in his heart, he must do this. The relationship between master and apprentice broke down since then. Uncle second, the other party's plan is so vicious. He actually wants me to be an ungrateful person. When I really follow that plan, wouldn't my life be completely ruined? Bib Dong has never been so angry as today, and such a vicious plan fell on himself. So, this requires your cooperation. Kachin said confidently. Then, he showed off his martial soul. That ragged book became sacred, solemn, and inviolable. All the white hairs in his blonde hair disappeared. More importantly, 9 soul rings. 3 of them are the bright red 100,000-year soul ring. Second uncle, you are a titled Douluo. Bib Dong looked at him in shock, feeling like he was dreaming. The second uncle who cannot cultivate soul power suddenly became the titled Douluo? Kachin smiled and said, yes, I am now a level 96 all-round super Douluo. Bib Dong was puzzled, but why do you want to hide your strength? The wood is so beautiful that the forest wind will destroy it. Donger, if I hadn't told you about this, would you believe that you were plotting? Now is not the time for me to show my strength. For the overall situation of the spirit hall, I must hide it. Kachin sighed, revealing helplessness in his tone. Donger, you must keep this matter confidential. After our conversation is over, you should just pretend that you don't know anything. Second uncle, it's really hard for you. I will keep this matter secret, but what should I do next? Bib Dong wants to know what to do later. Qian Yuchen walked to her and used his soul power to transmit voice. After you leave, like this and then. After saying that, he took a step back. Donger, just do it according to my arrangement. Brother will not find any abnormalities. And I will let you see Yu Xiao Gang's true face. Any disciple of a sect is incompatible with the spirit hall in their hearts. This is the idea they have been instilled with since they were born, and we cannot change it. Bib Dong also had a hint of curiosity. What would this person who was expelled from the sect by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family do? Master Scumbag, the ending is coming soon, so stay tuned. Chapter 25 Breakup. Qian Yuchen's plan slowly unfolds, and Bib Dong's acting skills are very online. In half a year, everything seemed to be moving in the direction arranged by the calculating person. Bib Dong and Yu Xiaogang's relationship became increasingly intimate, which made Qiang Sunji very angry. Second brother, what are you doing? Don't you think Donger is too close to that waist? The saint of the dignified martial spirit hall is so concerned about a person who is useless. Isn't this slap me in the face? As the Pope, I can't even teach my own disciples well. It's ridiculous to spread this. As soon as Qian Yuchen arrived at the martial soul hall, his good brother was shocked. After the other party's output ended, he spoke. Brother, why are you anxious? Sit down first and listen to my explanation. Okay, I want to see what you can say. 123. Qian Sunji sat down and stared at him, his eyes full of anger. Donger seemed to have been infected with a drug, but she was very concerned about that Xiao Gang. I am going to take a tough approach to expel Xiao Gang from the martial spirit hall and directly cut off her thoughts. She knows that it was me, so she will definitely feel resentful towards me. Brother, you come forward to comfort me and then take her to secretly follow Xiao Gang. Bar, Qian Yuchen told his plan. After hearing this, Qiang Sunji's face became soothing. So, are you trying to give her a dose of strong medicine? You don't have the cultivation level, but you can't stop her from losing control. It's rare, his tone is still full of concern. Elder Ling Yuan is by my side, there will be no problems. And for half a year, it is an extremely gift for the spirit hall to allow him to stay in the library for so long. He still doesn't know that he is really a place of charity. Qian Yuchen said that there was no problem, and this was already the limit he could tolerate. Okay, then I'll give you a grievance for the time being. After the matter is over, my brother will not forget you. When Qian Sunji heard him say this, he could only give him some verbal comfort first. Bib Dong has a stubborn personality and Qian Yuchen's strong intervention is unimaginable. But now, we can only adopt this last resort. It is impossible for the successor he has worked hard to train for others to make wedding dresses. Qian Yuchen looked at Qian Sunji, brother, then I'll go and deal with this matter in the evening. Thank you for your hard work. Qian Sunji nodded. Then, he withdrew from the Pope's house. Walking on the road, Qian Yuchen looked at the sky and murmured. It's finally going to start. Time passed by bit, and it soon came to the evening. Bib Dong was called away by Qiang Sunji, and Xiao Gang was the only one left in the library. Opening the door of the library, Qian Yuchen said sternly. Xiao Gang, come out. Xiao Gang paused and felt something was wrong. He put down the book, walked to Qian Yuchen, and said in confusion, Senior, what are you asking for me? Come with me. Qian Yuchen did not answer, but asked him to follow him first. Xiao Gang had no choice but to follow him. After about 5 minutes of walking, Qian Yuchen took Xiao Gang to the pavilion where he had talked to Bib Dong before. He turned around and looked at Xiao Gang and said, there has never been an outsider in the Wuhun Palace who can stay in the library for more than a month. You are the first one. Xiao Gang said respectfully, I have to thank Donger for his help, so that I can have such a rare opportunity. Wow, they all called Donger. The word girl was abandoned directly. Xiao Gang, let me ask you, my saint in the martial soul palace, a genius character, do you think you are worthy of it? She took you back to the spirit hall to help you solve the problem of the spirit, but you have raised ideas that you shouldn't have. I will be here tonight. If it were my elder brother, you would have lied down long ago. Qian Yuchen did not be polite to the other party anymore and directly expressed his purpose. Xiao Gang was stunned, but unexpectedly it was this. In an instant, he recalled his time with Bib Dong, and his face turned pale. Yes, he is a waste, how can he be favored by a proud daughter like Bib Dong? Not only did I not notice it, but I still enjoy it. I'm so stupid really. He took 2 steps back. Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have such a whimsical idea. But, can I tell Dong apart? Xiao Gang is a little self-aware, not so stupid that he makes a big fuss and wants to meet Bib Dong. No need, you are people from 2 worlds, why bother to leave any concerns? If you don't want my elder brother to cause trouble for you, just write a loveless letter immediately and leave the spirit hall immediately. This is my last advice to you. Qian Yuchen rejected his request and gave the best method. Xiao Gang's eyes darkened, and he knew that this was the other party's last patience. Senior, I understand, I'll write it now. He lit one of his belt soul guides with 24 gems inlaid with him, and took out paper and pen. He lay the paper flat on the table in the pavilion and sat down and started writing. 10 minutes later, he finished writing, took out another envelope, folded the paper and put it in it. Xiao Gang stood up and begged, Senior, you have already written it, so please hand it over to Dong. Qian Yuchen took the envelope and took out a small bag from his soul guide. I will hand it over to Bib Dong in person. With this little money, leave the south gate. I'll give you a little reminder that the most important thing for people is to have self-knowledge. After saying that, he handed the small bag to Xiao Gang and stopped looking at the other party. Xiao Gang, thank you for your thanks. Xiao Gang took the small bag, put it into the soul guide, and headed towards the south gate of the Wu Soul Hall in a depressed mood. Leaving there completely eliminated the opportunity to meet Bib Dong. Originally, this Wuhan Hall was not something that people like him could live in. There was a luxury in my heart, which was a stupid idea. Qian Yuchen said to the heir, go and stare at him, just wait until he leaves Wuhan City and report to the elder brother. After saying that, he left here and prepared to go to the library, waiting for Bib Dong's arrival. After Qian Yuchen left, Ghost appeared from the shadow and followed Xiao Gang. At the Pope Palace, Bib Dong was very puzzled why the teacher asked about his cultivation at night. As soon as the conversation between the two ended, Gui Mei hurriedly walked in. Report to the Pope. After the second young master talked to Xiao Gang, the other party gave the second young master a letter, and he had already left the Wuhan city from the south gate. When Bib Dong heard this, he was shocked and said, What? Xiao Gang left? What did the second uncle say? He actually forced him away. No, I have to ask him why he asked Xiao Gang to leave. Before King Sunji could react, Bib Dong had already activated his martial soul to leave the Pope's hall. Qian Sunji looked at Gui Mei, Elder Ghost, did the second young master really let that waste leave? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. After Gui Mei finished speaking, she reported the situation to him truthfully. Okay, that waste is enough to leave. Donger can concentrate on practicing and break through the soul saint as soon as possible. King Sunji was overjoyed. His good brother helped him solve the big trouble. So, in order to thank him, what should I prepare to thank him? Qian Sunji was in a good mood and started thinking after signaling Gui Mei to retreat. When Bib Dong came to the library, he saw Qian Yuchen waiting for her in front of the gate. There is also a letter in his hand. That letter was left to me by Xiao Gang. She looked at Qian Yuchen and asked, Second uncle, why did you let Xiao Gang leave? Why is this? Good guy, this expression is in place, it looks like a pair of lovers who have been separated by their parents. Why, don't you know it in your heart? I have an idea with a waist that I shouldn't have. What do I want him to stay in the spirit hall for? You are the saint of the spirit hall, so you should think from the perspective of the spirit hall. What qualifications are the abandoned son of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family close to you? Qian Yuchen took out the image he should have as an elder and scolded him. Just because of this, you let Xiao Gang leave. His martial soul has problems, and now he is alone. Bib Dong looked at him in disbelief, his tone full of concern for Xiao Gang. Qian Yuchen gave her a thumbs up in her heart, and her acting skills can be called Douluo Queen. It's because of this, Bib Dong, do you know what you're talking about? The martial spirit hall has put all its efforts into cultivating you to make you with a waist. Don't forget who saved you from the dead. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise, you'll be ungrateful. He once again criticized Bib Dong with righteous words. Both sides' acting skills are very online, with no flaws at all. I haven't forgotten the kindness of the Wuhun Palace, but this is not your reason to drive Xiao Gang away. I'm going to find him in person, no one can separate us. Bib Dong showed a hint of madness on his face, as if he had recognized Xiao Gang. You dare! If you dare to take a step, I will prevent you from leaving your residence for a month. Qian Yuchen also had a temper and sternly dissuaded. Do you think I dare? Second uncle, look at you as my elder, I don't want to attack you. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude. After Bib Dong finished speaking, he took the envelope from him and headed towards the south gate. Elder Ling Yuan, stop this stubborn guy for me. Qian Yuchen was not polite, and let Ling Yuan take action directly. I was angry in advance, just acting. Ling Yuan instantly appeared in front of Bib Dong and said in a deep voice. Saint, let's go back, otherwise I'm not polite. A crazy look flashed in Bib Dong's eyes, and the soul ring was directly revealed. You're welcome, then I want to ask Elder Ling Yuan for advice. After saying that, she rushed towards Ling Yuan. This also means that she and Qian Yuchen had a complete breakup. Ghost looked at the two men who had fought and hurried back to the Pope's hall. Sir, it's not good. The Saint and Elder Ling Yuan fight. Additional updates are coming, thanks for your support. Chapter 26 Confinement. Ling Yuan escorted Bib Dong and followed Qian Yuchen to the Pope's hall. As soon as he saw Kyung Sunji, Qian Yuchen immediately said. Brother, your good apprentice is really crazy. In order to chase that waste, I actually disobeyed the precepts of the Wuhan Hall. There is no way, I can only let Elder Ling Yuan temporarily seal her soul power. Qian Sunji looked at Bib Dong who was dissatisfied and was a little embarrassed, and knew that she had really taken action. In order to take care of his younger brother's face, he spoke. Donger, you violate the precepts of the Wuhan Hall and are temporarily suspended for 1 month. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave your residence. Elder Ling Yuan, please send her back. After saying that, he pretended to be selfless and heartbroken. Yes. Ling Yuan was about to take Bib East, but she struggled. Teacher, please, let me find Xiao Gang. In words, I interpret my infatuated look to the fullest. Qian Sunji did not reply, but glanced at Ling Yuan and signaled her to take Bib Dong down. Ling Yuan nodded and forced Bib Dong to leave the Wuhan Hall. Before leaving, Bib Dong looked at Qian Yuchen with hatred. Qian Sunji, who saw these in his eyes, was really grateful to his younger brother. If Bib Dong looked at him with such a look, the relationship between the master and the apprentice would be really hard to say. After Ling Yuan took Bib Dong away, he looked at Qian Yuchen and comforted him. Second brother, thank you for your hard work this time, and it made Donger hate you. Brother, you're just seeing each other now. It's not hard to do anything for the martial spirit hall. I gave him money before he left. Qian Yuchen said that he had nothing to do, and this perception made Qian Sunji very happy. You did a good job. The Wuhan Hall is a place that pays attention to human feelings, and you have done your best. If I were there, he wouldn't have left so easily. Qian Sunji snorted coldly, feeling that Qian Yuchen was still kind and soft-hearted. Brother, Donger's current situation must be very interested in seeing that waste. You must not agree to her request, let someone follow you Xiao Gang invisible. After he reveals the situation, you can take Donger to find him. Only by letting her see the true appearance of these disciples of the sect with her own eyes, she will completely give up and cut off those messy thoughts. Qian Yuchen said it again, your own thoughts. What you said makes sense, but how should I persuade her? My tone was quite heavy just now, and I guess Donger blamed me. Qian Sunji sighed, how to persuade this disciple is also a difficult problem. This is not difficult. You can go find Donger later. Never enter the door. You just say you have difficulties. As a pope, it is impossible for your disciple to violate the precepts. Moreover, I am your younger brother, so I have to take into account the brotherhood, but I just feel wronged. If Yu Xiao Gang is wholeheartedly devoted to you, he will definitely not give up. He will try his best to find a solution to the problem of martial soul. If the love between the two people is long, how can they stay day and night? If he cannot pass this test, then he will not be a person who can entrust his life. On the contrary, even if you spend all the resources of the martial spirit hall, you will also help him solve the martial spirit problem, so that he can be worthy of the saint of the martial spirit hall. In this way, Donger will definitely understand your good intentions, and will even thank your elder brother. Qian Yuchen said again. I have to say that Qian Sunji was moved by his words. I couldn't help but look at him with admiration. The sentence if the love lasts for a long time, how can it be every day and night is very skillful. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that Jian Yuchen's words made sense. Second brother, thank you so much. I won't say much between brothers. The treasure house has recently recorded a batch of new 50 cubic storage soul guides. You can choose one. I'll go to Donger's place later and persuade her. Qian Sunji was in a good mood. In order to thank his younger brother, he directly gave him a soul guide. A 50 cubic storage soul guide is usually a reward for those who have made great contributions. This time he was quite generous. Thank you, brother. Then I'll step down first. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he left the Pope's hall. 20 minutes after he left, Chahiroji came to Bib Dong's residence. At this time, Bib Dong was sitting on a chair in the yard, supporting his cheek with his right hand, looking at the full moon in the sky. Xiao Gang. As she missed, Kyung Sunji's voice came from outside the door. Donger, don't blame the teacher for speaking harshly just now. As the Pope, I have many things that are helpless. Your second uncle is my younger brother. Although his approach to this matter is radical, it is for the sake of the Wuhun Palace after all. I hope you can understand the teacher. After he finished his words, Bib Dong immediately said. Teacher, I understand your approach, but what the second uncle did was too much. Teacher, I'm begging you, let me go and find Xiao Gang. Hearing this, Qian Sunji's face turned dark. What's the point of that waste? Let you go to him at all costs? I can't promise you that as a saint, you have to accept punishment if you make a mistake. However, I have sent someone to follow him secretly. Bib Dong's eyes darkened, as if he had thought of something, and hurriedly said, Teacher, please don't hurt Xiao Gang. Qian Sunji suppressed the anger in his heart and said calmly. Donger, I just want to see what he did after leaving Wuhan City, that's all. If he really cares about you, he will definitely try his best to get back the dignity he lost. His martial soul problem will definitely be solved in every way. I can't read the book for half a year in vain, right? Bib Dong was very moved when he heard Qian Sunji's words. It turned out that his teacher thought so. Teacher, I'm sorry. She didn't know what to say. Donger, if the two loves last for a long time, how can they stay day and night? If you Xiao Gang can't stand this test, then you can only say that you misjudged the person. How can I be worthy of the saint of my spirit hall in this way? If he really persists and passes the test, I will ask for a great offering and make him worthy of you. I won't say anything extra. Just think about it this month. To be honest, you really disappointed the teacher this time. After Kyung Sunji said this, he left Bib Dong's yard. He was in a bad mood, and his apprentice actually cared so much about a waste. He really lost all his face. Fortunately, my younger brother discovered it in time and drove the waste out. Otherwise, I don't know what bigger mess will happen. After listening to Chahiroji's last words, Bib Dong felt much better. If the love lasts for a long time, how can it be in the morning and evening? Xiao Gang, I believe you will pass the test. Time flies, Bib Dong's confinement is lifted. She came to the Pope's palace as soon as possible, but found that Qian Sunji looked at the paper in his hand, his face looking a little ugly. Kyung Sunji watched her come and handed her the paper. Donger, take a look. The waste you were thinking about day and night came with a strange woman in just 1 month. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Gang won't do that. Bib Dong took the paper one by one, and the record of the last 3 days you use Xiao Gang's traces. He had a close relationship with a new woman named Lu Erlong, just like a lover. In addition, I met a man named Flander, who walked together in the starry forest. Yu Xiao Gang accidentally discovered that the three of them had a very high degree of soul power fit, and developed a set of martial soul fusion skills. Currently, I have arrived in the forbidden area, and live in seclusion to practice martial soul fusion skills. Seeing the 4 words like a lover's, Bib Dong's eyes turned black. She asked Chahiroji, Teacher, this is not true, right? Kyung Sunji did not answer, but asked back, Do you think the words of your second uncle make sense now? No, I want to see Xiao Gang with my own eyes. I want to ask him personally why he did this. Bib Dong threw down the paper in his hand and was about to leave the Pope's hall. Their location is near the Netherworld Forest, and they have temporarily lived in seclusion, as if to practice the martial soul fusion technique. You have broken through to level 70, and I will take you there in person to let you know what kind of person his disciple is. Qian Sunji would not agree to her to look for that waste now. This month, Bib Dong didn't practice much, otherwise he would have broken through to level 70 long ago. Bib Dong paused and knew what his teacher meant. Teacher, I understand. After saying that, she left the Pope's hall. Along the way, Bib Dong's heart felt like he was hurt by a great affection. Xiao Gang, wait for me. Chapter 27 The Death Demon Spider Transformation, The Master's Death. Half a month later, Bib Dong's soul power reached level 70. This means that she can go to the Netherworld Forest and hunt the 7th soul ring. Kachin in the library felt this and was curious about the scene where Bib Dong transformed his martial soul after absorbing the 7th death demon spider. Bib Dong, our theater has begun. Those high-ranking gods should watch with relish. I wonder if your martial soul transformation will make them notice the abnormality. Bib Dong came to the Pope's hall, saw Chihiroji, and said, Teacher, my soul power has reached level 70. You can go to the Netherworld Forest to obtain the 7th soul ring. Kachin nodded, very satisfied with her talent. Okay, okay. Come, let the 4 elders, Chrysanthemum, Ghost, Leopard, and Bear come to the Pope's hall. Under Kachin's summoning, 4 titled Douluo elders were called over. The 4 of them saluted, see the Pope. Several elders, please get up. I'll call you here this time to help Donger get the 7th soul ring. Kachin explained the reason why the 4 people were summoned. The 4 of them were shocked and looked at Bib Dong. This talent is too evil. The 17 or 18-year-old soul saint is also a rare existence in the entire Douluo continent. We will definitely protect the saint carefully and successfully obtain the 7th soul ring. Yuan and the other 4 said in unison. I'll follow you this time, and it's good to stay in the spirit hall for a long time, and occasionally go out to relax. In fact, he felt a feeling in his heart, urging him to go out, as if the time for a breakthrough was coming. Hearing Kachin's words, Yuan said, when the Pope is accompanying you, do you have to call a titled Douluo? Well, then call the lion. Kachin said. Afterwards, the lion also came to the Pope's hall and everyone discussed the action plan. Before leaving, Kachin reminded, Donger, when you get the 7th soul ring, go and meet your friends. Bib Dong understood his arrangements, so he didn't say much. On the side of Xiao Gang, after leaving Wuhan City, he was in a state of dismay all the way to the Stardew Forest. God seemed to have not abandoned him, and first met Flander, who was similar to his age. After a conversation, the two seemed to be able to talk a lot, and they felt like they met too late. That night, he had a great chat and became sworn brothers. Flander is 1 year older than Xiao Gang, and he is the eldest brother. The 2 of them entered the star-fighting forest and met a lively and straightforward woman with a hot temper. After a brief understanding, the 3 of them could talk very well. So, the 3 of them went on a stunning journey in the star forest. When the 3 of them activate their soul power at the same time, they have a high degree of compatibility. Xiao Gang's theoretical knowledge is richer than Flander and Lu Erlong, and he can see the key points at once. The 3 of them may be able to use the martial soul fusion technique. This is a powerful martial soul skill, not just 1 + 1 = 2. After some theoretical verification and preliminary practice, you can indeed use the martial soul fusion technique. But the Stardew Forest was not safe, so the 3 of them left and came to a place where no one was disturbed by the Soul Master, and prepared to devote themselves to practicing the martial soul fusion technique. This place is a valley 15 miles away from the Netherworld Forest. Little did they know that his whereabouts had long been known by the spies in the Martial Soul Palace. While the 3 of them were practicing martial soul fusion skills seriously, Bib Chihiroji and his group had already arrived at the periphery of the Netherworld Forest. Yuan is already very familiar with this place, he has come to 6 times. Sir Pope, Lion, this Netherworld Forest is very dangerous, and it is a little more dangerous than the Stardew Great Forest. You need to be alert at all times, and here there are many poisons, so remember not to do anything randomly after entering. Hearing Yuan's words, Kachin nodded. Elder Ju, we understand, please lead the way. After the words came, the group headed towards the habitat of the death spider. The moment Bib Dong stepped into the nether forest, the group of death demon spiders was sensed. The holder of the martial soul of the royal family is here, and it is time for me to dedicate. A death spider made a sound, and the lines were filled with firmness. Since the divine world has given the heavenly tribulation, the death demon spider clan has never had a spider emperor who has reached the level of 100,000. I don't know how many years have passed, but now there are 3 clan elders over 90,000 years old. They have been waiting for the arrival of the Spider Emperor. When Bib Dong obtained the first soul ring, 3 death spiders of more than 90,000 years were felt. Helping the Spider Emperor grow unconditionally is the first mission of memory inheritance. The Death Demon Spider clan can gain the ability to speak after practicing for 80,000 years. San Lao, go, this is the glorious mission of our clan. The strongest Death Demon Spider spoke, and then the third brother in his mouth, the 93,000-year-old Death Demon Spider, left his habitat. Bib Dong suddenly stopped and her Death Spider Emperor sent a sense. Teacher, elders, be prepared for battle. There is danger of approaching, it may be the Death Spider. After the words came to an end, there was a violent vibration in front of him, and a huge Death Spider appeared. Bib Dong looked at the other party's front legs and instantly knew its year. 93,000 years. However, after this Death Spider appeared, he did not launch an attack. It stopped at a group of people 200 meters and looked at Bib Dong carefully. You are the human beings who have the martial souls of the royal master of our clan. Hearing the soul beast speak, Qian Sunji and the 4-titled Douluo looked at it in shock. Bib Dong was not afraid and directly revealed his martial soul, Death Spider Emperor. The Death Spider became a little excited when he saw it. This is their emperor, the emperor of the Death Demon Spider clan. Humans, accept my power. After saying this, the Death Demon Spider exuded a powerful soul power all over her body. It's the soul beast sacrifice again. Is the saint favored by this race? Although I have seen Yuan several times, I am still shocked. Kyung Sunji and the lion widened their eyes. This was the first time they saw a soul beast performing sacrifice. Under the sacrifice of the Death Demon Spider, Bib Dong's martial soul possessed uncontrollably. Then, the powerful soul power was transmitted into her body and there was no discomfort. On the contrary, it feels comfortable to soak in a hot spring. Soon, the sacrificed Death Spider disappeared, and 7 soul rings appeared on Bib Dong. Purple, purple is black, 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 black. Her soul power level has also reached level 74. Before it was over, her martial soul fusion also changed. The spider form on the lower body disappeared, and a pair of jade feet touched the ground. Then, the Death Spider Emperor's shell and armor wrapped her figure. The spider spears of the 4 pairs of Death Spider King symmetrical left and right are spread to both sides. Her slender legs were also worn with armored boots condensed by martial souls. The Death Spider Emperor's martial soul transformation. Bib Dong was very satisfied with this look, it was exactly the same as the picture Qian Yuchen showed her. She turned around and looked at Qian Sunji and smiled, "Teacher, I'm going to see my old friend." Kyung Sunji looked at Bib Dong's novel changes and suppressed his inquiry. "Okay, let's go." Although Yuan and the others were confused, they did not ask much. Xiao Gang was sitting in the yard in the valley, studying the theory of the 3 people's martial soul fusion skills. At this time, a familiar female voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Gang, are you inside?" He thought he had hallucinations, so why did Bib Dong come here? When he was about to continue to mark, the sound came again. "Xiao Gang, I'm here to find you." Talk. After the pen in Xiao Gang's hand fell, he realized that this was not an illusion. "Bib Dong, I really found this place." To be honest, his first feeling was that he didn't want to see Bib Dong. Because he has 2 dragons. Since the Wuhun Palace expelled him, why did you find this place to destroy his peaceful life? After thinking about it, he still stood up and slowly headed towards Bib Dong's position. Soon, Bib Dong saw Xiao Gang and showed a look of joy. "Xiao Gang, I'm here to find you. I was going to look for you after you disappeared, but I was confined. How are you doing during this period?" She looked at the other person with concern, very worried that she would not have had a good time. When Xiao Gang heard this, he didn't know how to speak for a moment. While he was about to say something, another female voice came. "Xiao Gang, Boss Fu and I were lucky today. We picked a lot of fresh mushrooms and also beat 2 fat pheasants. Tonight, we have a good time." Bib Dong's face turned a little pale when he heard this voice. Lu Erlong is indeed very happy. What a great harvest today. Of course, I was eager to go home and prepare dinner to make a delicious meal for Xiao Gang. However, when she walked into the courtyard, she found a woman with a noble and elegant appearance that was not inferior to her and was standing in front of Xiao Gang. A woman's sixth sense tells her, this woman is not simple. Lu Erlong hurriedly came to Xiao Gang and looked at Bib Dong with a bad look. Who are you? What are you doing when you come to Xiao Gang? Bib Dong looked at her as if she was protecting her husband and realized that what her teacher said was true. She took 2 steps back and her face turned very pale. Xiao Gang, it's only been more than a month, you. I'm useless to help you with all my heart and strength, I never thought about it. She understood that she was just wishful thinking. Donger, Xiao Gang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bib Dong. You don't have to explain anything to me, you don't deserve to call me that. I'm so stupid that I did such a stupid thing. Bib Dong's emotions were a little uncontrollable, and his expression became a bit ferocious. Lu Erlong noticed something was wrong and showed his martial soul in time. 5 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black appear. Soul King, your talent is not bad. Pity. Before Bibi finished speaking, she came to Lu Erlong in an instant and knocked her out. The gap between you and me is still too big. After Lu Erlong fell, a trace of worry flashed across Xiao Gang's face. Bib Dong looked at his expression, with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Xiao Gang, I'm really in pain without you by my side. But when I see her happy, I want her to suffer too. What should I do? Xiao Gang looked at her in confusion. What does this mean? Want to make Erlong suffer too? Before he could react, Bib Dong stood in front of him, and the nails on the index finger of his right hand became dark and slender, piercing his heart. Well. Xiao Gang looked at Bib Dong in disbelief, and his face gradually became dark. At this time, the toxin of the Death Spider Emperor. Xiao Gang, I think it will be very painful to wait for her to wake up. Swish. Bib Dong retracted his right hand and took a step back. Plop. Xiao Gang fell to the ground, unable to move, and only felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Erlong. After saying this softly, his face turned dark and he lost his life. Ha ha ha, I'm not the one who is suffering now. After throwing this sentence, Bib Dong left here with a sad look on his face. Chapter 28 Bib Dong's second martial spirit awakens. Qian Sunji was in the dark and watched Bib Dong's operation throughout the whole process, and was very satisfied with her approach. What are you keeping this kind of waste for? Is it waste of air? After Bib Dong left, a very sad cry came from the courtyard where Xiao Gang was. It turned out that Flander, who returned to the courtyard, saw Lu Erlong and Xiao Gang lying on the ground, hurried forward to check the situation. Lu Erlong was fine, but he just fainted for the time being. Xiao Gang's heart was bleeding, his face was pitch black, and he lost his breath. He was stunned. He was fine before leaving. What happened? After Flander woke up Lu Erlong, she hurriedly checked Xiao Gang's situation and found that the other party had lost his breath. I was suddenly heartbroken and cried when I hugged him. Only then did Flander understand that Xiao Gang is a love disaster. But the other party's behavior is really too vicious. He couldn't help it, and his sworn brother died, and he couldn't help but feel sad. For a moment, the grief cries surrounded the valley. After Bib Dong and Chihiroji met, she had returned to her normal appearance. Teacher, I really misread the person. Go back to the spirit hall. Well, go back. Qian Sunji was very happy and took Bib Dong and Yuan and the others to meet. Afterwards, the group returned to the spirit hall. In the divine realm, the face of the Rakshasa god changed, and the energy she left in the lower realm disappeared. There is only one possibility, that person is dead. She hurriedly investigated and found that Xiao Gang's breath of life had disappeared. Interesting, the air I chose, killed a key point piece. It's a pity that he can't die yet. The Rakshasa god summoned a mosquito, attached a wisp of his soul to it and flew out of the Rakshasa temple. In the Wuhan Hall, Qian Daoliu and Kunyu City looked at the sky almost at the same time. Qian Daoliu, strange feeling. Kunyuchen, the gods are in the realm? Is there something wrong with Bib Dong? One day later, Qian Sunji and his group returned to the spirit hall. As the Pope, Chihiroji's mouth is harder to suppress than AK, and his smile can't be concealed. Back at the Pope's hall, Qian Sunji looked at the 5 titled Douluo and said, "Thank you 5 elders for this trip. There are a batch of rejuvenation pills on the pharmacy, and they will be delivered to your mansion later." Hearing Qian Sunji's words, the 5 people said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Pope, and swear to be loyal to the spirit hall to the death." The 5 of them had more or less secret diseases, and this pill was reigning in time. Then, he signaled the 5 to leave. Qian Sunji looked at Bib Dong again and asked, Donger, has your martial soul really changed? Yes, my martial soul is already the most perfect mentality. After the martial souls are combined, they can exert even more powerful. After Bib Dong finished speaking, he was very grateful to Kunyuchen. Donger, tell me the truth, how many soul bones do you already have now? I will find a way to make up for it if I am missing. Qian Sunji said again, almost forgot about the important matter of soul bone. Bib Dong took a step back and activated his soul power. Her left arm, left leg, torso, and palms emitted soul power fluctuations belonging to the soul bone. Okay. Your soul bone is of very high quality, and there are rare palm bones and trunk bones. The teacher promises you that when you break through the contra level, you will give you a 100,000 year soul bone. Kyung Sunji was still very happy to see her soul bone configuration. This disciple not only had outstanding talents, but also had very good luck. You can't leave your own resource support. Thank you, teacher. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Bib Dong said. Kyung Sunji nodded, well, you just broke through, please stabilize it. Bib Dong left the Pope's hall and headed towards the library. 10 minutes later, she came to the gate of the library and walked in slowly. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, Kunyuchen's eyes were just right. I've met my second uncle. Tell me, how did you gain this time? While speaking, Kunyuchen released a barrier, making it impossible for the outside world to detect the situation here. After absorbing the 7th soul ring, the Death Spider Emperor has indeed undergone a transformation. I saw Xiao Gang and couldn't help but kill him. Bib Dong talked about his experience of going out this time. Qian Yuchenten stood up and said in surprise, what? You killed Xiao Gang? Good guy, if you do this, Tang San's guide is gone? Poor master, he died young. No. He remembered yesterday's abnormal sensing, as if God had come down to the realm. If it was God's intervention, maybe Xiao Gang is not dead yet. Then things became even more interesting. However, he did not tell Bib Dong this speculation. You're right, that's a coward who has no responsibility. I really couldn't bear it anymore, so I pretended to be crazy and killed him. Bib Dong really couldn't hold back. After acting for so long, he had already felt a little angry. That waste, I just want to vomit when I look at it. She felt disgusting when she thought about those ambiguous scenes. Qian Yuchen said, well, just kill me. Bib Dong then stretched out his left hand, and a dark green spider appeared in the palm of his left hand. Uncle Second, can a person really have 2 kinds of martial souls? She expressed her doubts. This martial soul suddenly woke up after he broke through the soul saint. This is the top beast martial soul, the soul-devouring spider emperor. It has a talented ability to devour, which can devour the life energy and soul of a creature and convert it into the owner's cultivation. Qian Yuchen introduced seriously. Hearing him say this, Bib Dong's face changed. Isn't this not the evil soul master's method of practicing? She subconsciously developed resistance to this martial soul. No, there is no difference between good and bad in power, but soul masters have a difference between good and bad in power. Your martial soul is used to punish evil soul masters. Those evil soul masters do many evil things. If your martial souls swallow them up, that is to eliminate demons and protect the way. Qian Yuchen signaled that she would not have to resist her martial soul so much. However, my suggestion is that after you attach the soul ring of the Death Spider Emperor, you will add the soul ring to the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. In this way, your soul-devouring Spider Emperor's first soul ring can be attached to a soul ring of 10,000 years or even 100,000 years. Bib Dong heard his words and looked at him incredibly. I am naturally happy to use it to deal with the evil soul master. But, can the second martial soul really practice like this? She was still confused about the practice of the second martial soul. You are the second soul master with twin martial souls in the history of the mainland. The soul master before, who didn't understand the method of cultivation, casually added soul rings to his martial soul, and finally exploded and died. Your first practice of martial soul to the titled Douluo, and you can get a set of soul bone suits to solve the embarrassment of your body's inability to withstand soul power. In this way, the second martial soul will be attached with the soul ring, and there will be no conflict. Besides, your 2 martial souls are spider martial souls, and there will be no conflict between martial souls. Qian Yuchen talked about the cultivation method. Of course this is also the way to solve the difficulties of her twin martial souls in the original play. Bib Dong now understood that his talent is really rare in mainland China's history. The second twin martial soul master in history. Kyung Sunji asked her before what was the second martial soul. This made her wonder at the time that she was just a death spider emperor, where did she get the second martial soul? Now I know that there is no awakening. Thank you, Uncle Tu, for solving your doubts. I will wait until I get the soul bone suit before practicing the soul-devouring spider emperor. But Yu Xiao Gang's death will affect our plan. She asked again. You practice with peace of mind. If you have nothing to do later, try not to contact me. At the same time, you have to interpret your other A face, hating the martial soul palace. Hate everything. There is a strong desire to destroy everything. In this way, the calculator hidden behind the scenes will not be suspicious. Qian Yuchen guessed that Rakshasa God would definitely pay attention to Bib Dong's state, so he naturally had to act in full swing. Moreover, when her soul-devouring spider emperor awakens, the other party will definitely pay more attention. Bib Dong also understood what he meant and smiled. Uncle Second, how could I let them down? Chapter 29 Praise of Ice and Fire. Everything seemed to be back on track, as if nothing had happened. At night, a strange mosquito came to the spirit hall and came to Bib Dong's residence. It fell in front of the window, looking at Bib Dong in his sleep. I am worthy of being the inheritor I chose. Both the Death Spider Emperor and the Devouring Spider Emperor are on you. The martial soul quality of the Death Spider Emperor has reached its most perfect state, it's so wonderful. A sound that ordinary people cannot hear came from the mosquito's body. It is the Rakshasa god. Bib Dong, who was sleeping, frowned and murmured, Kill him, I want to kill him. Haha, sure enough, you are the one who wants to inherit my throne. This kind of resentment is really suitable. It's a pity that this little bit does not meet my requirements, and the test is still to come. The mosquito then flew away, and the direction was Kyung Sunji's residence. After dawn, Kyun Yuchen got up early. There was no way, my 4 disciples started to experience it alone. The ultimate destination of the chicks is the sky, not the cage. After my teaching over the years, there is nothing to impart theories. Ling Yuan was earlier than him and had been waiting for him long ago. Elder Ling Yuan, why are you earlier than me? Second young master, it's not very early, I just arrived. The two looked at each other and smiled, then headed out of the martial soul hall. As the sun rose, the two of them came to the small courtyard where Shui Yunyan lived. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the yard, Shui Yunyan opened the door, as if he was in tune with each other. She smiled, Young master, Sister Ling Yuan, you are here. The two of them were greeted into the room, and the table was already filled with all kinds of breakfasts. The 4 children were waiting for their arrival. Teacher. Auntie Ling Yuan. Qian Yuchen looked at the 4 of them with a smile, wait until you are anxious, sit down and have a meal first. Ling Yuan also smiled and said, you guys sit down, don't be so disgusting. 7 people sat at the dining table and started the warm breakfast before parting. The laughter and joy temporarily covered up the reluctance before parting. After breakfast, the 4 children were ready to go. Qian Yuchen looked at them and asked, you all have thought about where to go to practice. Wang Lei took the lead and said, I am going to Zhengzhen City. My dream is to become a senior forge. It is quite suitable for me. Shui Qing'er, I'm going to go to the Tiandu Empire. Mulan, I'm going to go to Thunder Academy and then participate in the Soul Master competition. Shui Weiwei, I am going to go to the Botanical Academy to get in touch with more plant soul masters. Hearing the choice of the 4 children, Qian Yuchen nodded. Children have their own choices, and as elders, they still need to support them. You leave Wuhan City, don't reveal my existence, and use what you have learned to break out your own path. I won't say much extra words. Remember one thing, this is always your last safe haven. If you feel tired outside, go back here and have a good rest. The 4 children knelt down and kowtowed him one. Teacher, we won't let you down. Qian Yuchen waved his hand and made the 4 of them get up. Go, the teacher believes in you. Shui Yunyan looked at them reluctantly. She raised this child, but she still couldn't accept the sadness of parting when she left suddenly. The 4 children looked at her, and they were also very reluctant to leave. Aunt Yunyan, we will come back to see you if you have time. Children, when you are away, you can't make yourself suffer. Then, the 4 children left the courtyard and headed towards their respective selected goals. Shui Yunyan looked at Kachin, as if he had made some plans. Young master, I will take Sister Ling Yuan out for a relaxing time. Kachin didn't care when he heard this. He thought it was her sad and wanted to find a place to relax. Ling Yuan, just accompany Yunyan out for a while. Ling Yuan nodded and went out with Shui Yunyan. After the 2 girls left, Kachin came to the rocking chair under the tree and lay down. I don't know if the plot has been fine-tuned, will the rest change? After Shui Yunyan went out, she took Ling Yuan to a quiet private room where she often came. After all kinds of things were complete, she looked at Ling Yuan and said, Sister Ling Yuan, I'm going to leave too. The children have grown up and left. I want to walk around too. Ling Yuan was puzzled. Leave? Are you really planning? Yes, I've been by my son for 3 years more than 10 years ago, I also wanted to go out and have a look. Sometimes I miss someone close at the same time, but I feel timid, it's so unbearable. Shui Yunyan sighed softly, and a trace of reluctance flashed across his face. If you don't have your thoughts with him, how can you know whether he agrees or not? Ling Yuan was a little puzzled. Just say this kind of thing, why keep it in your heart? I might be afraid of being rejected. Shui Yunyan shook her head. I'm going to leave at night and say goodbye to the young master. Sister Ling Yuan, let's hold on now and let the young master wait for me at home. Hearing her thoughts, Ling Yuan wondered, let's just let the young master wait like this at home. Isn't that good? No, he thought I felt uncomfortable because of the 4 children leaving. The matter of relaxation cannot be solved in a short while. On the contrary, let's go back quickly, he may still feel confused. Shui Yunyan smiled slightly, so that Ling Yuan didn't have to worry. Kachin considers a lot of things, but not much of himself. To be precise, I don't think much about some things in my life. She is still very confident in this. Ling Yuan nodded and did not ask any more questions. Shui Yunyan smiled slightly and took her to taste the things on the table. When lunch was about to be had, Kachin saw that the 2 girls were not intent to come back, so he solved the lunch problem by himself. He can also understand Shui Yunyan's mood, just relax and the depression will be dissipated. In the afternoon, I was basically in a meditation state. In the evening, Shui Yunyan and Ling Yuan came back, and they were talking and laughing. Kachin heard the movement and retreated from meditation. Yunyan, you. Young master, I'm much better and it's okay. Shui Yunyan smiled and said, Sister Ling Yuan and I are going to prepare dinner now. Without waiting for him to say anything, she pulled Ling Yuan into the kitchen. The 2 of them cooperated tacitly and made a table of sumptuous dishes in an hour. In addition, Shui Yunyan also specially prepared a bowl of fresh soup for Kachin. Seeing that her mood was stable, Kachin didn't say anything comforting, but chatted very normally. The 3 of them had different thoughts and finished their supper. However, Kachin felt something was wrong. Why did his body suddenly become hot? In addition, my head was a little dizzy and I felt the urge to sleep. Poisoning. He immediately ruled out this answer, the 9 Yang divine art protects the body, and no poison can hurt him. When he was drowsy, he entered a cold embrace. Shui Yunyan took him to his room and gently placed him on the bed. Ling Yuan looked at her incredibly, which was simply too bold. Yunyan, if you do this, the 2nd young master will blame you when he wakes up. Shui Yunyan thought it was nothing, she looked at Ling Yuan with a smile. Sister Ling Yuan, after today, I don't know when I will come back, nor do I know if I will see the young master. I just want to give myself a wonderful memory before leaving. After saying that, she began to unbutton Kachin's clothes, revealing his broad chest. Ling Yuan had never seen such a scene before, so she immediately left the room. Sister Ling Yuan, your martial soul problem will be solved tonight. That's also the only meaningful thing I did for you before leaving. After saying that, Shui Yunyan closed the door, took off his clothes, and began to snow in the world. Ling Yuan came to the living room with a red face. She really didn't expect that her sister would be so bold. Her face looked like a steam girl, and she was a little shy. The 2nd young master should be very angry when he wakes up. In order to calm down, she poured herself a warm water, wanting to calm down. After drinking a cup of warm water, her face turned a little better. Use the ice true energy to quickly calm down in the cool feeling. However, the distracting thoughts in my heart could not be removed and I couldn't help looking upstairs. Then, she felt something was wrong. Strange, why do I feel a sense of heat? This feeling is different from the restlessness caused by my martial soul. Ling Yuan twisted her body and her face turned flushed. She walked to the mirror and checked her condition, and was stunned. The charming between her eyebrows. In addition, she always felt that something was attracting her on the second floor. She hummed for a moment, feeling the heat in her body stronger. The idea of going up the second floor in my mind became stronger and stronger. After struggling for a while, she still took her legs and slowly walked towards the second floor. Finally, Ling Yuan came to Shui Yunyan's room in a daze. She subconsciously stretched out her right hand and held it on the door handle. Click! The door is not locked. Feeling the strong attraction coming from inside, she walked straight in. Chapter 30, There is something wrong with Kyung Sunji. Qian Yuchen woke up in a daze, and when he moved his hand, he felt a sense of softness. Something is wrong, it's really wrong. Looking along the eyes, there was a soft snow-white and dark red hair. Oh my god, what the hell happened? He quickly woke up, took a quick look and hurriedly put on his clothes. Standing in front of the bed, he looked at his jade legs and arms exposed. There was Ling Yuan, whose face had not yet faded, and she knew what the two of them had experienced last night. For more novels, 15053, join, https://discord.gg/skstastchk. Kyun Yuchen tried hard to calm his heart and began to recall what happened last night in a crazy way. Eating supper, getting hot, dizzy. There was something wrong with the meal last night. I was already invincible with all poisons. That kind of heat is my instinctive desire. Elder Ling Yuan doesn't know how to transcend such a thing, that's what Yunyan did. He understood who the mastermind of the incident last night was, and the cold feeling before he lost consciousness was heard from Shui Yunyan. Qian Yuchen looked at the room and it was Shui Yunyan's room. The wardrobe next to it has been opened, and the clothes inside have disappeared. He landed his eyes on the bedside table beside him and found a letter. Waving, the envelope came to his hands. When I opened it, I saw that the handwriting was filled with water and clouds. Young master, please forgive Yunyan's farewell without saying goodbye. It was the happiest time in my life to accompany my young master for more than 30 years, but my young master is like wood, and he doesn't understand the heart of clouds and smoke. Don't blame Yunyan for what happened last night. This is also to give yourself a wonderful memory before leaving. Sister Ling Yuan is a person who is not good at expressing emotions, so I followed the flow. After reading the content of the envelope, Kyun Yuchen slowly folded it up. Yunyan, you are so bold. After understanding the complete story, he looked at Ling Yuan again. After a little sense, she found that her body functions had been completely restored. In addition, there are two energy condensation in the abdomen, ice and fire, achieving a perfect state. Yin and Yang complement each other, and ice and fire coexist. It is only a matter of time that Ling Yuan has reached the extreme Douluo realm. What should I do when she wakes up? It's so difficult. Yet. Ling Yuan's body moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. Then, she was stunned. Why did I sleep in Yunyan's bed? Not only that, fortunately the quilt covered her delicate body, otherwise she would have been completely exposed. Next, she felt sore and weak, and her lower body could not raise her strength at all. Elder Ling Yuan, you have a good rest first, I'll prepare breakfast. Qian Yuchen left the room after she said this. When she didn't react. After he left, Ling Yuan seemed to remember something. She lifted the quilt and saw the bright red plum blossom mark. There is still a piece of bed sheet missing. Did she say last night she didn't dare to think about it anymore? Ling Yuan mobilized her soul power and found that her whole body was unobstructed, no longer the feeling of blockage as before. Yin and Yang are combined. Now I understand that the conflict between my martial soul and body, my experience last night completely solved this problem. Ling Yuan's mood is complicated now, and she doesn't know how to face Kyun Yuchen later. After coming to the kitchen, Kyun Yuchen began to prepare breakfast to replenish qi and blood. The battle last night was too intense and needed some repairs. Elder Ling Yuan was definitely not used to this kind of battle for the first time. Everything happened, and he was not an irresponsible person either. Is love so sudden? Sure enough, life with cheating is really enjoyable. My affection in my previous life is worthless, and I suddenly got a double share when I came to this world. It's hard to describe in one word. Since you come, be at ease and accept it calmly. What's wrong with the strong man in Douluo continent having more partners? He wrote books such as Douluo Spring and Autumn and the Book of Continental Fragrances and the Book of Continental Fragrances to follow his heart and follow his desires. The situation in the past was special, so I had to stay alone. Now that the situation has changed, what are you still suppressing yourself? What's wrong with attracting beautiful women? All have traveled through time, of course we have to enjoy it. 30 minutes later, he prepared breakfast, packed the things, and came to Shui Yunyan's room. Elder Ling Yuan, I'm in. Well, second young master, come in. Qian Yuchen opened the door and walked in. He put the breakfast on the cabinet at the bedside and looked at Ling Yuan. I made 8 treasure porridge for you. Thank you for your hard work last night, so it's not convenient to get up. I'll feed you. Ling Yuan looked at him and felt a little moved. Second young master, needless to say, I understand. Qian Yuchen took the 8 treasure porridge and sat in front of the bed with a chair. He picked up the spoon, scooped up a small spoonful of porridge, and blew it gently. Come on, try it. A smile flashed in Ling Yuan's eyes, she opened her mouth slightly, and ate the porridge. Warm and very considerate. For a moment, the dog food energy in the room spread out. On the way back to the Wuhun Palace, the intimacy between Ling Yuan and Qinyu City has increased significantly. He held Ling Yuan's hand. She looked shy and was taken away by him like a little wife. He soon returned to the Wuhan Hall and came directly to the library. Qinyu and Ling Yuan just arrived at the 3rd floor and found that Bib Dong was already here waiting. Donger, what happened? Seeing Bib Dong's face was not good looking, he felt that things were not simple. Second uncle, the teacher seems to have become a different person all night. Not only did he go to the Pope's palace, but he favored a maid. When I saw him just now, I found that his eyes were not right, which made me feel scared. Bib Dong told him what he saw. When Kyung Sunji looked at her today, he no longer had the appreciation he had before, but instead had a certain kind of passion. It's like being caught in an evil spirit. Qian Yuchen's face became solemn. He looked at Ling Yuan, with a gentle look in his eyes. Elder Ling Yuan, you go back first. Ling Yuan understood what he meant, nodded, and left. After she left, Qin Yuchen walked to Bib Dong. Donger, do you think Big Brother has become strange? You can tell me more. He had a bad premonition in his heart, and Kyung Sunji might have fallen into the trap. Bib Dong once again told him about his experiences in detail. Teacher, he really seems to have become a different person. She was sure that there had been a strange change in her teacher. To put it bluntly, his eyes looked at him as if he was looking at prey. Brother, he rarely comes into contact with men and women, so there must be problems in this situation. I suspect that it was the person behind the scenes who took action, and it is very likely that the target is you. Qian Yuchen expressed his guess that the other party's target was Bib Dong. If you are more accurate, it is very likely that it was caused by the Rakshasa god. If this is true, wouldn't his elder brother be heading towards the secret room Douluo? Damn, Rakshasa god's plan is really vicious. Seeing that his face was gloomy and clear, Bib Dong became very alert. My teacher was plotted, but my ultimate goal was me? She was very curious about what she was worthy of attention from. Second uncle, help me. She didn't know if she could block the other party's plan, but this mysterious second uncle must have a way. Chapter 31 The Beast Tide is coming. 3 days later, Qin Yuchen arrived at Ling Yuan's residence on time in the evening. As for what to do, of course it is to explore the knowledge. Biology. Under the nourishment of love, Ling Yuan became more and more charming. Compared with the past, there is a bit more mature style. At this time, he was refreshed and looked at the location of the Pope's Hall on the 3rd floor of the library. Brother, today I will see if you are really bewitched by the Rakshasa god. If you are willing to bewitched by the other party, then I can only stop caring about brotherhood. After thinking about it, he was still preparing to go to the Pope's palace. The 6-winged angel martial spirit hall has it, and it has fallen astray. This is a shame for thousands of families. In addition, he wanted to see if his elder brother still had hatred for him. After all, I did some practical things some time ago to help him take the blame. So Qin Yuchen went downstairs. He looked at Ling Yuan, smiled, and headed towards the Pope's palace. Ling Yuan understood what he meant and followed him. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Pope's hall. Go and report to the Pope, I have something to do with him. Second young master, wait a moment, I will report to the Pope. After a while, the guards came hurriedly. Second young master, your highness the Pope is invited. Qian Yuchen nodded, and asked Ling Yuan to wait for him and walked towards the Pope Palace. When he walked into the Pope's palace, he looked at Qian Sunji and found something was wrong. The other party had a smile on his face, but he could clearly feel the evil feeling in his eyes. His appearance is not like being controlled by someone, but rather like being magnified by someone's desires. It seems that he is willing to accept this temptation. Qian Yuchen already knew the reason in his heart, and on the surface he still looked respectful. Brother, I haven't seen you these days, I feel that your aura is stronger. You are breaking through to the titled Douluo. Qian Sunji laughed and said, second brother is so accurate. Brother, I am already a titled Douluo. Sure enough, he really broke through to the titled Douluo. Qian Yuchen said inwardly. Congratulations, brother, you finally achieved good results after accumulating your strength. Does my father know this news? I think he will be very happy. The smile on Kyung Sunji's face disappeared and he said lightly. I have just broken through not long ago. When my cultivation level is stable, I will tell my father this good news. Qian Yuchen was about to say some more congratulations, and a burst of rapid footsteps came. The person who came was Yuan, and his face was filled with solemnity and anxiety. Sir Pope, something is wrong. The soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest are out of control, and a large number of soul beasts are coming towards the Wuhan city. In addition, there are also large-scale soul beast invasions in the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Beast Tide. Kyungsun stood up quickly and said, Elder Ju, how long will the soul beast group arrive at the martial soul city? It's less than a quarter of an hour. Yuan replied. Whoosh. Kyungsunji disappeared from the Pope's temple and came to the sky above the statue of the angel god. The beast tide is coming, and I will immediately enter a state of alert. Guards, prepare for battle immediately. His voice spread rapidly around and reached every corner of the spirit hall. Everyone who received the order acted quickly and headed towards Wuhan city to maintain order. The soldiers in the military camp took action one after another, approaching the walls of Wuhan city in an orderly and quickly. The most eye-catching one should be the archers. They are equipped with compound bows, and the arrows are armor-breaking arrows. Every archer's eyes were full of confidence, and this time, the beasts would definitely let the powerful human beings know. On this side of the worship hall, Qian Daoliu, who was practicing, opened his eyes. He sighed, the beast tide is coming, and many civilians are going to sacrifice again. At this time, the second worshipper of the golden crocodile Douluo walked in. The great worship, the beast tide is coming. Will the worship hall assist the Pope in the battle? The titled Douluo in the Pope's palace should be fine. As long as there is no soul beast of 100,000-year-old level appears, the worship hall does not need to intervene. I believe that the Pope can handle this. Qian Daoliu said slowly. When the golden crocodile Douluo heard this, he nodded, as if he was too worried. At this moment, a familiar six-winged angel aura came. The faces of the golden crocodile Douluo and Qian Daoliu changed, and the aura of the titled Douluo. The two looked at each other. Sunji has broken through the titled Douluo. Brush. After they left the worship hall, they saw Qian Sunji, whose true body of martial soul was revealed in the distance. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Okay, Sunji finally broke through to the titled Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo was very pleased. Why didn't Sunji tell me about this? I will definitely give him a 9th soul ring of 100,000 years. The 9th ring of 90,000 years is still a bit short. Qian Daoliu felt confused, but he did not reveal it. Second worship, this beast tide should not be a big problem. We old men, don't interfere too much in the affairs of young people. After saying this, he walked towards the worship hall. Thinking about it, the Pope is also called Douluo, which is exciting news for others. It's better not to intervene, these old men. What they stick to is the last line of defense in the Wuhan Hall. The fact is, as Qian Daoliu said, Qian Sunji revealed his titled Douluo's cultivation, and the scholars in the Wuhan Palace were all excited. Lord Pope, he is the titled Douluo. The shaking hearts of the people in Wuhan city quickly calmed down. In their eyes, titled Douluo is an invincible existence. The Pope is now all titled Douluo. Didn't the little beast tide be destroyed in the blink of an eye? Qian Yuchen looked at the great brother who was showing his mighty power and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He is worthy of being a pope for many years, and his acting skills are already perfect. In this way, all forces in Wuhan City will have no opinions on him as the pope. Even Douluo has no title, no say at all. Tisk tisk tisk, it's so majestic. It's a pity that you are willing to fall into the evil path. You can't exert the power of the six-winged angel martial soul. It's no wonder that his level 95 strength was seriously injured by Tang Hao at level 92. Strong outside and do the middle. However, the big thing at this time was an invasion of the beast tide. He is an ordinary person in the eyes of everyone, so he should not get involved in this matter first. Then he left the Pope's house. After Ling Yuan and him returned to the library, she couldn't wait to ask. Brother Cheng, why did a beast tide suddenly erupt? It's hard to say about this kind of thing. Perhaps the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest reproduce too quickly. In order to maintain ecological balance, the King of Soul Beasts will take this measure to keep the number of soul beasts in a balanced range. Of course, this is just my personal guess. In addition, during non-rest hours, remember to call your position. Qian Yuchen said. Oh, the second young master. Ling Yuan gave him a charming look. The other elders are preparing for war. Isn't it good to be with you here? She asked back. A beast tide is coming, and as a member of the Spirit Hall, I will certainly have the power to do it. Even if you don't use soul power, my body is extraordinary compared to ordinary people. I want to see what the invasion of those beast tides is. After saying that, he took out a bright machete, and his smile reflected on the sharp blade. However, there is a bit of bloodthirsty in this smile. Chapter 32 The compound bow has amazing effect. Second young master, are you going to fight on the city wall? Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen with some surprise. What is the meaning of doing this? I'm too bored to read books all day long. These low-level soul beasts are just used to test my training results. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, took out a set of armor from the storage soul guide and put it on his body. Second young master, then I will protect you in secret. Seeing that he wanted to go so much, Ling Yuan simply let him go. The walls of Wuhan City are closed, and a solemn atmosphere fills the surroundings. Looking into the distance from the city wall, a stream of the black torrent was hitting towards the Wuhan City at an extremely fast speed. The smoke and dust raised enveloped the sky. The roars came one after another and reached the ears of every soldier guarding the city from far to near. As the soul beast group approached, they could see clearly the other party's formation. Nether wolf, mandala snake, phoenix tail cock collar snake, Vajra tiger, wind demon wolf. Many of them are soul beasts that are less than 100 years old. Under the command of some powerful soul beast, they are moving towards the Wuhan city crazily. The faces of these soul beasts were flashing with ferocious expressions and grinning, as if they wanted to bite their prey. Humph, it's these beasts again. A team leader with a scar on his face snorted coldly. He was relatively lucky to participate in 2 beast-tide battles, which was the 3rd time. The scar on the face was scratched by a wind demon wolf. The wolf cub has been killed by him, and the wolf teeth necklace hanging around his neck is proof. Captain, what should we do later? Asked a honest soldier. When the horn of the battle sounds, you can only have one thought. That's to kill these beasts. Use your bows and arrows to let these beasts know how powerful we are. The team leader reminded. In this situation, only with the courage to move forward can we see the final victory. I am lucky, so sorry, people with this kind of mind have become heroes of the new generation. Qian Yuchen, who was hiding his identity, was quite acknowledged when he heard the team leader's words. In war, we must fight with the belief of winning. Only when you meet on a narrow road can you win. Only by daring to draw your sword can you win the final victory. The Soul Beast group is advancing very quickly and is about to reach their attack range. At this moment, a thick sound of horns sounded. Woo! Prepare the offensive command. Swish! 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 The soldiers guarding the city walls and hills took arrows and bows, aiming at the group of soul beasts. When the soul beast stepped into the attack range, the soldiers let go of the bowstring. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless arrows headed towards the group of soul beasts. The sound of arrows slashing through the air made these low-level soul beasts feel danger in their instinct. Swish! Laugh! Laugh! Under one round of attack, the soul beasts were shot into sieves, with arrows inserted into them. The armor-breaking arrows directly pierced their bodies. The soul beasts were still moving forward crazily. When their kind fell down, they stepped on their corpses. On the walls of Wuhan City, repeated arrows and bows began to be pulled. Round after round of arrows, heading towards the group of soul beasts that broke into the attack range. Swish! Laugh! Laugh! In a short period of time, countless entities of low-level soul beasts fell down in the wide area outside the Wuhan City, and the white soul rings floated. Every fallen soul beast corpse was pierced by arrows and nailed to the ground. 2 hours later, the first round of soul beast invasion ended, and the humans easily defended it. Qian Yuchen looked at the dense corpses of soul beasts below, and was very satisfied with the power of the compound bow. Even the phoenix-tailed cock-collar snake, known for its speed, failed to escape the arrow. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the other soldiers. Many of them had already shown a look of fatigue, but there was an excitement in their eyes. Perhaps, they were also shocked by the power of the compound bow. In fact, as he guessed, these soldiers were surprised by the power of the composite bow. Especially those veterans. Previously, the soul beasts had a large-scale invasion, and it would be great if they could withstand an hour without a rotation. Now I have to hold on for 2 hours, which is incredible. The new recruits were very excited to shoot so many soul beasts, which was a supreme honor. King Sunji was also surprised to receive the battle report. He didn't expect that this compound bow would have such power and successfully block the first round of soul beast invasion. According to usual experience, the rotational horn sound will usually be made in about an hour. This time, there was no rotation. It seems that my second brother does have such a good talent in the art of craftsmanship. However, the Thousand family has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, who would have thought that a craftsman would appear? Then what kind of 3-bow crossbow he designed 3 years ago is that it can shoot and kill a soul beast with a higher level? A trace of curiosity flashed in King Sunji's heart, and he put down the battle report and walked out of the Pope's palace. On Kunyuchen, looking at the newly moved crossbow cart, this thing was a 3-bow powerful crossbow he designed before. In terms of power, it is more than 5 times that of the compound bow, and it is loaded with large armor-breaking arrows. The key is that it can fire 3 arrows at a time. Its launch also uses a roller skating group to pull the bowstring, and only 2 adults are needed in terms of launch. In the past, 3 arrows shot and killed the ghost tiger for 2,700 years. As soon as this weapon appeared, the soldiers' eyes showed a look of admiring beauty. They have seen this kind of killing weapon once, and they are looking forward to what the soul beast will do when it meets it. I have to say that the Pope is kind and designed such a powerful weapon for the sake of ordinary soldiers. Swear to protect the spirit hall to the death. Soon, the 3 bows after the transportation of the powerful crossbow was completed, the large armor-breaking arrows on it flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, King Sunji's voice sounded. I feel very relieved to hear that you have repelled the first round of attacks of the soul beast. The residents of Wuhan City will not forget you, and Wuhan Temple will not forget you. It is your courage that builds this invincible barrier. After this battle, all the soldiers participating in the war will be given an additional 10 golden soul coins. I look forward to your good news. After his words fell, it was undoubtedly a thunder. 10 golden soul coins. This is really tempting. The soldiers made an excited voice, swear to protect the Wuhan City to the death. Swear to be loyal to the Wuhan Palace. Long live the Pope. Qian Sunji was very satisfied. For civilian soldiers, 10 passionate words, it would be better to reward a golden soul coin. With the reward, they will work harder to kill the enemy. After he left, the soldiers were somewhat expecting the tide of beasts that were feared in their hearts. What kind of beast tide? It is the golden soul coin. And with 3 bow and powerful crossbow around you, your sense of security is full of confidence. Qian Yuchen was a little surprised that his elder brother was so arrogant. But thinking about it, after being inspired by the Rakshasa god, his understanding of human nature naturally rose to a higher level. It is normal to say such words. There are so many soul beasts dead, and there will definitely be soul bones after cleaning them. Then sending the collected soul bones to auctions in various places will be a considerable amount of money. Compared with the rewards given to the soldiers participating in the war, it is insignificant. At this moment, a deafening roar came from a distance. The second wave of attack from the soul beast is here. Chapter 33, Get a glimpse of the whole picture. In the Star Double Forest, next to the Lake of Life, 400,000-year-old soul beasts gather together. From left to right are, sky blue bull python, titan giant ape, soft bone rabbit, blue silver emperor. Ant Row, I wonder what happened in the first round of attacks. The sky blue bull python asked his own question. Ayo. Yeah, what's going on now? The titan giant ape also asked, but there was a little impatient in his tone. Yin, then I'll trouble you. The soft bone charm rabbit said to Lan Yin Huang. Yin nodded and raised his hand and began to communicate with his people. A large amount of information flashed through her mind and she quickly obtained the information she wanted. She withdrew her right hand and said slowly, the first round of beast tide has been blocked by humans. Now humans are entering a buffer state. What? Humans blocked our first round of attack so quickly. The sky blue bull python was a little surprised. What changes have been made in humans? Then launch a second attack and let these hateful humans feel our anger. Although it was on order, it also knew that it was for the ecological balance of the Star-Do Great Forest. But when I think of the disgusting face of human beings, I feel very angry. Aru whispered softly, Ming Dynasty, no matter what happens, you need to stay calm. Titan Giant Ape, Ao. Humans are hateful, they can't be let go. Ming, I understand your mood. You can convey the offensive mission. Aru looked at the Titan Giant Ape and let it leave. Sister Aru, why can't humans live in harmony with soul beasts? Yin was very confused, and this was also a question she had been thinking about. As the Blue Silver Emperor, she is the top existence among soul beasts in terms of wisdom. As long as humans have the need to obtain soul rings, harmonious coexistence between soul beasts and humans cannot be truly achieved. I may not be able to see it in my lifetime. Aru saw it very clearly. It was too difficult to achieve this situation. Even those adults in the core circle cannot achieve this. These things are not what we should consider. Please carry out our tasks seriously. Aru smiled and looked in the direction where the human city was. Not far from the 400,000-year-old soul beasts, a soft bone-like rabbit is jumping around, having fun. The second wave of attacks from the soul beast has arrived. In addition to adding 3 bow and powerful crossbows, there are also people at the level of the Great Soul Master who are holding compound bows and waiting for the battle. I almost forgot that attaching my soul power to the arrow will increase the power a lot. These Great Soul Masters, my elder brother seems to have been prepared. Looking at the aura of the 1,000-year-old soul beast in the distance, he shook his head slightly. These guys are just here to deliver food. Put. With a command, a fierce sound of string removal sounded on the city wall. Swish, swish, swish. The thick armor-breaking arrows, like arrows from hell, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of these soul beasts. Shit! A 1,000-year-old wind demon wolf was shot through the thigh, and its speed stopped for a second, and then it was penetrated by an arrow. Such scenes are being staged on the spot at this time, and many soul beasts are not even qualified to scream. Those soul beasts with outstanding defense talents barely resisted the attack. However, this is the time for those Great Soul Masters archers to take action. They put their bows on the arrows and attached their soul power to the arrows. Whoosh! An arrow flew out and nailed the 1,200-year-old iron-armored crocodile to the ground. Then 3 arrows attacked again and shot it to death. With such close cooperation, the soul beast's attack was blocked in front of a defensive line. No matter how hard they try, this line of defense is like a natural barrier that cannot be crossed. This is the significance of my research. At least in the sight I see, no casualties are seen. Kachin is quite satisfied with the current result of this battle. Actually, this is just the situation in Wuhan City. The battle situation of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire is just a little better than usual. Those greedy nobles replaced all the purchased arrows and fine iron arrows with the most ordinary bronze arrows. This directly reduces the power of the weapon to a higher level. Looking at the soul beasts getting closer to the city, the soldiers had to go out of the city to fight. Under 2 rounds of impact, soldiers were killed and injured. And those noble generals, looking at the much better record than before, hurriedly reported the good news to the upper class. It's really dirty and greedy. These nobles were tacitly aware of that as long as the result was improved, the royal family would not blame them. In fact, the emperors of the 2 empires showed satisfaction after seeing the war report. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers has been significantly improved, and resisting the beast tide has become much easier. This is very good for maintaining the reputation of the royal family. As for those small moves, just let them do as long as they don't get too much. Hypocritical kindness and justice are fully reflected at this moment. Those who really stood up and spoke out have long been suppressed and have lost their voices. This kind of bad cycle has gradually gone by, and no one dares to stand up. The experience for these people is, I have shouted, but gradually I don't make any sound. At this moment, Qian Sunji not only paid attention to the battle report of Wuhan City, but also paid attention to the interception and war between the two empires against the beast tide. Looking at the news above, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Haha, the two empires are really bad. Do you really think your empire is supported by those nobles? Without those people, what you call prosperity is bullshit. At this critical moment, I'm still thinking about getting benefits from military equipment. A group of vampires will be with you, your rule will be over sooner or later. Let you breathe for a while first. The masters of this continent will sooner or later be from the martial soul hall. A hint of fanaticism flashed across Kyung Sunji's face, as if he had seen a grand future. The entire continent is a statue of his Pope, and everyone in the world admires his great heroic posture. What angel God! Only he saves the great Pope Shahiroji who saves the suffering. God cannot see their pain, but he can see it. God has not changed their lives, but he can change. The upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, and the 2 empires are all his belongings. After being the Pope for so many years, he knows the dirtiness in it. There is no way, this is the world. If you want to stand on a high place, you have to learn how dirty you are. This world is a dirty game, and everyone is a dirty player. If you want to be the leader, you must use more dirty methods to defeat all your opponents in one go. Before he achieved the titled Douluo, he could suppress himself. But now he is a titled Douluo, so it's time to release his nature. Kyung Sunji wanted to do something unprecedented and never come. That is, spread the glory of the spirit hall in every corner of Douluo continent. Chapter 34 Kyung Sunji, moving towards the secret room Douluo. The beast tide finally ended, and Qian Yuchen was quite satisfied with what he saw. Our own research and development has prevented many soldiers from making unnecessary sacrifices. When cleaning up the battlefield, the Kyung Sunji sect is a person from the Great Soul Master to the Soul sect level to deal with this matter. The gains from this battle are very rich for the Spirit Hall. Thousands of years of soul bones are filled with a small warehouse. After the battle, those soldiers also received an additional 10 gold soul coins. After the news spread, the Wuhun Palace once again attracted the yearning of many civilians. The 2 empires are more alert to the Spirit Hall. However, after the battle, the expression in Kyung Sunji's eyes became more and more wrong. He always likes to stare at the huge statue of the angel god, and has a strong desire to replace it. In addition, he has another goal, that is, his apprentice Bib Dong. Such an excellent disciple cannot give her any chance to escape from the martial soul hall. Even if you use dirty means, you must let her stay. Even if you hate yourself, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she can't live without the martial soul hall, which is enough. After Kyung Yuchen's reminder, Bib Dong naturally maintained a vigilant attitude towards Kyung Sunji. She refused to avoid those opportunities to get along alone that the other party deliberately created. But this disgusting feeling is really uncomfortable. Second uncle, teacher, he is really crazy. The eyes of him made me feel scared. What do I do? Bib Dong came to the library, wanting to let Kyung Yuchen give himself some advice. Hearing this, Qian Yuchen asked, when he looks at you, does he have a desire to possess? Second uncle, that kind of gaze makes me really disgusted. Bib Dong said hurriedly. Good guy, are you so perverted now? Qian Yuchen knew what kind of mentality his elder brother was in now. Thrust. Bib Dong's talent is so outstanding, and with the evil thoughts in his heart, he will definitely try every means to keep her in the martial soul hall forever. The easiest and direct way is to take dirty measures. It not only allows Bib Dong to stay in the spirit hall forever, but also satisfies his perverted desires. Why 2 birds with 1 stone, why don't he do it? For the Rakshasa god, Bib Dong can inherit her divine position with evil thoughts. Too perverted. He looked at Bib Dong and said, this is a key link for the layout person. You are now using yourself as a chess and half of your body, which is enough. If the elder brother really dares to take such dirty measures, the sky in the martial spirit hall should change. Exposing his strength, the old men in the worship hall might even think it was an unexpected surprise. He will definitely not be able to do the brothers, but his elder brother will definitely do it. His good brother probably only thought about how to lead the spirit hall to the highest point step by step. The matter of brothers killing each other is just insignificant. Besides, he had done it before and used the beauty trick. The purpose is to make my younger brother lose the ability to continue his bloodline. I guess, the teacher is already planning these things. In the martial spirit hall, my power is still too small. Bib Dong sighed, the only hope now is this second uncle. You go back and do whatever you should do, I will protect you. After saying that, Kachin landed a soul power on Bib Dong's palm, forming a mark. This soul mark can protect you at critical moments. Thank you, Uncle Second. Bib Dong then left, but he still frowned. Qian Sunji was holding a jade bottle in his hand, and a strange smile appeared on his face. My good disciple, I treat you well, but why do you always like to run to the library now? That waste, what's worth paying attention to? Teacher, I am a titled Douluo, and I am also a pope in the spirit hall. I am very noble than him in terms of identity. Tonight, let our unfamiliar master-apprentice relationship become closer again. He. Soon, under his arrangement, preparations for a sumptuous dinner began. Bib Dong returned to his residence and began to practice with peace of mind. However, she retreated from her meditation state several times. What's going on? I can't calm down at all. She stood up, walked to the window and looked at the statue of the angel god in the distance. In fact, this is a warning to danger. Bib Dong is not clear about this at the moment. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god looked at Qian Sunji's movements and smiled with satisfaction. This descendant of the angel god really does not have any justice. I just slightly attracted the desire in his heart and became so obedient. The other party's current practices are highly similar to the planning steps you plan. It's simply amazing. Tisk 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 tisk, if that guy angel god knew that such a thing appeared in his descendants, he would probably be very angry. Before you ascend to the divine realm, you left the inheritance early, but unfortunately you just gave birth to a qualified divine envoy. The Rakshasa god knew very well the arrangement of the angel god in Douluo continent. Before he ascended to the divine realm, the two of them looked at each other and were disliked. One leads the leader of the soul master on the righteous side, and the other is the leader of the evil soul master. The battle between justice and evil has been staged in Douluo continent for many years. In the end, one ascended by faith in justice, and the other ascended by absorbing a large number of evil thoughts to sacrifice one's own people. In 10,000 years, they have also become the top beings in the divine world. First level god. The divine messenger in the mouth of the Rakshasa god is the 1000-day Douluo. She has a bad relationship with the angel god, so she naturally wants to disgust the other person. Qian Sunji's incident is not only disgusting the angel god. More importantly, let the inheritor you choose release your evil thoughts to the greatest extent. Only by everyone's betrayal and desperate encounter can she become her most perfect inheritor. My inheritor, although I am very sad about your experience, this will allow you to surpass me after inheriting the Rakshasa god's position. The Rakshasa god is looking forward to Qian Sunji's next move. Qianyu City in the library saw through his martial soul clearly Chihiroji's every move in the Pope's palace. Good guy, he is actually preparing to drug. This medicine is not a poison, but will stimulate the original desires in the human body. Even if a soul master like Juxin Haitang exists, it cannot purify the effect of this medicine. The medicine Shui Union gave him at that time was similar. Looking at the evil smile on his face, I guess this medicine can also satisfy his perverted ideas. My good brother, you are really moving towards the secret room Douluo. The honor of the martial soul palace cannot be ruined by you. Prepare accept the correction from my younger brother. Kachin stood up and watched the sun in space move westward little by little. Chapter 35 The Excited Qian Sunji. As the sun sets, Wuhun City is a little more weird. Bib Dong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. She had a premonition that something might happen to the evening. I hope it has nothing to do with me. She sighed in her heart. His Majesty, the Pope has set up a dinner party and let you go to the banquet. The sound of Yuan came from outside the yard. Bib Dong quickly came to the gate of the courtyard and opened the gate of the courtyard. Elder Ju, the teacher asked me to go to the banquet. Yes, the Pope seems to have prepared a gift for you that you didn't make up before. After hearing Yuan's words, Bib Dong felt something was wrong in his heart. The gift the teacher is preparing to give him is a soul bone, and the 10,000-year soul bone is not so easy to obtain. But after all, he sent Yuan to invite him, and he really couldn't refuse. Elder Ju, come in and sit for a while first, and I will change my clothes and go with you. Saint, I'm waiting for you outside. Please don't let the Pope wait for a long time. Yuan did not plan to go in, but asked her to change her clothes as soon as possible and go to the banquet. He participated in the final attack of this beast tide. The 20,000-year-old soul beast green hummingbird, which was killed, exploded with a rare flying soul bone. After learning the news, the Pope immediately announced, "It is appropriate to reward the saint." He didn't expect that the Pope was so kind to the saint, and he rewarded her with a rare flying soul bone. Bib Dong returned to the house and thought while changing his clothes. It's strange. Didn't you agree to take me to hunt soul beasts in person? Send gifts now, there may be problems. The teacher probably thought of something conspiracy, I have to be careful. She changed her clothes and walked out the door and happened to meet Yuan. I went to the library to tell my second uncle, and I said I was going to attend the teacher's banquet. After saying this, she followed Yuan and left. Yuan understood Bib Dong's meaning, and after putting the things down, she immediately headed towards the library. Bib Dong came to the restaurant of the Pope's Hall and found that Kyungsunji and several title secret elders were already in it. After she walked in, she saluted and said, Bib Dong has met the teacher and the elders. Donger, today's dinner, please give me a testimony. The teacher originally planned to take you to obtain the soul bones in person, but God blesses the spirit hall. During this beast tide, he harvested a 10,000-year-old soul bone for flying outside. This soul bone will be given to you under the testimony of all elders. After saying that, Qian Sunji took out a storage soul guide, activated his soul power, and exposed his soul bones and displayed it. The Pope rewarded the saint with such a precious soul bone, which shows that he had high hopes for the saint, and it was a good story to spread it. The demon bear Douluo expressed his affirmation of Qian Sunji's approach. This master is so good to his disciples. Saint, as a disciple of the Pope, you must work harder and not let down the Pope's expectations. The lion Douluo also smiled, but his smile looked a little scary. Qian Sunji was very satisfied when he heard the two of them, and then took the soul bone back to the soul guide. Donger, find some time to absorb your soul bones yourself. This flying soul bone can help you escape the crisis at critical moments. After saying that, he sent the soul guide to Bib Dong. Donger, thank you teacher. Bib Dong took over the soul guide and pretended to be very happy. In fact, she was already very alert. Kyungsunji nodded, looked at her and Yuan, and smiled and said, sit down. When Bib Dong sat down, Yuan came to the library. She had no token and could not enter the library, so she could only call Kyunyu City outside. Second young master, I am Yuan. The saint asked me to bring you a message. Ling Yuan suddenly appeared and said, let's go, I'll take you in. Thank you Elder Ling Yuan. After Yuan finished speaking, she followed Ling Yuan and entered the library. When she saw Kyunyu, she immediately said, second young master, the saint was called to the dinner by the Pope. Let me come over and tell you before leaving. Donger asked you to tell me this? Who did she leave with? Kyunyu asked. It's Elder Yuan. Yuan replied. I understand, don't go back to your room tonight. After Qian Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yuan. Elder Ling Yuan, take Yuan back to your place and leave now. Ling Yuan and Yuan didn't understand his arrangement, but they did it according to his requirements. Second young master, then I'll take her away. After saying that, Ling Yuan and Yuan left. Qian Yuan stood up and sighed, well, I'll give them a surprise tonight. He disappeared from his original place and came to the square of the Pope's palace. At the restaurant of the Pope Palace, several titled Douluo elders invited by Kyungsunji left one after another halfway through the meal. There are regulations in the Temple of War Spirit that the elders and the Pope should not have more than 30 minutes to have a meal. Kyungsunji never told Bib Dong about this. Please come and witness it in order to relax Bib Dong's vigilance. Looking at her having eaten most of the dinner, Chihiroji's mouth showed an undetectable smile. Bib Dong looked at the elders who left and found something was wrong. He looked at the food in front of him, and then at Kyungsunji, who looked ordinary. Oops! When she was about to put down the tableware, she suddenly felt exhausted. Moreover, a strong sense of heat rose in her body, and her face was red. Damn it, I have no strength left, and my soul power cannot be called. Only then did Bib Dong realize that he had planned it long ago. All the rewards of soul bones are excuses, and the ultimate goal is still her. What should I do? Bib Dong lay on the dining table, and the plan flashed quickly in his mind. Unfortunately, she can't move now and has no power to resist. Kyungsunji stood up and walked slowly to her side. Donger, can the dinner at my teacher meet your appetite? After he finished speaking, he showed a hot gaze and looked at Bib Dong's body. Bib Dong couldn't speak, so he could only look at him with anger. It seemed as if he was asking him, "You are my teacher, why did you do this?" Sunji seemed to understand her eyes and laughed. "If you want to blame, you blame your talent for being so good. The good ones make your teacher a little jealous. When I think of you getting married, then I trained it carefully. Wouldn't it be useless to get a bamboo basket?" After saying that, he touched Bib Dong's face and showed evil eyes. "I must leave you in the spirit hall, even if it is an extreme method. Whether you hate me or blame me, I don't care. Even if you and I combine, the bloodline born will be another genius soul master on the continent." Bib Dong was stunned. It turned out that he was fighting for this idea. This is really too dirty. As the Pope in the martial spirit hall, how could he have such a dirty idea? "Don't worry, you will be very gentle. I prepared a secret room early to give you a memory that will last forever." After Kyungsunji finished speaking, he was about to reach out and pick up Bib Dong. "Brother, I know you are perverted. I didn't expect you to be ready to attack your apprentice." The sound fell, the restaurant door opened, and Kyun walked in slowly. Looking at Bib Dong with an incorrect expression, he looked at Sunji with a serious look. Kyungsunji turned around and looked at him, saying disdainfully, "What, you are a waste, are you still thinking about taking care of me? You leave now, I think nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for not thinking about brotherhood." Yuan shook his head and walked towards him. "Brother? Don't you feel disgusting when you say this? How many times have you secretly targeted me over the years? I guess you can't count it yourself, right?" "Humph!" Sunji burst out with soul power and issued a warning. "Second brother, are you stupid in studying? An ordinary person is trying to fight against the titled Douluo. Just like you are a useless person, have you ever read that your soul power enters your body? Have you ever made you a titled Douluo? I destroyed Bib Dong in front of you today. What can you do?" I think this desperate and powerless look is very similar to the scene when you awakened your martial soul. Chapter 36. Don't underestimate scholars. Yet, when Yuan heard this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, as if everything was in his control. "I forgot to tell you. Reading can also bring your soul into your body. You can also read the title Douluo when you read it." After saying that, his aura was no longer hidden, and a powerful aura swept across the entire Wuhan city. Titled Douluo. The meditative worshippers in the worship hall came out and came to the square of the Pope's hall. Who is this powerful aura? The golden crocodile Douluo felt the power in the Pope's hall, which made him feel like he was facing Douluo. Several other worshippers shook their heads and set their eyes on the Pope's hall. Sunji looked at Yuan in shock. You are actually the titled Douluo. How is it possible? How can you, a waste who can't even practice soul power, be a titled Douluo?" Yuan did not talk nonsense to him, but flashed to him and beat him out of the Pope's hall with one palm. He helped Bib Dong up, flew out quickly, and came to the square outside the Pope's hall. Bang! A figure flew out from the Pope's hall. When the golden crocodile Douluo and others saw that it was Pope Kyungsunji, several titled Douluo from the Elders' Hall also came here, and looked at the seniors in the worship hall above and didn't say anything. But seeing Kyungsun flying out, Yuan and Gaimei hurried forward and stabilized his body flying backwards. "Sir Pope, are you okay?" "Thank you two elders, I have nothing to do." After Sunji thanked him, he looked at the Pope's palace solemnly. Douluo glanced at Sunji and looked at him again at a glance at the Pope's palace. "You probably know what happened. I hope it's not what I guess." He sighed in his heart. At this time, something that made you all the titled Douluo dumbfounded. A black shadow flew out from the Pope's hall and floated in the air. It was Kunya City. The golden crocodile Douluo looked at her holding Bib Dong in her arms and asked, "Yuan, what's going on?" When Yuan heard this, he glanced at Bib Dong and smiled and said, "This, I'm going to ask my good brother." These titled Douluo's eyes fell on Kyungsunji, wanting to know one or two. Of course, Sunji would not say such a shameful thing, but instead questioned Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen, you are so brave that you actually attack the Pope. This is already a serious crime in the Spirit Hall, you are ready to accept the punishment. Wow! This blame is so fast. He is worthy of being a Pope, and his thinking style is changing quickly. Qian Yuchen looked at him jokingly, brother, I didn't expect that as the Pope, you are thinking about some dirty things. In the precepts of the Spirit Hall, it seems that there is a saying that the Pope is unethical and the sage is temporarily replaced. After he finished speaking, he instantly came to the two worshippers of Qianjun demon subduing demons. Two uncles, Bib Dong, please take care of me. Qianjun subdued demons and didn't know what happened, so he released his soul power to form a shield and took Bib Dong over. You go and do what you want to do, we're here. Thank you two uncles. Qian Yuchen turned around and landed slowly. Brother, you have fallen astray. What qualifications are you to take charge of the Spirit Hall? The six-winged angel lineage will never allow evil people to appear. His voice was deafening, making Qian Sunji's face look very ugly. I have my own difficulties. Everything I do is for the Spirit Hall. I work diligently, I'm not wrong. On the contrary, you, my good brother, what do you want to do if you hide your strength? After Qian Sunji finished speaking, he directly revealed 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. What? The Pope is already a titled Douluo. Yuan and other Douluos looked at Qian Sunji in surprise. The golden crocodile Douluo and other elders who worshipped the hall were filled with relief. Only Qian Daoliu saw something wrong with him. The six-winged angel was originally a bright and majestic martial soul. But now it is full of evil spirits. Qian Sunji is indeed falling astray. Qian Yuchen once again exuded his own momentum. Except for Qian Daoliu Qianjun, the 3 demons who subdued the demons, they all felt a powerful sense of oppression. You are just 93 levels, and you have achieved the title Douluo through the evil path, you dare to show your shame. As soon as the words fell, the divine aura appeared from him. The soul ring also appeared. Purple, purple is black, 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 red, red, red. 3 bright red 100,000 year soul rings instantly amaze the audience. I'll introduce myself here. Standing in front of you is the second son of the great end of the Martial Soul Hall, the owner of the six-winged angel mutant Martial Soul Bible. The designer of the composite bow and the developer of the 3-bow strong crossbow. The only omnipotent system in Douluo continent, the title of the Holy Light, is temporarily 97 titled Douluo. That's right, Qian Yuchen. His voice came into everyone present with great clarity and did not spread anywhere else. 43-year-old Super Douluo. This made all the account-listed Douluo at the scene look at Qian Yuchen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Where did you get the 100,000 year soul ring? This is fake. Fake. Qian Xuan was so angry that he was embarrassed. The scene in front of me was like when I was a child, everyone's eyes fell on my younger brother and forgot him. How could he, the Pope, bear this sacred sword? With a roar, the six-winged angel's martial soul was revealed. It held a giant sword in its hand and slashed towards Qian Yuchen. You have fallen astray. What can such an attack do to me? Qian Yuchen waved his hand and the giant sword disappeared directly. The golden crocodile Douluo did not expect that his strength was so strong. Once he fought, Qian Sunji would not be his opponent. He immediately dissuaded, Yuchen, stop quickly. That's your elder brother and the Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall. How can we maintain the stability of the Spirit Hall without the Pope? Hearing this, Qian Sunji threw a hint of gratitude to the golden crocodile Douluo. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, it's very simple, isn't it just that I am the Pope? After his words ended, he slowly floated up, stretched out his right hand, and a book exuding a sacred aura appeared. Martial Soul, the Bible. Sacred Realm. In an instant, a barrier opened and blocked the place. At the same time, all the titled Douluo floating in the air landed one after another, and their ability to control the air was forcibly blocked. Brother, you should believe it now. Studying can make you a titled Douluo even. For me, the ridicule and contempt I have been carrying for more than 30 years is just a little bit of wind and frost. Qian Sunji looked at himself. This energetic brother roared. What a shit, success or failure is just a front line. I want to see where you are better than me. Everyone felt very unfamiliar when they looked at Qian Sunji's appearance. Perhaps, it is what he should have. The ninth soul skill, Angel Judgment. Kyung Sunji burst out with powerful soul power, and the six-winged angel appeared again, holding the holy sword in both hands and holding it high. The powerful force condensed and instantly locked on Kenya City. This move is his strongest attack. Once the target is locked, it cannot break free and can only resist. Even if it is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he will have to sacrifice half his life if he encounters this move. Cut! The giant sword quickly slashed towards Kenya City and blocked the surrounding space. Kunyuchen's martial soul emitted a golden light, covering his whole body, and then disappeared. Brush! Ding! Qian Yuchen stretched out his hands and blocked the huge blade of the angel's judgment with one move. Then a powerful suction force was emitted from his hands, absorbing it completely in an instant. Refined in an instant. It was originally born from the same root, why not worry about fighting each other? Brother, don't worry, I won't kill you. The implication is, let others kill. When he arrived in front of Kyung Sunji, the other party looked at him in horror. Second brother, my jealousy blinded my eyes, let me go. I don't want the position of the Pope anymore. It's yours, it's all yours. Qian Yuchen smiled and shook his head, put his index fingers together with his right hand, and gently lit his forehead. Then, Qian Sunji was stunned for a moment, and then fell to the ground. At the same time, a lot of negative aura appeared on him. Evil Soul Master. The others present looked at Qian Sunji in shock. How could the Pope have the aura of an evil soul master? Purify. Qian Yuchen said the Dharma to follow, and all these negative auras disappeared. Yuan and Gaimei came to Kyung Sunji and found out that his vital signs were not abnormal, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Second young master, just don't kill him. He came to Kyunjun's demon subduing and took Bib Dong over. Two uncles, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he dispersed from the barrier and left with Bib Dong. Qian Yuchen's actions still made Qian Daoliu more satisfied and did not kill his elder brother. What he didn't want to see the least is that his brothers were killed. Fortunately, the second son was rational and just let his brother unconscious. Things have come to this point and have achieved good results. Qian Daoliu knew it was time to finish it himself, so he stepped forward and said, "You must not reveal what happened tonight, it's bad in your heart. Otherwise don't blame me for being polite. The Pope is not in good health. From tomorrow on, the Elder's Palace will assist the saint in handling the affairs of the Pope's palace. If you are not sure, submit it to the worship hall." His majestic voice fell, and other titled Douluo knelt on one knee. Abide by the orders of the Great Offering. Chapter 37 Prepare to set off. Qian Yuchen took Bib Dong back to her original residence and came to the bedroom to put her on the bed. Looking at her cheeks that were red like cooked shrimps, he stretched out his right hand. Purify the holy light. A ray of light enveloped Bib Dong, and she immediately returned to normal and fell asleep. Get a good rest, we will be the ones who play chess starting tomorrow. After saying that, Kyun Yuchen left here. Ling Yuan was in her residence, worried about looking at the location of the Pope's palace. The powerful aura that just burst out was from Kyun Yuchen. The other auras of titled Douluo are those titled Douluo in the worship hall and the Elders' Hall. She didn't want Kyun Yuchen to fight with these titled Douluo, as that would be an internal fight for the Wuhun Palace. These colleagues of my own are no match for the second young master. The skin and swollen face were beaten. Wouldn't it be a joke if it was heard? Just when she was worried, Kyun Yuchen happened to come. Ling Yuan hurriedly flew out and came to him. Second young master, are you okay? Nothing happens, the rising sun will rise tomorrow, everything will remain the same. Hearing him say this, Ling Yuan felt relieved. She said, Yumei was worried about Bib Dong and was waiting. I understand. Bib Dong still needs her care. I'm here just to take her back. Qian Yuchen said again. Ling Yuan's face was a little disappointed, and she wanted him not to leave tonight. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. He finished speaking softly in Ling Yuan's ear and walked in. As soon as I entered the door, I looked at Yumei with a somewhat anxious expression. When she saw Qian Yuchen coming, she hurriedly asked, How is the saint, is it okay? It's okay, I'm here to take you back and take care of her. Qian Yuchen told the reason for coming here. Yumei breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. The second young master was still so relieved. Qian Yuchen glanced at her and found something wrong with her. You may, have you never awakened your martial soul? In her, she could not feel the existence of a trace of soul power. Second young master, I have awakened my martial soul, but unfortunately I failed. The awakening array is directly damaged, and the soul master who awakens in our village will also be in career for free. You may told the reason, which was also a sad past in her heart. From that day on, she was called the cursed child by the villagers. After the age of 12, he left the village with his family and never went back. Qian Yuchen felt that there must be such a powerful martial soul in her body. Soul masters who help civilians awaken are generally at the level of soul lord, and some special martial souls cannot be guided. A golden light lit up in his eyes and he swept Yumei. A green lotus sleeps in her body with peace of mind. Jade green lotus. This top-level auxiliary martial soul is not difficult to awaken. Qian Yuchen looked at Yumei and said with a smile. Yumei, it's not that you can't awaken your martial soul, it's that they are not capable enough. Let me help you. After saying that, he took out 6 awakening stones from his storage soul guide and placed them one by one. You stand up and you will see your martial soul immediately. Yumei stood in the awakening magic circle with excitement. Qian Yuchen waved his hand with one hand, and the 6 awakening stones emitted a golden light, covering the jade plum. A golden light poured into her body, and she felt something was about to come out of her body. It's now, raise your right hand. Hearing Qian Yuchen's words, she subconsciously raised her right hand. Buzz! The blue light instantly illuminated the room, and a calm breath emanated. I successfully awakened my martial soul. Yumei looked at the jasper-like green lotus on her right hand, leaving tears of excitement. At this time, the information about the martial soul was also transmitted to her mind. She murmured, "Is the jade green lotus my martial soul?" While she was stunned, Qian Yuchen handed over a soul power test crystal ball. Test your soul power. Yumei came back to her senses and caught the crystal ball, and felt a suction force. The crystal ball emits a dazzling light, which also means that her talent is not bad. Innate soul power. Congratulations, innate soul power. Qian Yuchen congratulated with a smile. Yes, Yumei, you can cultivate your soul power. Ling Yuan also congratulated. Thank you, the second young master, Yumei is grateful for this life. Yumei knelt directly in front of Qian Yuchen. It was a blessing in this life to meet him. After becoming a soul master, her fate will become different. This is all the second young master who has a keen eye to recognize people and has not been buried. What are you doing? Get up. Qian Yuchen helped her up. When you were with me, I said that you don't need to pay attention to these false things in front of me. Practice well. Your martial soul is also a plant department. I will go to Elder Ju tomorrow and let him guide you in your practice. He was about to leave the spirit hall and go to make some arrangements. Let Yuan take her for the time being, and the other party will definitely be happy to accept Yumei. Jade Green Lotus and Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum are both top-level plant-based martial souls. For the cultivation of plant soul masters, Yuan can also be called a theoretical master in this regard. When he finishes his journey, he returns to the martial soul hall and brings back a few fairy grasses. He will be able to use it for himself. Yumei naturally understands what Qian Yuchen means. She wants to find a titled Douluo for herself to be a teacher. She put away her martial soul and was grateful to her. She didn't know what to say, so she gave Qian Yuchen a big hug. Okay, why are you still like a child? Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Yumei's face turned red, and she hurriedly let go of him, and then looked at Ling Yuan carefully. Seeing that she didn't respond, I felt relieved. Second young master, let's go. The best way to leave here now. Yet. Qian Yuchen nodded. Before leaving, he looked at Ling Yuan. Elder Ling Yuan, you will be waiting for me in the library tomorrow. After saying that, he took Yumei away. The next day, Qianyu City arrived at the worship hall early. I must tell my old father about becoming a titled Douluo. He helped him finish what happened last night, so naturally he couldn't do it in vain. As soon as he stepped into the gate of the worship hall, he felt the 7 gazes looking at him. Slowly in front of him, he looked at Qian Daoliu in the center and said respectfully, "See the great end." He still understands how good he is when he is working. Qian Daoliu asked straight to the point, "Yuchen, when can you practice soul power?" 8 years ago. Qian Yuchen said slowly. "When did you break through to the titled Douluo?" "A year ago." Hearing his answer, the other worshippers took a breath of air conditioning. It took 7 years to achieve the title Douluo. Is this what people can do? What they didn't know was that after practicing the 9 Yang divine arts, the speed of practicing soul power was getting faster and faster. His cultivation speed was not fast in the first 5 years. Until the Soul Emperor, his level was like a rocket and he ascended. Qian Daoliu smiled rarely, this is his eldest son. But unfortunately, his martial soul is not a 6-winged angel, otherwise he would be able to participate in the angel god test. At the beginning, he thought it was a vicious mutation of the martial soul, which led to his second son not the 6-winged angel martial soul that inherited the Qian family. Historical the Qinjia also has mutated martial souls, but they are also martial souls with bright attributes such as holy swords, knights, and light scepter. A ragged book has never been seen before. Now, the ragged book has become a biblical martial soul that exudes a divine aura. How wonderful! After looking at everyone, Qian Yuchen said again, now I am a titled Douluo, and I am ready to leave Wuhan city and travel to the continent. The golden crocodile Douluo stepped forward and said, your elder brother cannot serve as the Pope, you can't leave like this now. For the second offering, let Bib Dong manage it first. Although I agree to be the Pope, I will wait until my trip is over. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took out several martial arts from his soul guide. Golden bell cover. Fighting sticks. 4 elephants shooting the sun. After a shadow of wind. The 8-Ju collapse heavenly spirit. Pure Yang Wuji Gong. This is some of the methods of practicing soul skills that I have studied in the past 30 years. The strength of your worshippers has reached a bottleneck. These methods of cultivation must be helpful to you. After the words came, these techniques fell in front of the 7 people. Qian Daoliu took over the pure Yang Wuji Gong and was immediately attracted by the method of cultivation. The 2 brothers Qianjun subdued demons looked at the fighting stick technique, and their eyes burst out with light. The other 4 people also couldn't put down their cultivation methods. Then, they came back to their senses, looked at Qian Yuchen, and looked at him with great satisfaction. Young people are determined to be in all directions, so it is a good thing to go out for more walks. I'm a little anxious just now. Don't be surprised by Yuchen. The golden crocodile Douluo holding the earth demon golden bell cover said again. The other 5 worshippers mean the same in their eyes. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, I naturally understand that the second offering is for the sake of the martial soul hall. I will only take Elder Ling Yuan when I leave this time. I also hope that you will devote yourself to studying these soul skills and further your cultivation level. Hearing his words, all the 7 people in the worship hall laughed. Maybe when he comes back, the worship hall will be Super Douluo at level 99. Then you can do it according to the arrangement. I have a husband in the Wuhan hall, no problem. Thousands of roads guarantee the way. Thank you for the great offering, then I'll leave first. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he left the worship hall. At this moment, a new legend, harem, began. Chapter 38 Young Zhao Wuji. Before leaving, Qian Yuchen took Yumei to see Yuan. Elder Ju, you must have seen Yumei, too, she awakened her martial soul. Jade Green Lotus. I wonder if Elder Ju Fang is not convenient for him to give me some advice. Hearing his words, Yuan showed a hint of surprise on his face. Has this maid awakened the top martial soul? Show your martial soul and let me see it. Yumei stretched out her right hand and showed off her martial soul. The jasper-like green lotus emits a breath that makes Yuan feel very friendly. How much is the awakened soul power? Innate soul power. When Yuan heard Qian Yuchen's words, he was instantly satisfied with Yumei's martial soul talent. The auxiliary soul master with innate soul power has great potential. If the 7 treasure glazed tower is the first level of auxiliary martial souls, the jade green lotus is second only to its existence, and there is no level limit. If you have innate soul power and practice diligently, it should not be a problem to break through Douluo for 40 years. Yumei is right? Do you want to worship me as your teacher? Yuan said. I do. Yumei immediately knelt down and said respectfully, greetings to the teacher. Yuan is very satisfied with her behavior. Then, the moonlight helped her up and gave her a storage soul guide, and said that she would take her to obtain the first soul ring tomorrow. Qian Yuchen's goal was achieved and he left. When he arrived at the place where Kyung Sunji was recuperating, he smiled slightly, took a look and left. When he came to the place where he made an appointment with Ling Yuan, he found that Bib Dong was also there. Uncle Second, why do you suddenly want to leave Wuhan City? Bib Dong said in confusion. Douluo continent is so vast. I left this time to find talents. Don't forget, we haven't escaped yet. Only enough strength can we have enough confidence to fight them. Qian Yuchen briefly explained the reason why he left. Traveling to the mainland is to make a better layout, and unexpectedly give the other party a fatal blow at critical moments. But, isn't it a bit hasty to let me manage the affairs of the Pope's palace? Bib Dong's tone was a little unconfident. Don't worry if someone helps you. You can stand alone now and have confidence in yourself, do you know? I am very optimistic about you, so I can't let me down. Qian Yuchen encouraged. Hearing him say this, Bib Dong nodded. Okay, since you, second uncle, you are so optimistic about me, then I'll give it a try. That's right, then I will leave with Elder Ling Yuan. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took Ling Yuan away from the Wuhun Palace and headed towards the gate of Wuhan City. Bib Dong and others could not see their figures at all, and then turned back to the Pope's hall. Qian Yuchen changed his shape before leaving, and Ling Yuan was the same. The two were like an ordinary soul master couple, and their loving appearance attracted passers-by to look at them from time to time. Get on the bus, if we set out now, we can get to the next one before dark. A small town. Qian Yuchen sat in front and urged Ling Yuan to get on the bus quickly. Second young master, this Ling Yuan felt a little embarrassed. You are my wife, what's the shame? I am a good man who loves my wife, go and sit down. Qian Yuchen smiled, which made Ling Yuan's face turn red. If she was so intimate, she still couldn't accept it. However, she felt very sweet in her heart and got on the carriage directly. Go. Qian Yuchen waved his whip and headed out of Wuhan City. The time to travel is boring, and Ling Yuan leans her head out from time to time to look outside. This way of travel is a novel experience for her. Usually, they use their soul power to rush on their way. However, time is like water on glass, slipping quickly. The sunset hangs in the sky, and Qian Yuchen looks at the town ahead with a smile. He turned to the carriage and said, "It's coming soon, don't have to sleep on the streets tonight." Ling Yuan in the carriage seemed to have a little untidy clothes. She turned her eyes at the sound and quickly tidied up her clothes. Enemy will mess with people. She didn't expect that the second young master was still that kind of person. Bad, but why do some prefer it? I don't understand, I really don't understand. About 30 minutes later, the carriage arrived in the town. Although it was night, it was still quite lively. Qian Yuchen felt a little bit, and most of them were from the level of the Great Soul Master to the Soul Sect. There are also some soul-hunting mercenaries, where they shout and recruit people. He drove to a hotel and parked the carriage in its exclusive location. Let Ling Yuan come down. Let's go, book a room first, and then try the food. Ling Yuan responded softly, and Qian Yuchen took her hand and walked into the hotel. Welcome to the guests. The waiter greeted warmly. Qian Yuchen nodded, open a top-notch room. Okay, wait. The waiter turned around and took out a key from the cabinet behind him. Customer, turn right on the third floor, room 308. She respectfully handed the key to Qian Yuchen. Thank you. Qian Yuchen took the key and took Ling Yuan upstairs. When he opened the door, he was a little surprised. What does this bright red rose mean? The arrangement is so romantic, how can you sleep peacefully at night? A hint of shyness flashed across Ling Yuan's face. The layout of this room was too bold. He glanced at Qian Yuchen quietly, and he felt a little expectant in his heart. After carefully examining the room, Qian Yuchen locked the door, took Ling Yuan away from the hotel, and started to stroll. Suddenly, a noise came from the front. Zhao Wuji, from now on, you are no longer a member of our soul hunting group. If you hadn't obeyed the commander, how could the regiment commander be injured? What do you mean? When the labor and capital invited you to drink, you looked like a pug, and now you blame me in reverse. There are 4 of you. When I blocked your injuries, did you say thank you? In Qian Yuchen's sight, a strong man was squirting 5 times. The 5 people were blushed and their faces warmed up as he said. Don't mess around, you will be responsible for the main responsibility if the leader is injured this time. Yes, it's all you who harmed the team leader. It's all you. Perhaps because Zhao Wuji's words were stabbed into the lung tube, they started talking nonsense because of the crowd. Hey, I've seen you clearly. I know you 5 of you, but I'm the blind man. After saying that, he took out 3 golden soul coins from his pocket and threw them to the other party. This is the money for the fur of the soul beast. Labor and capital are not rare, and they have nothing to do from now on. Zhao Wuji strides away and heads towards a tavern. The 5 people were stunned. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuji left like this and was stunned. Qian Yuchen slowly followed behind him and discovered Zhao Wuji's embarrassment. No money. Zhao Wuji stood in front of the tavern awkwardly and saw a handsome guy walking towards him with a beautiful woman. I heard those people say that your name is Zhao Wuji. Is your martial soul the powerful Vajra bear? Zhao Wuji was very confused. How did this man know his martial soul? I wonder, how did this gentleman know me? I'm older than you, so it's okay to call me a sir. Let's go in and have a drink. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Sir, please. Zhao Wuji was of course happy to have a drink for nothing. Maybe this person is still his own noble person. After entering the tavern, they found a quiet corner. Ling Yuan sat next to Kunya City, and Zhao Wuji sat opposite him. Sir, what's the matter with me? Zhao Wuji was straightforward and asked directly. Your talent, I think it's better to go to the Martial Spirit Hall, at least you can enter the guard team. In terms of soul hunting, the Spirit Hall also has an exclusive soul hunting team, so at least there is no need to have disputes with people. Qian Yuchen said. Oh, I also want to go to Wuhan City, which is our soul master's dream, a place to sleep. But no one recommends it, I can't do anything. Zhao Wuji also wanted to go to Wuhan City to see it, but the civilians did not recommend it and could not even enter the door. I accept you as a registered disciple. I wonder what you mean. Don't worry about refusing, look at this. Qian Yuchen expressed his purpose and handed Zhao Wuji a book. The Indestructible God of Vajra. Zhao Wuji took it in confusion, opened it and was instantly attracted. This method of practicing soul skills is very consistent with his martial soul. After reading it, he felt that he could practice the title Douluo. A noble person, this person is his noble person. Zhao Wuji, pay homage to the teacher. He returned the book to Qian Yuchen with a very respectful tone. Registered disciples do not need to kneel down to the teacher's ceremony. Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and said, take out your token. Ling Yuan took out his token, and he took it over and lit it in front of Zhao Wuji. Titled Douluo. The titled Douluo certified by the Wuhun Palace. Now Zhao Wuji understood that the 2 people in front of him had a great background. The opportunity is right in front of me, I can't miss it. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed and showed more respect. I'll give this method of cultivation to you. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he returned the token to Ling Yuan, and then took out a soul guide from the soul guide. He put the technique in it and handed it to Zhao Wuji. There is a token here that allows you to enter the Wuhan city and then go to the Wuhan temple. Someone will arrange for you. Thank you, teacher. Zhao Wuji took over the soul guide with excitement. Since you meet Zhao Wuji by chance, let's take precautions for future Shrek. Then, the 3 of them started chatting with a smile. Chapter 39, Entering the Core Circle. Yes. Ling Yuan woke up from her sleep, and her body was sore and soft that she didn't want to move at all. What a bad guy. She curled her charmingly at Qian Yuchen, who was sleeping soundly. She felt a little embarrassed when she thought of the madness she had last night. Where did so many tricks come from? It's really a different way to torment myself. While Ling Yuan was complaining in her heart, she suddenly held the softness with one hand and started rubbing it. Oh, why are you making trouble again? She hurriedly knocked off the culprit's hand, her face turned red, and she looked at Qian Yuchen angrily. The other party was awake and looked at her with a smile. What, didn't you have a good rest last night? Before Ling Yuan could finish speaking, Qian Yuchen pulled her into his arms. The plan for a day lies in the morning, how can you miss it? Then, a wonderful singing sounded again in the room. At midnight, the 2 dressed in neatly opened the door and prepared to go to the next stop. Starry Forest. Ling Yuan lowered her head and was pulled to the front desk by Qian Yuchen. When the waitress looked at her like this, she naturally knew what they had experienced last night. Give it, this is the door key, let's settle the account. He handed the key to the other party and prepared to pay for the payment. 2 golden soul coins, said the waitress. He took out 2 golden soul coins from his pocket and handed them to the other party. Qian Yuchen took Ling Yuan and left the hotel. He came to the parked carriage and said, if you go to the Stardew Forest, it is not suitable to bring a carriage. With one hand, the carriage was taken into his right hand. Ling Yuan said curiously, what ability is this? The skill of the soul bone. There is something even more magical. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and placed his right hand on Ling Yuan's shoulder. Whoosh! Opening his eyes again, the two came to the Stardo forest. A pair of grey rabbits who were in depth communication were immediately frightened when they heard the movement and fled here. This is Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen curiously. Move instantly. Qian Yuchen said, let's go, my destination is the core circle. Core circle? This is the forbidden area of the Soul Master. What is the second young master trying to do? Ling Yuan didn't ask much. There must be a reason for the other party to do this. After walking for an hour, the momentum of Ling Chuan exuded prevented those low-level soul beasts from approaching, which prevented them from getting into the distance. Ruthless. Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes beside him, which made Ling Yuan become alert. She scolded, "Who? I'm really sorry, I'm disturbing you." A woman walked out with a hint of apology on her face. The woman's blue and golden long skirt covers her whole body, and her luxurious and elegant temperament sets off her delicate face that is not like the mortal world. Her blue eyes are as flawless as blue crystals. Golden ribbons were raised around the hem of the skirt, and a faint fragrance rippled in the air. The long blue hair fluttered in the wind, like a fairy walking out of a dream. Seeing such a beautiful woman, Ling Yuan looked at the other person with a bad look. She always feels that this woman has a problem. Qian Yuchen naturally saw the other party's identity and looked at her with a smile. Blue Silver Emperor. I'm sorry, if you meet it, then I'll intercept it. Tang San's mother, it's a different person. He stepped forward and said, I have seen the Blue Silver Emperor. A Yin was stunned, but unexpectedly the man recognized his identity. Ling Yuan also understood what the three words Blue Silver Emperor meant. The woman in front of her was a soul beast. Even, it may be 100,000-year-old soul beast. Who are you? We don't seem to have met before. A Yin's tone was a little alert. I came to Stardew Forest this time, and I have no malice. I want to meet your leader. Qian Yuchen said again. Chief? We don't have any leader. A Yin naturally would not reveal the truth. I'm not talking about that black dragon. Smart people are going around too many twists. Qian Yuchen shook his head and said it more clearly. Hearing the word black dragon, A Yin understood that this person might have a good understanding of the secrets of the Stardew Great Forest. The other party said this, maybe it was really not very malicious. Although you don't know what your purpose is, then come with me. After Ian finished speaking, he signaled Qian Yuchen to follow him. Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen. How strange the conversation between these two people. Leader? Black Dragon? Qian Yuchen turned around and looked at her face full of confusion and said, just follow her, the answer will be known soon. After saying that, he took Ling Yuan's hand and slowly followed Ian. Soon, A Yin took the two of them to a lake. This is the core area of the Stardew Great Forest, and basically no human dares to set foot here. Sister Aro, the guest is here. A Yin shouted to the wooden house not far away. After the words came, a surging wave of the lake water, a cow-headed and snake body, and a black and blue soul beast appeared. One of the two overlords in the Stardew Great Forest, the sky blue bull python. What a powerful momentum! Ling Yuan made preparations for the battle in an instant. Ming Dynasty, don't be impatient. A full of intellectual voice came, and the sky blue cow python immersed its body under the water, leaving part of it outside, monitoring the two of them. The door of the wooden house opened, and a woman wearing a pink long skirt with soft red eyes and simple tied up her black hair, and she slowly walked out. Ling Yuan saw the other party's identity clearly and said in surprise, 100,000 years of soft bone charming rabbit. Aru walked to the two of them and said slowly, hello, the strongest among human beings, I am Aru. She did not feel the danger from the two of them, so she dared to have such close contact. Hello, I am Qian Yuchen, the second son of Angel Douluo. This is my lover, Ling Yuan. Qian Yuchen introduced himself and showed his identity. I wonder what you are doing here? We soul beasts and humans should have nothing in common. Aru was very confused about what his purpose was to come here. You may not know about this matter yet. Only your Lord Beast God and the One know the specific reason. Don't doubt it. If you don't believe it, just bring them a word. Just say, God has begun to plan and the future of the soul beast is in danger. I believe they will agree with me. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and said confidently. The sky blue bull python was secretly surprised. This human man actually knew the existence of the beast god. You should know that it was because he obtained the essence and blood given by the beast god that he had undergone his blood transformation and practiced for 100,000 years. Aru looked at Qian Yuchen not like she was lying, so she fell into thinking. Seeing this, Qian Yuchen said again, tell them that Shura has begun to make arrangements, and the new heirs will arrive in a few years, and the future of the soul beast is in danger. In this sentence, your beast god will know the importance of things. He also knew that the 10 ferocious beasts now are in seclusion and are absorbing the power of the Tianmeng ice silkworm. But no matter how strong he is, he cannot become a god, he is still a lamb to be slaughtered. In the end, even your master became someone else's wife. The entire soul beast family has become someone else's wedding dress. If you don't start planning now, it's too late. Aru thought about it over and over again and decided to go to the most core position. Okay, you're waiting here. After saying that, she looked at the sky blue cow python and reminded. Ming dynasty, look at them. Well, Aunt Ro is here to me. The sky blue bull python said that it was handed over to me here, and there was no problem. Then, Aru left quickly. Chapter 40 The Beast God Amp Silver Dragon King. Aru came to the core position of the Stardew Forest, a lake exuding strong vitality appeared in front of her. Lord Beast God, there is a human outside who asks me to tell you something. He said, Shura's layout has begun, the heirs will arrive in a few years, and the future of the soul beast is in danger. After saying that, Aru knelt respectfully on the shore of the lake, waiting for the other party to appear. At the bottom of the lake, Tian, who was absorbing the Tianmeng ice silkworm, heard this and opened his eyes. It looked at the other ferocious beasts and said, I'll go out first and I'll go back later. After saying that, Tian left here. Crazy. The lake surface fluctuated, and a black dragon flew out of the lake water, but its eyes were golden. Golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian. Soft bone rabbit, where is that human being now? Tian asked, his body exuding a powerful pressure. Lord Beast God, he is right by the lake in the core circle, waiting for your message. Aru replied respectfully. Brush. The black dragon flashed, turned into a strong man in black, and fell to Aru. Tian, call that person over. A female voice came from the bottom of the lake, making Tian quickly become respectful. The Lord said, that person might really know something. Tian said, follow Bones and Charming Rabbit, bring that human here. Yes, Lord Beast God. After Aru said that, she quickly returned the same way. On the side of Kunyu City, he was staring at the sky blue cow python. His eyes seemed to be conducting some kind of research. The sky blue bull python was a little furious. CKY blue bull python, can you speak people's words? Is it because your bloodline has been improved? Dragon blood is really a magical thing, worthy of being the former overlord soul beast. Kunyuchen was amazed, and they were also 2 king soul beasts. One can speak, the other cannot speak. Erming, human, don't think about these messy things, and Angzan waits for Aunt Ro to come back. After saying that, the sky blue bull python closed its eyes and stopped looking at Kunyuchen. At this time, Aru's voice came. Young Master Kunyuchen, Lord Beast God's order, I will take you there. After the words came, she appeared in front of Kunyuchen. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at Ling Yuan, you wait for me here, I will come out soon. Ling Yuan also understood and nodded, second young master, I'm waiting for you here. Qian Yuchen said to Aru, please lead the way. After about 15 minutes of walking, Aru took him to the deepest part of the Stardew Forest. What a powerful vitality! It is worthy of being the core spring of Douluo Star. Kunyu City felt the majestic breath of life before it even approached the true lake of life. The Silver Dragon King was sleeping at the bottom of this lake, slowly repairing the damage brought to her by the Shura god. After walking in, he saw a man with long black hair and strong body, looking at him. Beast God, Emperor Tian. Qian Yuchen naturally did not fear the other party's pressure and nodded with a smile. This surprised the other party and a vigilant arises in his heart. After coming to the Emperor Tian body, Aru knew that her mission had been completed and immediately left here. Kunyuchen looked at Tian and said, the second son of Douluo, the angel in the martial soul palace, Kunyuchen, has seen the beast god. Dityan didn't pay much attention to so many etiquettes and asked directly, humans, are your words true? Of course it's true, but this is not a place to speak, and it's easy to be discovered by the people above. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he pointed to the sky. Dityan understood what he meant. Just as he was about to say something, there was another movement in the lake. A long silver hair with a silver crystal texture that looked like a silver crystal was scattered behind her, with a beautiful and stunning face that could not be described in words, with a slightly pale fair skin, purple eyes, and a graceful woman walked out of the lake. She waved her hand and a silver starlight barrier enveloped the lake. See the Lord. Dityan knelt on one knee and said respectfully. The Silver Dragon King nodded and looked at Qian Yuchen. What are humans, Shura, and the others planning on Douluo continent? Say everything you know. Her voice was dull, but full of unquestionable majesty. The legend is that the dragon god is divided into two and transformed into two dragon kings, gold and silver. The golden dragon king is missing, and the silver dragon king is missing from the lower realm. I guess you are the soul beast CEO Lord after the dragon god, silver dragon king, right? Qian Yuchen looked at the other party and did not answer her question first. Moreover, her majesty is useless to herself. The other party's face was pale, obviously the sword energy left by the Shura god was still eroding her body. Human, don't mess around, the Lord lets you reply. Dityan said with a bad look. Dityan, calling you a beast god is for you to save face. Other humans are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Since you are respectful to the strong, you can try whether I am talking big. Qian Yuchen's eyes narrowed, and his body exuded a powerful aura, like a glorious sun. Advanced version of 9 Yang divine power, Dragon and Tiger Gate 9 Yang. Feeling the flame aura emitted from his body, the Silver Dragon King's face instantly became solemn. This kind of flame power is even stronger than the power of the fire god. Human, who are you? I am just an ordinary soul master who doesn't like those noble gods. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly. However, seeing that the Silver Dragon King looked ugly, he didn't talk nonsense anymore. The Rakshasa god has come down to the realm and has controlled my elder brother Kyungsunji, and is preparing to find his successor to change the pattern of Douluo continent. The Shura god and the others will naturally not watch it, but are preparing to choose a person who competes with it to change this matter quietly. Once all their gods are passed down, do you think the new generation of gods will make your soul beasts have a better life? And there is God's support behind human beings, and your soul beasts are the lambs to be slaughtered. It is considered a resistance, and those gods will not sit idly by. When the Silver Dragon King heard this, he didn't believe what he said, but he didn't believe it at all. In order to prevent the soul beast from becoming a god, those guys in the divine world directly set up the shackles of heavenly tribulation. You will have to overcome the tribulation within 100,000 years, and if you fail to overcome the tribulation, you will disappear. Unless it turns into humans and re-education, it will not have a long lifespan, and it will easily expose its identity and cause other humans to attack it. Qian Yuchen withdrew the momentum he emitted and lit up his martial soul. The Bible opens a page and shows Douluo's original plot. From Tang San to the legend of the Dragon King. Of course, these have been changed based on Qian Yuchen's thoughts, and the endings of the soul beasts are even worse than the original work. As he looked, the anger on Dityan's face was increasing significantly, like a volcano, ready to go. The Silver Dragon King's face was not good looking, and there was actually her factor in it. This made her very uneasy. The human plan to become a god was so terrifying. What she couldn't accept the most was that she actually became the daughter-in-law of a disgusting god. The Silver Dragon King, who is the master of the soul and beast, has become someone else's daughter-in-law in vain. This is simply incredible. It's even more incredible than becoming a god in the blue-silver grass. Chapter 41 Shocking the Silver Dragon King. An hour later, the Silver Dragon King and Dityan finished reading the pictures presented by the Bible. This kind of thing is simply incredible. Even if the dragon god is alive, I only saw a corner of the future back then, allowing me to come here to preserve the last fire seed of the soul beast. The Silver Dragon King felt that his cognition had been completely refreshed. The same is true for Dityan. What he saw just now is really beyond common sense. My martial soul is given by the Creator God, and it contains the power of time and space, so naturally it can see a more detailed future. You are plotted to become the daughter-in-law of a new god, right? There is also the Star Do Forest where your soul beasts depend for survival. All the auspicious beasts, the three-eyed golden elves, have been plotted against by others and have become human wedding dresses. Even if humans finally withdraw from the Stardo forest to restore its former appearance, how many of your soul beasts can practice for 100,000 years? On the contrary, the sea soul beasts and other forest soul beasts are everywhere at the level of more than 100,000 years. Silver Dragon King, is this situation you really want to see? Qian Yuchen expressed his opinion and questioned the other party. As soon as he said this, the Silver Dragon King blurted out. That's natural. I definitely won't let the soul beasts of Stardo Great Forest die. Immediately afterwards, a bitterness appeared on her face. In the ending we see, I actually had to do many things. The Shura god split the dragon god with one sword, and the sword energy remained in my body. If it weren't for the power of the Lake of Life to repair some of the injuries, I might not have appeared. Dityan also knew how severe the Silver Dragon King was. Even a powerful healing soul beast like Bridget could not relieve the injury of the Lord. Faced with the ending she saw, she was also powerless. The development of human beings over the past 10,000 years, especially the soul guide, poses a great threat to soul beasts. As a beast god, I am strong, but there are also people among humans who compete with me. If you really fight, the damage to the soul beast will be even more severe. Looking at the two soul beast leaders with serious expressions, Qian Yuchen smiled slightly. Since I inherit the power of the creation god, the injuries left by Shura god on you are naturally not a problem. To show sincerity, I can recover half of your injuries first. The Silver Dragon King looked at him in surprise. Why is this human being so confident? You are not a god. Isn't it a bit exaggerating to just use the power of martial souls to resolve divine power? It's useless to say more, just watch. Qian Yuchen put away his martial soul and revealed his soul ring. The 3 red soul rings surprised Dityan a little. He stretched out his hands and looked at the Silver Dragon King with a serious expression. The power of the Holy Spirit, all things are rejuvenated, and vitality is still in front of you. The sacred light instantly enveloped the Silver Dragon King, and the remaining Shura divine sword chi in her body was directly purified half. Her face was much rosy to the naked eye, and her overall mental outlook looked pretty good. The Silver Dragon King felt the changes in his body and his eyes looked at Qian Yuchen were full of shock. He really removed half of the Shura sword intent left in his body. Dityan looked at Qian Yuchen with a little more respect. The other party heals the master's injuries, which is a great thing for the soul beast. This kindness is remembered by Emperor Tian. After recovering from half of the Silver Dragon King's injury, Qian Yuchen stopped moving. After taking a deep breath, I felt much better. It is worthy of being the Silver Dragon King. He healed half of his injuries and consumed 1/3 of his soul power reserves and 9 yang true qi. He looked at the Silver Dragon King again and said, "Now, can you believe what I said? This sincerity is heavy enough, right?" The Silver Dragon King nodded and asked, "Your surname is Qian, are you a descendant of the angel god?" In her memory, the surname Douluo continent was the surname before the angel god became a god. "Yes, the ancestor is the god of the 6-winged angel," Qian Yuchen said. "The 6-winged angel lineage is the prestige among humans is very high, why did you have the idea of the god realm?" Dityan knew more clearly about things among humans and was puzzled why Qian Yuchen did this. After the fall of the dragon god, the Douluo continent has not been born for 20,000 years. The god realm has actually become corrupt. Without new energy injection, it's a pool of stagnant water. The key is that they have plotted against the people around me, so I will naturally not let them have a good time. God was not a god at the beginning. He just realized the law and broke through the limit and became the so-called god. Then why can't I let this divine realm be controlled by me? God King, why can't it be me? Qian Yuchen's face was full of confidence, showing his ambition to swallow mountains and rivers. The Silver Dragon King looked at the man in front of him in surprise, as if he had seen the former dragon god. "I am invincible and look down on the world. You are here this time, how are you going to let us cooperate with you?" Hearing her words, Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "In front of the god-born god's throne, the soul beast will not move. When they relax, give a fatal blow directly, and then counterattack the god realm. By then, their corrupt rule will be completely overthrown." When Dityan heard this, he said in confusion, "It's just that." "Of course not, your strength naturally needs to be improved. I happen to have the cultivation method suitable for your soul beasts." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took out a book from the storage soul guide and handed it to Dityan. 9 Changes of the Dragon. Tian took it and saw it, and was shocked in an instant. This is really incredible. This kind of cultivation method is really suitable for soul beasts with dragon bloodlines. As for him, practicing this kind of exercise may reach the level of millions of years. Compared to the silkworm that came from the extreme north, it is not of the same level. The real million-year soul beast has a combat power comparable to that of a low-level god. After practicing to the 9th transformation, you can even kill a first-level god. After reading it, Tian returned it to Kachin with excitement. Please forgive me for not accepting it for the time being. Can you let me see? Silver Dragon King asked curiously. No problem. Kachin handed it to the other party. When the Silver Dragon King opened it, it was meaningless to her level. It has a great effect on Tian and the little snake in the lake water outside. Especially Tian, he can break through to 1,000,000 years. It is indeed a cultivation method suitable for the dragon clan, and it can be called the first class in the world. After reading it, the Silver Dragon King returned it to Kachin City. This book is not enough to enhance the overall strength of your 7 ferocious beasts. So, I have other preparations. After saying that, Kachin took out 5 more books on the cultivation methods. Barbo Bone Forging Method. Fire Nether Yi Jin Technique. Muling Heart Sutra. The Resurrection of the Fairy Spirit. The Fox's Moon Induction Technique. These 5 methods of cultivation are completely suitable for the cultivation of 5 ferocious beasts, Xiang Jun, Red King, 10,000 Demon King, Bridget and Demon Spirit. The original work does not mention what the essence of the demon spirit is. Here is the 6-tailed red fire fox. Tian and Zig belong to the dragon clan, just practice 9 changes of the dragon. The Silver Dragon King's vision naturally shows that the 6 practice methods he took out were all matched with the 7 ferocious beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. This has exceeded her cognitive range. Can a human being over 40 years old develop such a method of cultivation that is against the will of heaven? It's simply amazing. No, he wanted to go against the will of heaven. She can only say that humans are worthy of being a race that can create miracles. Kachin, just cheating, it's a mistake. Human, it seems that you have made sufficient preparations to overthrow the god realm. However, I want to ask you, if you unify the divine realm, how are you going to deal with the Soul Beast clan? The Silver Dragon King suppressed his excitement and asked a key question. When humans become gods, where will the Soul Beast clan come from? Tian also felt that this issue was very important and looked at Kachin. If I really unify the divine world, your Soul Beast clan will be a meritorious minister. I can allow the Soul Beast to become a god, but it is limited to the 2nd-level gods. The managers of these gods will let you, the Silver Dragon King, take control of them. Please forgive me for not being able to hand over the power of the Golden Dragon King. I have other plans at that time. Kachin expressed his brief thoughts. The Silver Dragon King nodded. The other party had already made huge concessions to profit by making this move. Okay, the Soul Beast clan will cooperate with you with all your might and achieve a plan to counterattack the God realm. Hearing this, Kachin was very satisfied with it. Since that's the case, call out the other ferocious beasts. By the way, there is the silkworm that you caught. Chapter 42, Ferocious Beasts Gather Together. No problem, I'll ask them out now. After saying that, the Silver Dragon King stretched out his right hand and pointed at the lake. Swish! 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 6 figures appeared from the lake, followed by a large silkworm. Lord, why did you call us out? Xiang Jun landed on the ground and started yelling loudly. Bang! Before he could react, Tian disappeared directly from the spot and punched him to the other side of the lake. The other ferocious beasts were not surprised by this. They came to the Silver Dragon King and knelt on one knee. See the Lord. Everyone get up. The Silver Dragon King signaled them to get up and said, it's very important to ask you to come out this time. She looked at Kachin and introduced, this is my guest, he has something important to tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Jun, a silly man, came back. A human? She's so thin, I'll turn into a meat paste after one claw. What kind of ability can you have? Xiang Jun said deliberately. He wanted to see what kind of ability does this human being have to make the Lord value it so much. Tian was powerful and he was convinced, and he was dissatisfied with this human being. Kachin smiled slightly at the seemingly honest Mr. Xiang, who was actually a little sensible. Then I'll be ugly. He disappeared in an instant, and then Xiang Jun was covered with shadows, accompanied by the sound of fists and feet. Bang! 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 The sound stopped and Kunyuchen returned to his original place. As for Xiang Jun, he was lying on the ground with a blue nose and swollen face, with his eyes facing dark circles, which was a bit funny. Pucci! The Red King couldn't help but laughed. He was trained and would not laugh unless he really couldn't help it. As for the other ferocious beasts, the corners of their mouths twitched wildly, and they held back and didn't laugh out loud. Damn! Why is this human being so powerful? Xiang Jun cursed in his heart. Bridget came to him, slowly raised his right hand, and the green soul power fell into his body. Xiang Jun instantly felt the pain disappearing on his body and looked at her with a smile. Bridgie, thank you so much. Bai Ji smiled, didn't say anything, and then came to Dityen. Xiang Jun was not bothered and walked quietly to the 10,000 demon kings and the others, but his eyes were a little unpleasant and stared at the Red King. Zig looked at Qian Yuchen with great interest. This human was very attractive to her. As a very wise six-tailed red fire fox, the demon spirit also realized that this human was extraordinary. Qian Yuchen did not notice her gaze and looked at them and said, "Everyone, your soul beast cultivation is limited by the God realm, and you will face heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. In addition, God is ready to make a new layout on the continent, and both humans and soul beasts will suffer heavy casualties. I came here to unite everyone and fight against the conspiracy in the God realm. To show sincerity, I have helped her recover half of your lord's injuries, and there is also a method of cultivation suitable for you. Human, you are not fooling people, are you?" Xiang Jun began to speak again. Bang! Dityen punched him in the head. "What are you anxious about? Sit down. Okay, be honest." Kunyuchen sent the 6 corresponding methods of cultivation to them one by one. After seeing it, Dityen naturally doesn't need to repeat it again. The 6 soul beasts took it, turned it over and saw it immediately attracted. Hiss! They took a breath of air conditioning and looked at him in disbelief. Too evil! This method of cultivation can greatly increase their strength. It's simply outrageous that it can also improve their qualifications. Especially the demon spirit, after seeing the martial arts, he wanted to recognize Kunyu City as the main leader. This kind of cultivation method is very likely to allow her to evolve into the legendary 9-tailed red fire fox. This is the powerful existence among the fox clan after the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Looking at the cultivation method in her hand, Bai Ji was confident that after she had reached the great perfection, she would heal the remaining injuries on her master. The Red King and the 10,000 Demon King were excited and trembled a little, and their eyes looked at Qian Yuchen full of awe. In their hearts, the other party's status has risen to the same level as the master. Xiang Jun is now convinced. This Barwat bear bone forging method is tailor-made for the soul beasts of the bear clan. Whether in the form of beasts or humans, you can practice. Boy, please forgive my offense just now. He looked at Qian Yuchen with some embarrassment and said. The other beasts looked at each other and laughed. This method of cultivation is tailor-made for you. Before you get the formal action order, you can practice here with peace of mind. After almost 10 years, it's time to come out. Kunyuchen said to several ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, the Silver Dragon King looked at his subordinates. Zig and Dityen belong to the Dragon clan, and they practice the same martial arts, so the rest should practice with peace of mind. Abide by the Lord's orders. The 7 ferocious beasts quickly left and found a suitable place to start practicing. There were only Qian Yuchen and Silver Dragon King left at the scene, staring at each other. Although your strength was almost the same as the 5 gods at its peak, the corresponding attack methods were not as strong as theirs. This is prepared for you, you can take a good look. Qian Yuchen took the lead and took out another book of cultivation from his storage soul guide and handed it to the other party. The Silver Dragon King took it, opened it, and saw that it was opened. One sentence attracted. The sun, moon, and stars come into my hands, and I am the only one in the world. After reading it, she was excited. This method of using the power of stars was really amazing. The great success of cultivation can basically be invincible. One person fights multiple people, it is not a problem at all. Are you preparing it specifically for me? She still wanted to confirm it. That's natural. You are one of our main forces. If you have stronger strength, your chances of winning will be greater. Qian Yuchen said. The Silver Dragon King fights alone against the 5 gods kings. As long as he finds the positions of the gods who fell on the continent, he will naturally be able to promote the people around him to new gods. But there is nothing 600,000 to 800,000, the advantage lies in me. That will be a crushing victory. In the battle, the dragon god accidentally killed many gods, and the place where they fell was on this continent. If you find their place of fall, you can obtain the core of the divine position and then start the test of the divine inheritance. With your ability, I believe this matter should not be difficult. The words that the Silver Dragon King said were exactly the same as Qian Yuchen thought in his heart. This coincides with my plan. My trip to the mainland this time is to form an alliance with your soul beasts, and the other is to look for miracles left over from the mainland. I wonder if those guys will be surprised if they use God's power to deal with God. A deep smile appeared on Qian Yuchen's face. Those fallen gods, but those gods in the divine realm are now suffering from being hit hard by the power of their acquaintances, right? He. The Silver Dragon King looked at his smile and always felt something was wrong. Fortunately, I am an ally, and if it is an enemy, I will suffer a lot. She was a little looking forward to the scene of confronting the God realm. Chapter 43, Abducting the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tianmeng Bingzi was panicked when he heard the conversation between the two. Such a secret thing can be heard by myself? This human deliberately made me hear the conversation. Could it be that I wanted to kill the silkworm to silence me? When it was panicked, Qian Yuchen looked over. Tianmeng, I silkworm, I'm going to go to the far north, so you can follow me, how about it? Sir, just do what you said, I have no objection. Tianmeng Bingzi said hurriedly, afraid that he would be dissatisfied with the words. Qian Yuchen then looked at the Silver Dragon King, I will take this guy away. You guys hurry up and improve your strength, time passes quickly. The Silver Dragon King nodded and said, well, be careful in everything. After saying that, she removed the barrier and returned to the bottom of the lake. Seeing this, Qian Yuchen showed off his martial soul and sucked the Tianmeng Ice silkworm over. Oh, what are you doing? Before it could react, he was taken into the special space of martial souls. Stay honestly first, don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, put away his martial soul, and left. Whoosh! When he appeared again, he appeared not far from Ling Yuan. Second young master, are you doing your business? Ling Yuan asked hurriedly. Seeing that he was fine, his heart was finally relieved. Everything goes well. Qian Yuchen smiled. Aro felt more and more that this human man was unfathomable and had reached some kind of agreement with those adults. At this moment, the ground swayed, and a small hill was moving quickly towards the place, and a sound came from it. Mom, I'm back. Qian Yuchen looked at the movement ahead. Is Erming and Xiaowu back? As the distance approached, the Titan giant ape discovered the existence of humans, roared, and accelerated its speed. Xiaowu on its shoulders naturally understood it. What? Humans are by my mother's side. Looking at the Titan giant ape, Qian Yuchen knew that the other party had misunderstood him. Don't be hostile to me, I didn't hurt your companions. Didn't you see your elder brother watching quietly? A spiritual wave was emitted, connecting the brain of the Titan giant ape. It looked at it and it was really too anxious. As it approached, it slowed down and stopped at a safe distance. Mother! Xiaowu immediately ran down the Titan giant ape's arm and came to Aru. Xiaowu, you are back. Aru smiled and hugged Xiaowu in her arms. Back to the familiar embrace, Xiaowu looked at Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan in confusion with red eyes. She asked, Mom, who are these two humans? This is a guest of Lord Beast God, Xiaowu should be polite. Aru reminded. Qian Yuchen smiled and nodded, then looked at Yin. Blue-Silver Emperor, are you planning to enter the human world? Yin was stunned. How did the other party know what he was thinking? She nodded, I have this plan. If you transform into a human being, the titled Douluo among human beings can see through your identity at a glance. It was really dangerous at that time. Qian Yuchen shook his head and said. You don't have to worry about this. The talent field I own will not make people discover my true identity. Yin smiled and said, although the other party had good intentions, she naturally knew this. Moreover, I have long thought of a way to deal with it. Then look at this is one of my purposes here. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he showed his martial soul. When the Bible opens a page, it shows a story about Yin meeting Tang Hao and Tang Xiao in the original drama. When Yin looked at the picture, the first thing he felt was fake, but something was wrong as he looked at it. I fell in love with the younger human man who was holding the hammer. When Yin saw that the soul beast aura on her body was leaked and she was chased by a certain force, she felt a little incredible. Her talent field will not be invalid because of pregnancy. This shows that her identity information was deliberately leaked by someone. The picture came to the night when she gave birth, and her husband owned 5 titles. When the child was born, a huge impact destroyed the wooden house, and then a transparent adult man appeared in the sky and fell onto the child. The crying child stopped crying for a moment, and his expression became a little dumb. Watching the enemy pressing step by step behind, I chose to sacrifice for the sake of husband and children. After offering sacrifices, husband was successfully promoted to title Douluo, using special soul skills, and finally repelled the enemy and left with the child with the seeds of life left by himself. The picture ended, and the shock in Yin's eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Is this what I'm going to face? Qian Yuchen nodded and said, this is a corner of the future and one of the magical abilities of my martial soul. Yin, you should not enter the human world. You can escape safely when you have a higher level of cultivation. Aru didn't want her good sister to take risks, so she advised her to give up this idea. The future can definitely be changed. Yin looked at Qian Yuchen and asked. Is there any way to avoid this result? To be honest, I have doubts about the result I just saw. Qian Yuchen put away his martial soul and said, of course it can be changed. First, you stay in the Stardow forest and don't go out, so that you won't encounter the other party. No, I must go to the human world. Yin directly rejected the suggestion. The remaining one is that you leave with us, and the future will change because of my intervention, so you will have the opportunity to change this result when you follow me. Qian Yuchen said again. When Yin heard this, he felt that it made some sense. This method could indeed avoid the 2 men. Even if you encounter it, just treat it as a stranger. Her purpose of going to the human world was to learn precious knowledge. With knowledge, the Soul Beast clan will become enlightened and develop civilization faster. With the development of civilization, they can better adapt to the world and will not be eliminated because of the development of time. Since her promotion of 100,000 years, through the analysis of information obtained by the people, human beings can develop so quickly on the mainland, and the inheritance of knowledge is very important. The development of generation after generation has made them now the masters of the mainland. This is why she dared not to risk her to go to the human world. Yes, I'll follow you and see how magical the human world is. Yin agreed to Qian Yuchen's second method and followed him. Qian Yuchen curled a smile at the corner of his mouth. It would be so comfortable that he could abduct the Blue-Silver Emperor. Ling Yuan looked at his smile and knew that his purpose had been achieved. In addition, someone must be in trouble. Perhaps, they were the 2 strange men in the picture just now. Blue-Silver Emperor, we both have titled Douluo, and there will be no accidents when we are with us. Besides, there are many places I want to go, and along the way I think you should get the answer you want. Qian Yuchen said with a smile that this trip to the stars and forest has achieved the final effect. I wonder who will Tang Hao meet in the Stardow forest if he took away the Blue-Silver Emperor? Tang San, how would he come to this world? Now, things have become interesting. Chapter 44 Chen Xin. Qian Yuchen finally took Yin away, and Ling Yuan always felt that his purpose was not so simple. Since the relationship became intimate, her 6th sense has become very effective. Could it be that I want more than one sister? Very likely. She kept this guess in her heart for the time being and did not reveal it. Qian Yuchen was in a good mood and was walking ahead. This trip was so exciting. He joined forces with the Soul Beast and abducted the Blue-Silver Emperor. Before leaving, he left a simple way of cultivation for Aro, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. The Crazy Rabbit and the Demon Dance, the Dragon Transformation, the Demon Ape's art of enhancing the sky. This can enhance its strength in a short period of time, and even if it is besieged by the title Douluo, it can still deal with it calmly. The Ming Er knew that this method of cultivation was rare, so he regarded Qian Yuchen as his benefactor on the spot. Erming even kowtowed 3 times, because he could speak normally after practicing. Instead of communicating through the language between soul beasts all day long, I envy Miss Xiaowu and Brother Daming for being able to talk. Thinking of this, Qian Yuchen thought that this king of forest was quite interesting. I don't know what level it can cultivate later. If you really have good talent, you can have a magic ape trouble in the god realm. The Douluo version of making a fight in the heavenly palace has some meaning. As he walked, Qian Yuchen felt a powerful sword aura of murderous aura. Hey? Is it the 7-killing sword? Is Chen Xin using his soul skills? After he stopped, Ling Yuan also noticed the movement in the distance. Second young master, what a powerful soul power fluctuation, accompanied by a powerful murderous aura. Yin stretched out his right hand and began to collect information in the blue-silver grass. It's a white-haired man with a martial soul, an ancient giant sword about 2 meters long and half a foot wide, and is hunting the King Yu spirit fox for 70,000 years. The one who accompanied him was a man who was about the same age as Qian Gongzi. Hearing Yin's words, Qian Yuchen knew that Chen Xin was helping Ning Fengzi hunting the soul ring. Few people know his identity, so it's okay to meet the two of them. Moreover, the 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect is the richest force in the Tiandu Empire. It is also quite good to have such an ally. Go and have a look, maybe you have unexpected gains. Then, he took the 2 girls in that direction. Chen Xin looked at the fleeing King Yu spirit fox and was about to launch the last blow. The 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. He raised the 7-killing sword, and his soul power instantly emanated, turning into 1,000,000 soul swords. In an instant, the green jade spirit fox was surrounded by sword rain. Woohoo! It made an angry and desperate voice, staring at Chen Xin. It's over here. As Chen Xin finished speaking, the sword rain fell. Swish! Laugh! Laugh! How dare a soul beast that is just 70,000 years old behaves presumptuously in front of him. The sword rain dissipated, and the green jade spirit fox had only breathed a sigh of relief. Fengzi, let's finish it, your 7th soul ring will be settled. Uncle Jian, thank you for your hard work. Ning Fengzi slowly stepped forward, took out a sharp sword from his storage soul guide, and stabbed it into the brain of the King Yu spirit fox. Then, a black soul ring condensed from the King Yu spirit fox. He showed off his martial soul 7 treasure glazed tower and attracted the soul ring. The moment the soul ring was absorbed, the resentment of the soul beast remaining in the soul ring began to have a strong impact on his spirit. Ning Fengzi endured the discomfort and began to sit cross-legged, focusing on absorbing the soul ring. Chen Xin was protecting the Dharma from the side to prevent emergencies from interfering with his soul absorption ring. Ruthless. There was movement in the bushes in front of him, and his sword was ready to attack. Uncle Chen Zinmen, please put away your sword, we have no malice. Qian Yuchen naturally felt Chen Xin's sword energy and hurriedly said before he appeared. Hearing this, Chen Xin put away his sword and looked vigilantly at the source of the sound. Soon, Qian Yuchen walked out with Ling Yuan and Yin. I've seen Chen Xin crown. Qian Yuchen said politely. Under Chen Xin crown, I haven't seen you for a long time, your strength has improved again. Ling Yuan knew Chen Xin and had met him several times before. Chen Xin looked at Ling Yuan and found that her strength was not much worse than that of her. Are you Ling Yuan, the law enforcement elder of the Spirit Hall? You have broken through Douluo after all these things. Ling Yuan nodded and exuded a little breath. The Wuhan Hall is indeed full of talents. Chen Xin exclaimed. He looked at Qian Yuchen. Why did this person look so similar to Pope Kyungsunji? This is... When Ling Yuan was about to speak, Qian Yuchen introduced himself. I am a child adopted by a large worshipper. It's a pity that I can't practice martial souls, but I have made some small achievements in the research on martial soul theory. This time I came to Stardew Forest and happened to conduct theoretical research. After saying that, he looked at Ning Fengzi who was absorbing the soul ring. Looking at his frown, he knew that he was in a fight against the resentment of the soul beast. You have to show it a little and let Chen Xin believe in himself. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be alarmed, if everything changes are still calm, the spirit will be happy and the energy will be calm. He began to recite the mantra, and the voice slowly came into the other person's ears. Ning Fengzi's spirit was fighting against the King Yu spirit fox. After the sound of this mantra came in, the surroundings seemed to be frozen, and the residual soul of the soul beast was frozen. He took this opportunity to disperse the other party's remnant soul and became refreshed in an instant. Chen Xin watched Qian Yuchen recite the mantra. After reciting the mantra, Ning Fengzi's progress in absorbing the soul ring accelerated, and he couldn't help but become curious. This person seems to be a master of theory. I have never heard of the mantra just now. Qian Yuchen looked at Chen Xin and asked, this is young Master Ning. Judging from his appearance, is this the seventh soul ring? Chen Xin nodded. Feng Zhi has broken through the soul saint. You also know the special nature of their martial souls. The seventh soul ring must be highly compatible. This green jade spirit fox has been searching for a long time. The seven treasure glazed tower is the world's #1 auxiliary weapon, but it is limited to the soul saint for life and cannot break through level 80. Unless it is a martial soul mutation or an adventure, you will not be able to evolve the 8th level or even the legendary 9th level in your life. Young Master Ning must have seen through the road ahead and gave up the opportunity to find opportunities before he came to obtain the soul ring, right? Qian Yuchen said. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Xin's eyes. How did he know the reason why they came to Xingde Forest this time? Seeing his doubts, Ling Yuan smiled and said, the second young master's theoretical research is very good. I was able to successfully break through Douluo's title thanks to his reasoning. On advice. She exuded her soul power, and there was a hint of coldness in the heat, which surprised Chen Xin even more. How can soul powers with opposite attributes of ice and fire exist at the same time? Are you not afraid of soul power conflict and meridians being destroyed? The magical theory, I have traveled so many places on the mainland, but I still see two mutually restrained attributes appearing on the same person at once. Mr. Qian, in theoretical research, can be said to be a master-level existence. Chen Xin exclaimed. Under Chen Xin crown, the sword cultivator may not necessarily rely on the sword in his hand. If the sword heart is clear, every grass and a tree can be a sword, and even if there is no sword in your hand and a sword in your heart. Qian Yuchen felt that Chen Xin could calculate one of the more regretful characters in the original work. After breaking his right arm, his strength went further to level 97 and he understood the 7 killing realm. From the perspective of using a sword, Chen Xin is a top master, but he is still much worse from the perspective of a sword cultivator. If he could comprehend the true sword intent and use the unity of human swords, he might be able to cause damage to Bib Dong. Sword cultivator, in any fantasy world, is a terrible existence that kills his opponents beyond the level. Chen Xin can cultivate to the title Douluo, and his talent is definitely not bad. If he comes into contact with other methods of cultivation, he might be able to kill the gods with his body as a mortal. When Chen Xin heard his words, he felt like a new door was opened in his heart. There is no sword in your hand and there is a sword in your heart. What a wonderful sword phrase! At the same time, he felt the 7 killing sword tremble strongly, as if he was particularly excited. Martial soul resonance. This is a phenomenon recorded in the genealogy of the Chen family ancestor. The ancestors were level 99 extreme Douluo, which established the title of Douluo, the first attack title in the mainland. Even if it is Haoshan Hammer, it is not as good as his Chen family. There are outstanding people in every era. He doesn't care about these things, he just wants to make his strength stronger. His father failed to challenge Angel Douluo, so he naturally wanted to achieve this goal. The child who was adopted by Qian Douluo in front of me gave me a few tips to gain a new understanding. The opportunity for breakthrough may be on the other party, but his own and Angel Douluo are not considered a grudge. If he asks, will he refuse? Qian Yuchen looked at Chen Xin's hesitation, and must be struggling with Qian Douluo and his father Chen's meeting with him. Under the crown of Chen Xin, the sword should have a clear sword heart, so that we can move forward. I have heard of things between my father and uncle, but this is a battle of mutual appreciation between two elder heroes. As a junior, I think this is a praiseworthy story. What do you think? When Chen Xin heard this, he knew that the other party was not a simple person who studied theory. I heard you say something and I suddenly realized. I wonder if Mr. Qian Er's theory about sword cultivator can Chen discuss it. Qian Yuchen laughed, it's okay, but I'll talk about it when Master Ning has absorbed the soul ring. Chapter 45 Shocking Ning Fengzi. Chen Xin nodded and looked at Ning Fengzi. This time, the absorption of martial souls was much smoother than before. 15 minutes later, Ning Fengzi woke up, looking refreshed. This time the soul ring absorption is much easier than before. Especially the 10,000 years of soul ring, many times they are fighting against the resentment of the soul beast. After the absorption, the mind felt like it was hollowed out. He first looked at Chen Xin, then looked at the man and the other side of Qian Yuchen in confusion. Uncle Jian, who are these three? Young Master Qian Er from the Wuhun Palace came here to conduct theoretical research, and happened to meet it. Hearing Chen Xin's words, he stood up and said politely. Ning Fengzi, I have met the second young master. Your sect master Ning is polite. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, your 7 treasure glazed tower now gives the 7th soul ring, and you will stay at level 79 for the rest of your life. Ning Fengzi sighed and said, this is the biggest flaw of the 7 treasure glazed tower. As the strongest auxiliary weapon in the mainland, the 7 ring amplitude is already a very strong existence, and the 8 rings and 9 rings are unimaginable. Maybe, this is the shackles God has added to this martial soul. The implication is that Douluo continent does not allow such awesome auxiliary weapon soul as the 9 treasure glazed tower. Qianyuchen naturally knew this truth, but the Great Way was 50 days and 4 9, and one of them was a variable. Of course, there is a way to evolve the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower. The essence of heaven and earth treasures can transform it into 8 treasures or even 9 treasures. It is also possible to undergo a final evolution and become a god-level martial soul, the 10 treasure glazed jade pure tower. Break the world's restrictions and become the auxiliary god. Young Master Ning, if you want to evolve the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower, you need to absorb the treasures that preserve the spirits of heaven and earth before you can complete the evolution. It's just that this kind of treasure is rare. If the opportunity comes, it may be done. For example, the legendary Kiluo tulip and the 10,000-year-old cold chalcedony, one of which may help the 7 treasure glazed tower complete the evolution of martial souls. This is a conclusion that I have drawn after years of research. Qian Yuchen said slowly. Ning Fengzi was instantly filled with excitement. Young Master Qian, is this true? Where is this kind of treasure? Even if the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect is trying its best to find their existence. Please let me know, Feng Zhi will thank you very much. Qian Yuchen said again, this kind of thing is unhurried. The time comes, and the opportunity comes. Being too persistent, I'm just a poor person. In addition, there is another way, which can have the chance to transform the martial soul. Even Chen Xian felt incredible when he said this. This is simply too unexpected. Is there a second way to evolve the martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tower? Young Master Qian, what method? Ning Fengzi asked impatiently. The most important thing is the demeanor and calmness of stepping on the horse, the secret of the evolution of martial souls. He already has several children, and there is definitely a chance that the next generation will successfully evolve martial souls. There is no way, he wants to lead the sect to make progress. The sun, moon, and stars are there, and the essence of the sun and moon is the purest energy in the world. Those treasures of heaven and earth also absorb the essence of these two, which has such magical effects. Similarly, humans can do it naturally, but special methods are needed to incorporate them into the human body for refining. Qian Yuchen said the second method, which made Ning Fengzi even more urgent. Young Master Qian, what conditions can you teach me this method? Within the ability of the 7 treasures glazed Panelia sect, you will definitely do your best to meet your requirements. He spoke out the range of conditions he could give, and his tone was very sincere. Qian Yuchen smiled and shook his head. Young Master Ning, when you become the person in charge of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect, I will visit you in person. I will bother you at that time, don't be disgusted with talking too much. Ning Fengzi's current identity is not enough for him to come up with this method of cultivation. But it would be different for him to become the sect leader, and the probability of negotiation and alliance will be greater. When you come to the door for negotiation, you naturally have your own confidence. Ning Fengzi was stunned and instantly understood what he meant. Now his reputation in the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect is too small to convince the public. Of course, this kind of thing that is enough to change the continent's pattern will not be taken out so easily. His excited heart gradually calmed down and he smiled and said, Young Master Qian, it is a blessing that you can come to the 7 treasures glazed liquor sect. I will sweep the bed to greet you. Ning Fengzi has never been as eager as he is today, and he is particularly eager to be the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect. I wish I could immediately break into his father's sect leader's hall with 2 Douluo, sword bone. He shouted loudly, You are so kind, please ask my father to give up his position as the sect leader. Chen Xian didn't expect Qian Yuchen to be so meticulous and his curiosity was getting higher. He looked up at the sky and saw that the sun had almost reached the center. It's noon now, find a place to rest and handle lunch. And I can't wait to communicate with Mr. Qian's sword cultivation theory. Ning Fengzi also felt that his stomach was a little empty and said, Uncle Jian, I am really hungry when you said this. Qian Yuchen and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded. Yin, do you know where there is a suitable place? Qian Yuchen asked. Well, I'll lead the way. Yin nodded. Then, under the leadership of Yin, he came to a quiet valley. There are many fish swimming in the clear stream. What a good place. Chen Xin smiled. Kachin took out 2 rectangular tables from his storage soul guide and placed them on the ground. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi were stunned. Are you prepared so well? Before it was over, Kachin took out 5 more stools. Under Chen Xin Kang, young Master Ning, sit down. He smiled. Then I'll be disrespectful. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi sat down. Yin and Ling Yuan sat at another table and looked at them curiously. Kachin sat opposite Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi and said, under Chen Xin's crown, your 7-killing sword is perfect, but in your eyes it is just your martial soul and weapon. You have not reached the level of being in harmony with it. I think you have not yet understood the unity of human swords. Chen Xin nodded, men and sword are united, my father has achieved it, I always feel that something is a little bit worse. That's right. You have to feel your martial soul with your heart. When you can communicate it, it will be the moment when you are united by human and sword. If you reach a profound level, the 7-killing sword is you, and you are the 7-killing sword. The 7-killing sword aura is emitted, and thousands of swords surrender. Kachin said slowly. Do you communicate with martial souls? Chen Xin looked at the 7-killing sword seal on the palm of his right hand. It seems that I have been practicing for so long, and I have been practicing step by step with the family's cultivation methods. I have never really understood my 7-killing sword martial soul. For the sword cultivator, the sword in his hand is the most trustworthy partner. What's more, the connection between Wuhan and us is so close. With your talent under the crown, it will not be too difficult to reach the realm of no sword in your hand and having a sword in your heart. Kachin is very optimistic about Chen Xin's sword cultivation. Compared with Ji Jueshan who has not appeared, his talented martial soul attributes are all top-notch. It's just that no one opened this new door. Now that the door is open, his cultivation will definitely improve. Ning Fengzi was secretly surprised. This Jian Gongzi is really amazing and has such a profound understanding of swordsmanship. Chen Xin's cultivation level is now at level 94. I guess he will be able to break through level 95 soon after returning to the sect this time. Not only is Kachin who can't see through his side, but even Chen Xin feels that the other party is not simple. Uncle Chen Xinmian, when I go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Peace sect, I will give you a special gift. I think you will be interested. Kachin smiled, Chen Xin could not refuse that gift. Oh? Then I'm looking forward to it. Chen Xin also smiled, revealing a bit of expectation. Seeing the 3 of them chatting so hard, they forgot to eat. Ling Yuan and Yin stood up and went to find the right ingredients. Chapter 46 The Hammer Brothers at one look. Saying goodbye to Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi, Kachin and the other 2 moved towards the Tiandu Empire. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect is located in the territory of the Tiandu Empire, the route of Ning Fengzi's return to the sect is different from the planned route of Kachin City. Second young master, why don't you reveal your true identity? Ling Yuan was a little puzzled. Kachin smiled and said, when you go out, you will give your own identity. It is of course no harm to have a few more names. Who doesn't have many vests? Looking back at the time, the great writer Mr. Zhou, whose pseudonym was Mr. Lu, avoided many unnecessary crises. When walking in the world, the vest is really important. Young Master Qian thinks this very thoughtful. You should be good at hiding yourself in any place you are not familiar with. There is a saying among human beings, the heart of being on guard against others is indispensable. That's what it means. Ian expressed his opinion. Yes, no matter what you do, don't reveal your identity or trump card first. Because when the opponent is most proud, he is most vulnerable. If you show your true strength, you can give the other party a fatal blow. Kachin said with a smile. That's right, it's called pretending to be and slap in the face. Ling Yuan nodded and asked in confusion, second young master, is this the way of survival of the little person? To be precise, this is a law of survival. No one is born strong. When you realize your insignificance, you will try your best to become strong. What's more, we are actually small, but we have changed from ignorance to knowledge. Looking at the heaven and earth, looking at the universe, we are just a drop in the ocean among the vast beings. Even the legendary gods are just a little smaller than us. Kachin smiled, showing a strong sense of confidence in his tone. No matter what kind of small and big characters he is, the surviving one is called a character. Can a genius who has not grown up and been killed still be called a genius? Besides, what about God? Could it be that God was not a human before he became a god? Isn't Poseidon also a soul master who came out of a small village by the sea and finally gained the faith of the sea tribe and became a god? The evil god Bib Dong was still a bartender before he became a god. They can become gods, why can't Kachin, who is cheating, become gods? Can a genius soul master in Douluo continent become a god? The three powerful men of the previous generation of sea, land, and air were all trapped by God and could not break the limit and ascend. Lao Deng and Posi, the high priest of the sea god island, shoulder the mission of inheritance. Finding an heir is the countdown to his life. Tang Chen was controlled by his mind and lost in the capital of killing. Ling Yuan looked at Jian Yuchen's confident look and instantly turned into the expression of a little fan. Yin felt that the mysterious color on this human man was even stronger, and he had a thought in his heart that he wanted to explore. Second young master, you feel dizzy when you hear these truths. Let's talk less about them in the future. Ling Yuan stuck out her tongue, looking like her head hurt. I think Mr. Qian's words are quite reasonable, but ordinary people may think you are a rebellious person. Yin smiled slightly. Jian Yuchen shook his head and said, if you read too many books, you will have this bad habit. You always like to say something reasonable. When they walked to a river, a pair of men who looked like brothers on the other side of the river were taking water and resting. Jian Yuchen took a look and recognized who they were. Brothers of Hammer. Haoshan Gemini, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. The other party was also very alert and was also looking at the three of them. Brother Hao, let's move quickly, your sixth soul ring has not yet been settled. Tang Xiao looked at Jian Yuchen and did not want to have too much interaction with these strangers. Tang Hao looked at Yin at first sight and was attracted by the other party's temperament. Some of them couldn't help but feel throbbing in my heart. Brother, we have only completed 1/3 of the experience given by the sect now, and there is not much time left. Tang Xiao reminded him again. He naturally saw his brother's thoughts, but the blonde man and dark red-haired woman opposite him felt very dangerous. Tang Hao thought of the test of the sect and gave up this idea. Well, I've almost finished resting, and the water has been replenished. Let's go. They. Two brothers stood up and left slowly. Yin looked at the man with a ribbon wrapped around his head and saw at a glance that he was the husband in the previous picture. However, from this moment on, there will be no such intersection between the two. The future outcome I saw has changed. Who are those two? Ling Yuan asked. Brothers of Hammers of Haoshan sect. Jian Yuchen said with a smile. Ling Yuan. What a hammer brother, it's so easy to get nicknames. The two have good talents, but compared to Bib Dong, they are still a little worse. Jian Yuchen said again. Seeing the Tang Xiao and his brothers completely leave, Yin said. Young Master Qian, after crossing this river, you can leave the Stardo forest. And there is a small town of humans not far away, where you can rest for a night. Ling Yuan's eyes lit up. Gourmet, I want to drink beer and eat clams. Jian Yuchen shook his head and continued to let Yin lead the way. After coming to the town that Yin mentioned, this place was a gathering place for soul masters. People at the soul saint level come and go here, but most of them conduct trade exchanges. In addition, he also saw many people from the two empires to purchase here. He discovered a special 3-person team, 1 woman and 2 men, and the woman was wearing a cat pattern on her chest. Interesting, the Zhu family of the Stardo Empire. But why no one eats this kind of ripe peach? Jian Yuchen looked at the other party in confusion. The scene was so familiar. This is how the 2 women around me were conquered. The Zhu family in the Xingluo Empire seems to be able to do some work. Among the 7 monsters in the future, 2 of them are from the Xingluo Empire. Ling Yuan looked at Jian Yuchen staring at someone in front of her, and a trace of sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she felt something was wrong. Fortunately, before she spoke, Yin said, Young Master Qian, find a place to live first. No problem. There seems to be someone in front of you called Rose Hotel. Just there, it looks very consistent with your women's aesthetic style. Jian Yuchen pointed to the road sign in front and said. Yin thought the name was quite interesting, so he nodded in agreement. Ling Yuan understood that this hotel must have a strange decoration style. She glanced at Yin in a vague way, hoping that this new arrival sister would stop being trapped by the young master. When they were heading to the Rose Hotel, the 3 women from the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire that Qinyu City had seen before also walked towards this side. They seemed to be planning to rest in the Rose Hotel. Chapter 47 from Xingluo Big Cat. After Qinyu stepped into the Rose Hotel, he said to the waiter, "Open a luxury catering room." The waitress glanced at Ling Yuan and Yin behind him, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the world of rich people is so good. However, the movement in her hand did not stop. After looking through the room number, she quickly confirmed and pressed a button. "Guest, the room is 506. Please wait for a while, someone will lead the way later." Qian Yuchen nodded, sat down on the chair in the hall, and quietly waited for the people leading the passers-by to come. As soon as I sat down, I saw 3 women with cat patterns embroidered on their chests walking in. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. 3 women came to such a romantic place to open a room? Isn't it too exciting? Obviously, the waitress just now felt a little incredible when she looked at the 3 women in front of her asking for a luxurious suite. But she is just a waiter. What others want to do when they spend money is to listen to others' affairs. She still opened a luxurious suite for the 3 of them according to the process. "Sir, please come with me." A woman with purple hairstyle and maid outfit came to Qinyu. "Well, lead the way." Qian Yuchen stood up and signaled the other party to lead the way. Soon, under the guidance of the maid, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the room. "Sir, the food is ready, I wish you a happy meal." After saying that, she handed the key to Qinyu and slowly retreated. Qinyu opened the door and the romantic red decoration came into view. Ling Yuan looked at this outfit, and sure enough, her guess was correct at that time. Yin looked at the decoration of the room. The fragrance of flowers was so swaying that it was in line with her aesthetic style. "I've been walking for so long, let's have something to eat first." Qian Yuchen walked to the dining table, picked up a piece of pastry and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. Ling Yuan and Yin walked over quickly, but Ling Yuan carefully closed the door. Looking at the delicious food in front of me, Ling Yuan started to eat quickly after working and resting. "Second young master, I'm really hungry after rushing for so long." She held a small cake in her left hand and a peach blossom crisp in her right hand, and first had 2 pastries to cushion her belly. Then, he began to eat. Yin looked at her heroic way of eating, and this contrast did not make her react for a while. That's how she is. She's just anxious when she sees delicious food. Just eat her own food normally. Qian Yuchen looked at Yin like this and explained with a smile. Yin nodded and continued to stutter. Soon, Qian Yuchen and Yin stopped and felt that they had almost eaten. In order to store your energy to deal with the tough battles at night, Ling Yuan picked up a glass of milk and started drinking it after eating a bowl of beef noodles. Himmer. She couldn't help but burp and she felt embarrassed to cover her mouth. When he turned around, he found Qian Yuchen looking at him with a smile. Yin covered her mouth and held back her smile. Ling Yuan gave Qian Yuchen a blank look, with a bit of provocative expression. It seems to be saying, "Tonight, I am the queen." Then, she stopped after she felt that she had almost finished eating. After looking at the sky outside, Qinyu had no plans to go out. He glanced at the room, one master bedroom and the other second bedroom. "Yin, you will rest in the second bedroom tonight, and Yuan and I will squeeze in the master bedroom." Yet, Yin didn't feel anything wrong. Ling Yuan stared at him, with a hint of desire for victory and defeat in his eyes. The sky was dim, and the 3 of them finished washing up, and Yin walked into the second bedroom. Seeing the door of the second bedroom closed, Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and smiled. While she was not paying attention, she picked her up, walked into the master bedroom, and then closed the door. After a while, strange singing came. Yin, who was in the second bedroom, felt a little upset when he heard this strange sound. I turned around on the bed, unable to sleep. She had no choice but to get up, sit down cross-legged on the bed, and temporarily closed her hearing with her soul power. About an hour later, the singing of Qinyu and the others stopped. He looked at Ling Yuan and smiled and said, "Elder Ling Yuan, your cultivation is still low. You may still have the power to fight with me when you break through level 95. At this moment, a dark shadow flashed outside the window, and Qian Yuchen put away his smile. "Tonight, it seems a little uneasy." Ling Yuan looked at his face that was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? There may be some trouble tonight." Let's wait and see if it changes first. You're too much money, just rest with peace of mind. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. After saying that, he let go of his perception and prepared to inquire. Outside, 5 men in black with convex figures fell gently on the roof of the hotel. Our mission is to not allow that woman to return to the Xingluo Empire safely. Do you understand? The man in black, who was the leader, looked at the other 4. Clear. The voice was very majestic, but it was too cold and had a bit of murderous aura. The 5 people acted like ghosts and came to the room next to Kunya City. After checking in the window through special means, a special smoke was released. After waiting for 2 minutes, the 5 people rushed into the room. Ha ha ha, I don't plan to compete for the princess anymore. My good sister is still unwilling to let me go. A charming voice came, like a lazy cat acting coquettishly. Humph, the order I received is that I cannot let people live to meet Xingluo. Go together. The female killer leader launched an attack. Don't even think about hurting the young lady. The woman's 2 subordinates showed their martial souls directly. Purple Spirit Cat, Jade Spirit Cat. The soul rings of the 2 female guards are both yellow and purple. Cultivation is obviously the soul sect. So what about the soul sect? You can't escape. The female killer leader smiled contemptuously and showed off his martial soul. The 3rd soul skill, the dream of Agar Wood. A stream of colorless smoke enveloped the room, and the 2 female guards of the soul sect instantly collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect that it was the soul dream spirit girl. After the woman finished speaking, her eyelids fell heavily on the sofa and fell into a drowsiness. It's often inconspicuous, it's precisely the deadliest. I don't know what the Zhu family is doing, but it is our purpose to use money to do things. The female leader took out a dagger and walked slowly towards the target. It's interesting, it's really interesting. I have heard that Xingluo and the Zhu family have used the method of raising gu to cultivate their heirs. Today, it is indeed worthy of their reputation. A male voice suddenly came from behind the female killer leader. She was about to attack but found that she could not move. Soul power pressure. Is this a titled Douluo? She looked at the other party in horror, and her 4 subordinates had already fallen to the ground. The golden sandalwood of martial soul is also a forefront among the control martial souls. As he said that, Qian Yuchen walked up to her. He pointed to the woman who was sleeping on the sofa and asked, "Who is this woman? Why are you chasing her?" "Miss Xingluo Contemporary Prime Minister, Zhu Lingyun," said the female killer leader. "Qian Yuchen, what's your name?" "Woman, Shi Qingxian." "Who are you, the previous generation Agarwood Douluo Stone Jade Dragon?" "My grandpa." "Okay, the matter is clear." The little girl came out to find excitement by herself and joined the killer organization. He ignored this little girl anymore, but stared at Zhu Lingyun for a few glances. He stretched out his right hand and gently tapped his index finger on the other person's forehead. "It's useless. My 3rd soul skill, the person who was hit will be in a coma for at least an hour." Before Shi Qingxian finished speaking, the sleepy Zhu Lingyun slowly woke up. Yet, looking at the strange man in front of her, she immediately showed a vigilance in her eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in my room? You are the same as the assassin oaf?" Qian Yuchen shook his head. "Miss Zhu, I am your savior. It would be too hurtful for you to speak like this. However, the other party's kitten's outfit is a bit interesting." He took 2 steps back and revealed Shi Qingxuan's figure. Unfortunately, Zhu Lingyun is now unable to move and cannot even possess the martial soul. She forced herself to get up and suddenly lost her focus. Then, a warm embrace blocked her. And the strange feeling made her feel moved. "Let me go." Qian Yuchen felt his figure even more squid than Ling Yuan and smiled. "Miss Zhu, you don't want to fall to the ground yourself, right?" After saying that, he picked up the other person and put her on the sofa again. "Miss Zhu, tell your story, maybe I can help you." After Zhu Lingyun was put down, she actually felt a little disappointed. She began to slowly tell the reasons why she came here. "I don't want to participate in this cruel competition." Chapter 48 Cats are free as bargaining chips, exchange for peace. After listening to her story, Qian Yuchen nodded and shook his head again. "If you don't want to compete for that position, you will naturally show weakness. Your sister is smarter than you. She knew she had no way out, so she tried every means to put you to death. This makes her win and she is qualified to survive. Even if you are your own sister, she will only abandon you under the desire to survive. Zhu Lingyun knew that he was the truth inside. The Zhu family's approach is really cold-blooded. I left the Zhu family and the Xingluo Empire to fulfill her. She wanted to kill me. Qian Yuchen heard such wise speech, and there were really 1.5 words. Miss Zhu, for your sister, only if you die can she be truly at ease. Only dead people will not pose any threat. Shi Qingxian on the side said disdainfully, humph, I think she has big breasts and no brains. Qian Yuchen followed her gaze and found that the branches were fruitful and the leaves were full of juice. Zhu Lingyun felt his gaze and her face turned red. But she is the sister of my mother, and I can't bear to hurt her. I left the Zhu family just to get out of this place of right and wrong. As you say that, I still have to control the right to speak. She still couldn't make up and attacked her biological sister. Looking at her like this, Qin Yuchen subconsciously compared Qing Sunji. Sure enough, the gap between people is huge. My good brother is seriously jealous and has repeatedly secretly stumbling, wanting to make him lose his best. How vicious! Unfortunately, in the end, I was still better at it and successfully cheated and turned the world right. Just relying on these two little cats of the soul sect around you, can you block the killer sent by your sister? Qian Yuchen shook his head. Strength is the basis for maintaining his own justice. Zhu Lingyun was stunned, and then her eyes dimmed. Yes, I was in a hurry to leave, so why do I fight with my sister? No, she looked at Qian Yuchen smiling and knew what the other party meant. Can you help me? She asked sexually. That's natural, but you don't seem to have the same value, so that I can help you. Qian Yuchen had a little confidence and a little regret in his tone. Shi Qingxian looked at him and scanned Zhu Lingyun with a faint look, and secretly despised her. Bah, disgusting man! Although she is not very old, she has a lot of knowledge. But to be honest, this kind of man is best controlled by him, and beauty can control him tightly. Zhu Lingyun thought about it and it seemed that she really didn't have the qualifications to let this mysterious man help her. Immediately, she found that the other party was still looking at her with a smile on her face. The eyes are full of appreciation. I saw this kind of scene when I was a child. It seemed that my father looked at his mother, and that was the look. But since the awakening of the martial soul, such beauty seems to be gone forever. I am the bargaining chip myself, and I use freedom as value in exchange for your help. She gritted her teeth and said this thought that Shi Qingxian couldn't believe. Is this woman crazy? It's like a sheep entering the wolf's mouth and it will be eaten and wiped away. It's clear that they are just waiting for this sentence. Does this silly woman really treat herself as a bargaining chip? Since that's the case, then you will be mine from now on. Qian Yuchen said with a smile, then looked at Shi Qingxian. Little girl, let's pretend that I haven't been here tonight. After he said that, he waved his hand and the 5 others disappeared. Shi Qingxian opened her eyes again and found herself on a strange river, which was far away from that town. Damn it, what's this ability? She looked at her 4 subordinates, went over and checked carefully, and they all fell asleep. Who are you? I will definitely figure out your body a portion. She revealed her martial soul, a golden sandalwood. The second soul skill, awakening the soul and fragrance. Then, all 4 female subordinates woke up. Captain, we are. Okay, this mission failed, please give half of the commission to the employer for return and exchange. After saying that, she walked downstream of the river. The picture came to Kunya City, and he looked at Zhu Lingyun with a smile. The other party's shy look is really exciting. However, now is not the time to pet cats. He had to make this kitten surrender completely. What Jian someone paid the most was to convince others with reason. It is not bad to eat the strong melon dipped in candy. But what he likes is the fragrance of flowers that attracts butterflies, and you are willing to satisfy your cravings. I'll introduce myself, I'll be in the second young master of the Wuhun Palace, Kunya City. After saying this, he glanced at the 2 cat maids lying on the ground. Tisk, it's still a pair of twins. The state of possession of the martial soul is really full of strange temptations. He stretched out his right hand, and 2 golden soul powers flew out and landed on them. Yet, the first sentence they woke up showed their loyalty. No, miss. The 2 stood up and hurriedly looked at the location where Zhu Lingyun was. Seeing that the other party was fine, I felt relieved. Looking at Qian Yuchen beside him, his fangs and sharp claws were exposed. Who are you and how did you come into the room? Qian Yuchen looked at Zhu Lingyun with a smile, wanting to hear what she would say. Ziling and Yu Ling, this is Qian Gongzi, you must not be rude. If Mr. Qian hadn't driven away the killer just now, I would have been killed long ago. Zhu Lingyun hurriedly scolded the two of them. Hearing her words, the two mates knew that they were anxious. This man saved the lady, and they said at the same time. My sisters remember the kindness of the Qian Gongzi saving the lady. Qian Yuchen waved his hand, a small matter, you can rest with peace of mind, I'm in the room next to you. As soon as he turned around, he disappeared into the room. The three women in the room looked at each other. Even if this kind of strength is the royal enshrined by the Xingluo Empire, it may not have such ability, right? This person's strength is at least the titled Douluo. Titled Douluo, my choice is indeed not wrong. I have seized the opportunity now, so I must cherish this hard-earned opportunity. In exchange for freedom, this price is still huge, but it's worth it to have the protection of the titled Douluo. Zhu Lingyun thought about it in her mind. This incident tonight was worth it overall. She looked at the two maids with serious eyes, that is a mysterious and powerful person. We need his help in the assassination in the future. And my good sister will definitely not let us go in the family. That man is the second young man in the spirit hall. We will not suffer any loss when we follow him. Ziling hurriedly said, Miss, isn't it a bit hasty to decide this? Tonight's incident is an accident. If my sister and I use the martial soul fusion technique, those 5 people are not our opponents. Yu Ling also echoed, Miss, we promise that this will not happen. The impression of the martial soul palace is not very good in the Xingluo Empire. Of course, they would not watch their ladies step into the pit and get close to danger. No, we can no longer be lucky. What if she sends out the soul saint? The strength of the 3 of us is unfavorable. And I can't fight for a long time, which is even more deadly. You two don't need to say anything. Just call each other sir. Zhu Lingyun saw through this moment that her situation was only the second young master from the spirit hall, who could help him get out of trouble. The other party's body exudes a look of confidence, which is incomparable to ordinary people. How to say it, in one sentence, it is. Holding the sun, the moon, and picking the stars in your hand, there is no self in the world. Chapter 49 Shocking Zhu Lingyun. The next day, the door of Qian Yuchen and the others knocked on it. Here you come. Ling Yuan walked over quickly and opened the door. She looked at the woman in front of her in confusion. The figure highlighted by the black tights was even better than herself. Ms., who are you looking for? Ling Yuan asked. I'm disturbing, I'm here to find Mr. Qian. Zhu Lingyun looked at the woman in front of her, guessing that her status might not be low in the Wuhan Hall, and her tone seemed more respectful. Ling Yuan now knew that Qian Yuchen disappeared in the room for a while last night, and his feelings were about to get to know other opposite sexes. Not to mention, he has a good vision. Found a beautiful man. However, the other party's identity seems to be unusual. I think there must be something to find the second young master. Please come in. Ling Yuan opened the door and moved open a seat. Thank you. Zhu Lingyun walked in. Her 2 mates were left in the room by her. After she went in, she found Qian Yuchen drinking tea with a blue-haired woman. The woman looked not an ordinary person, which made her curiosity about the second young master even deeper. She opened her lips slightly, Young Master Qian, Ling Yuan is here to fulfill her promise last night. Upon hearing this, Yin and Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen at the same time. It seems to be saying, what deal did you reach last night? Qian Yuchen seemed relatively calm. After taking a sip of tea, he put down the teacup. Sit down. Zhu Lingyun nodded and sat opposite Yin. Qian Yuchen spoke again, Ms. Zhu, we all knew each other's words last night. Since you have considered it, I will just get to the topic. Since you believe in me, I will naturally not let some people disturb us. He looked at Ling Yuan and introduced, this is Ling Yuan Douluo, the elder of the Palace of the Spirit Hall, and also someone I have close relationship with. He looked at Yin again and introduced, this is Yin, and his strength is also at the level of the title-listed Douluo. We walked together to prepare to travel to the mainland, and we are also trustworthy partners. He looked at Zhu Lingyun again and said, as for me, my strength is a little higher than Ling Yuan. My strength is just to protect me. My interest is theoretical research. A good strength is to protect yourself, and interest is theoretical research. Ling Yuan gave him a blank look without any trace. He said this fooling people, just open his mouth. Zhu Lingyun originally thought that her imagination was powerful enough, but she thought that the three people in this room were actually all figures at the title Douluo level. No, when did Douluo get the title so easy to see? The strongest entourage of the Zhu family is a very old titled Douluo, which is at most last time in a year. When she went out, she saw three of them at once, and she might see them every day in the future. Zhu Lingyun stood up and knelt in front of Kachin without any hesitation. Greetings to master. This kneeling made Ling Yuan look at Kachin in surprise. Okay, how could you play like this? Maid? He is worthy of being a scholar, and there are so many tricks. Feeling Ling Yuan's gaze, Kachin smiled slightly, and then looked at Zhu Lingyun. Get up, I don't have so many rules. Zhu Lingyun stood up and her proud fruit shook. You will naturally not disappoint you if you regard me as yourselves. After saying that, he pointed his right hand and a golden light flew into the other party's eyebrows. Soon, a golden dot mark was formed. This is my unique technique, the Holy Light Seal. Can withstand the attack of level 95 level titled Douluo, and contact me in time. Zhu Lingyun didn't expect that he had such a big hand, and his choice was indeed the right one. But, although I am easygoing, you should understand the basic rules. As a member of a big family, you should understand these things. Kachin reminded him again. His lack of so many rules does not mean there are no rules. Zhu Lingyun naturally understood this and said respectfully, I understand, master. Ling Yuan and Ayan looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Just accepting a beautiful woman as a servant? Kachin took out a storage soul guide ring and handed it to Zhu Lingyun. Hold this storage soul guide. Go and pack up your things, we are ready to leave. Okay, master. Zhu Lingyun respectfully took the soul guide and left the room. After she left, Ling Yuan couldn't wait to ask, you just saw her last night. Of course, the tone is more curiosity and exploration. She is the eldest lady of the Zhu family in Xingluo Empire. This is a good opportunity for us to make arrangements. Kachin smiled and said, he is not a hungry ghost in lust, and he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. What do you mean, do you want to get close to the Xingluo Empire through her and then make arrangements? The Zhu family usually marries the royal family Dai family. Second young master, your approach is very dangerous. Ling Yuan didn't expect that he was so brave that he actually dared to plot against the Xingluo royal family. What danger is not dangerous? This is called planning ahead. Besides, I didn't do anything, so they couldn't suspect me. Kachin smiled and said, as if everything was in his control. Ayan felt that his ambition was very lofty and most people could not understand his thoughts. Ling Yuan didn't ask any more. Seeing that he was so confident, then trust the other party. Anyway, if there are really difficulties, just spend it with him. After Zhu Lingyun returned to the room, the two female guards hurriedly asked, Miss, how are you doing? She smiled and said, it's done, this is our great opportunity. Ah! The two women were puzzled, why were they still happy? There are three people in the room, all of whom are big names at the level of titled Douluo. Just follow him with peace of mind, abide by the rules. Zhu Lingyun reminded her in a serious tone. The two sisters looked at each other and were so surprised that they couldn't speak. Three titled Douluo, isn't this amazing? Thinking of his previous behavior, he was so scared that he was sweating in a cold sweat. Miss, needless to say, remember to put your position right now. I'm the one who is the other, otherwise I can't save you too. We get it. Ziling and Yuling hurriedly expressed their attitude. How could the three titled Douluo strong men, how dare they overcome the rules? They will definitely cherish this rare opportunity. Just know, pack up now, master and the others are going to leave. Shoo! Ling Yun said again. Then, the three of them quickly packed their things and put them into the storage soul guide. Zhu Lingyun brought two maids to the door of Kachin and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened and Kachin and the other two walked out. Master, we have all finished packing. Zhu Lingyun said respectfully. Kachin looked at the three of them with a smile and nodded. Let's go to the next location. Afterwards, the group went downstairs, checked out and left the hotel after handing over the room. Ling Yuan looked at the three of them with restrained appearance and walked to Zhu Lingyun. You three don't need to be like this. Second young master, I understand him. You just treat him as friends when you get along. However, you still have to pay attention to the rules when speaking, there are not too many others. Hearing her words, Zhu Lingyun asked in confusion, Elder Ling Yuan, is it really so easy for his master to get along with? Ling Yuan nodded and smiled, he is quite a good person. As long as you don't make principled mistakes, he won't care about anything. For my own people, the second young master is very good. You three are not bad in their cultivation talent. I believe that under his guidance, you will definitely make rapid progress. Even I was only after I was guided by him before I broke through to the titled Douluo. Now Zhu Lingyun and the three girls were completely shocked, and their respect for Qian Yuchen was even greater. We understand, thank you Elder Ling Yuan. The three of them felt much more relaxed, and their eyes gradually increased when they looked at Qian Yuchen. Just call me sister. When you go out, you still have to hide your identity. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Ling Yuan said with a smile. Zhu Lingyun nodded and said, Ling Yuan sister. Hearing this title, Ling Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Well, let's go. Qian Yuchen glanced at them, shook his head, and continued to walk forward. Chapter 50 Dragon Princess and Snake Women. After Qian Yuchen and his group passed through a mountain, they saw a small village ahead. However, the thick smoke over the village was shrouded in pain, and something was obvious. Yin, can you know what's going on there? Qian Yuchen looked at Yin and asked. Yin's blue soul power surged and he began to communicate with the blue-silver grass on the ground. Soon, her face became solemn. Young Master Qian, there are a large number of soul masters emitting evil aura in front of you, a pair of men and women holding snake-headed crutches, fighting with them. Isn't the soul master of evil spirit master? Whoosh! Before Qian Yuchen could say anything, Ling Yuan rushed towards the other side. He looked at Zhu Lingyun and the other two, you three are possessed immediately and speed up. In his spare time on the road, he had already taught them the legend of changes, and there was definitely no problem with speed. I understand, Master. Zhu Lingyun and the other two immediately entered the state of possession of martial souls. Swish, swish, swish. The few of them also quickly headed towards the village location. On this side of the village, a man and a woman were back to back, looking at the evil soul master who surrounded him solemnly. Ace Yang, I've implicated you. The man said. What are you saying? We are the couple who are united. Even if we die in battle, I will have no regrets. The woman said. The weapon in the man's hand is a dragon-headed crutch. The woman's weapon is a snake-headed crutch. He 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 he. Dragon man and snake woman, this is your burial place. The leader among the evil soul masters said with a smile. They originally planned to clean up the village, so they left quickly. After all, the attack on the evil soul master is very strong. If they are targeted, they will be dead without a place to die. As a result, when he was about to leave, he was stopped by a man and a woman. When the two showed their martial souls, he knew the other party's identity. The new generation of dragon and snake women, Meng Shu and Kachin. The cultivation of the dragon is the soul saint, and the cultivation of the snake woman is the soul king. The strength and cooperation of the two have caused them to lose 8 of them. But it is worth it. The two of them are now consuming a lot of soul power, and they are already at the end of their strength. Killing the dragon princess and snake women will have the deterrence of their evil soul masters to a higher level. You group of people who are so conscientious, Meng Shu, even if I die in battle today, I will not let you go alone. Meng Shu knew the dangers of the evil soul master. Even though it was consumed a lot now, he still chose to fight to the end. The people from the Wuhan Hall are already on the road. As long as you delay time, none of these guys can escape. Ha ha ha, I can't say who will die first in Meng Shu. Come on. At the command of the evil soul master, they attacked the dragon and the snake lady again. Axiong, I can only give it a try. Good. A trace of determination to look home in Meng Shu and Kachin's eyes flashed, and at the same time, the soul ring was revealed. Martial soul fusion technique, dragon and snake combined attack. The two of them fuse and superimpose their soul rings, and they jumped up at the same time, sending the strongest blow to the evil soul master below. Life and death depends on this. How much lethal can a Taoist attack cause? Bring it on. The 5th soul skill, the evil spirit protects the body. An oil-green barrier condensed in front of the leader of the evil soul master, and the other subordinates pressed their hands against his back. Boom! The attacks of both sides collided, causing a violent explosion. Ling Yuan heard the fierce explosion and his speed accelerated again. With such a powerful soul skill collision, it may be time to decide the outcome. Qian Yuchen also heard it and disappeared directly. On the side of the evil soul master, after the smoke and dust of the soul skills collided, he endured the pain on his face. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spurted out, and his body was a little shaky. He looked at Meng Shu and Xiao Gang, and the other party was in very bad condition. The face was pale, and the martial souls were leaning on the ground and supporting each other. It is worthy of being a dragon and a snake woman. The power of the dragon and a snake attack is truly well deserved. What a pity, you still have to die. The leader of the evil soul master wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly walked towards Meng Shu and Xiao Gang. The ability of the evil soul master is really strange. The ordinary Conra dare not take the combined attack from the two of us, but he actually joined hands to block it. Today, maybe I really want to see my ancestors. Meng Shu smiled bitterly, and now he can only leave it to fate. Xiao Gang did not speak, but held his hand tightly and prepared to face it with him. A mouse in the gutter has become so arrogant. Snort! Qianyuchen appeared instantly, and the powerful soul power was emitted, and the evil soul masters at the soul sect level directly turned into blood foam. At the scene, only the leader of the evil soul master and his 3 soul emperors were left. Sacred breath, are you from the spirit hall? The leader of the evil soul master felt the power of the martial soul emitted by the other party and finally felt fear. This sacred martial soul power is the deadly nemesis of the evil soul master. You don't deserve to know my name. Go with peace of mind and strive to be a good person in the next life. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he waved his hand and the remaining 4 evil soul masters turned into dust. Meng Shu and Xiao Gang's tense expressions soothed a little, and they were very glad that they survived. The two said respectfully, Meng Shu, Xiao Gang, thank Mian for saving his life. Qian Yuchen turned around and looked at the two of them, I'm just a coincidence. If you hadn't dragged each other down, these beasts would have escaped long ago. After the words came, Ling Yuan came here. She looked at Qian Yuchen, second young master, where is the evil soul master? I have solved it, but the matter is not over yet. After he finished speaking, he looked at the collapsed houses in the village and felt no other breath of life. Turning around and looking at Meng Shu and Xiao Gang, stretching out his right hand. The second soul skill, all things come back. A magic circle appeared from the feet of the two, and then a faint golden light flew into the body. After 1 minute, they recovered completely. Thank you. The two of them said gratefully. Qianyuchen's move shocked Meng Shu and Xiao Gang. After looking at Ling Yuan, he recognized the other party's identity, the law enforcement elder of the Wuhun Palace. This person has a very popular personality and hates the evil soul master very much. The two hurriedly said, I have seen Elder Ling Yuan. Thank you for your hard work. Did the evil soul master encounter this time by chance? Ling Yuan asked. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang talked about the incident of their encounter with the evil soul master in the battle. After listening to their story, Qian Yuchen looked at the scene again and prepared to find the other party's nest. Just so happened that Ian and Zhu Lingyun also arrived. There must be a stronghold near the evil soul master, I'll explore the wind first. After he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the soul of the leader of the evil soul master who had just been beaten to death by him, and the soul of the leader of the evil soul master who had just been killed appeared in front of him. Tell me, where is your stronghold? Everyone was shocked by his hand. Can the soul of the deceased be used to ask questions? There is a cave on the mountain 10 kilometers northwest of this village, and it is a temporary stronghold. Hearing this, Qian Yuchen looked at Yin, please investigate. Yin raised his right hand, his soul power spread everywhere, and the blue-silver grass on the ground began to shake. Soon, she obtained the information. Young Master Qian, there is indeed a cave with the same evil spirit as before. Hearing this answer, Qian Yuchen crushed the other party's soul. There is a strong resentment in this place, so I'll purify them first. A faint golden light emanated from his body, quickly covering the village, purifying all the negative energy that was invisible to the naked eye. After putting away the golden light, everyone felt that the feeling of depression was gone. Qianyuchen immediately made the next instructions and spoke. The gathering place of evil soul masters, waiting for the support of the nearby martial soul hall, and the daylily will be cold when they come. Ling Yuan comes with me, and all the mice in the gutter should be eliminated. Yin has spiritual charm, you four are waiting for us to return. Dragon Man and Snake Woman, you can wait here with peace of mind. When the people from the Wuhun Palace are here, let them wait for me here. Regarding his arrangements, several people said that it was fine. Then Qian Yuchen came to Ling Yuan and put his right hand on her shoulder. Let's go. Whoosh. The two disappeared in place, and the evil soul master was about to bite Cixin.